To all Reddit travelers, what is your creepiest hotel story? I arrived late at a hotel for a business trip. Flight had a malfunction, so we had to land. They fixed it on the tarmac and we never deplaned. Room already paid for, confirmation number in hand, etc. I got there about 5 hours after I was supposed to be there. Of course, they gave away my room. I already wasn't happy from all the delays and I wasn't going anywhere. The event I was there for was in their hotel. I wanted my room. I was polite but resolutely firm. They did some scrambling and asked if I would consider a damaged room under construction. As long as the sheets are clean, so I can go to bed, I don't care, was my reply. Mistake. The room they gave me was literally a crime scene. The case had been closed so there was no legal issue to contend with, but someone had been killed, or nearly killed, not 100% sure, in that room. They had primed over the bloodstains on the walls and ceiling, but had only taped down semi-clear plastic over the pooled blood on the carpets. Multiple small holes in the walls had obviously been patched and sanded, but there were multiple small holes in the walls. They gave me a completely new bed and TV from on-site inventory, so I was comfortable, but, man, it was creepy as fuck. The creepiest part was the priming job. It was so obviously blood splatter. You could see where the person had been hit and where they fell. You could also see how they had tried to get up, and where they had finally collapsed. Point at it. I'm amazed at the response to this. It's an anecdote I never considered all that interesting, until I saw the question. This happened a while ago, so bear with my memory. I've responded to questions as best as I can remember. This was in 1999. I had a cell phone. It was a StarTAC flip phone. Very stylish for the day. I usually wore it in a belt holster like Robin Williams in the movie Hook. I didn't call the hotel from the tarmac because I had very bad reception inside the plane. We landed at a small airport in Tennessee. I think it was called Minna. Something like that. An ugly girl's name is all I remember it as. Cell towers weren't all that common back then, particularly away from metro areas. I didn't call the hotel when we landed because the hotel was in the airport. Dallas. DFW. I wasn't traveling alone. I was on a later flight than a lot of people because I was part of the planning team. Huge meeting with blocks of rooms arranged for and paid for by my team well in advance of the event. I was made aware that there was renovations in progress, but I honestly didn't care. I had to be on stage presenting to large groups about 5 hours from the time I arrived. I had to get some sleep and have somewhere to shower and take a dump. I was given a new room the next day. I hadn't unpacked much and made sure I was 100% repacked before I went down to the meeting rooms. The hotel arranged to bring everything from murder room to non-murder room. I picked up new keys at the front desk. I would have loved to take pictures. I didn't have my camera. StarTAC flip phones didn't have that function. Believe it or not, I'd never even considered the suicide option before someone else here brought it up. Looking back on it, that may have been the case. I've been telling this story for close to 20 years. I'll raise that possibility from now on. I do not have witnesses. It's just a very odd and unbelievably true story. This was pre-Google, pre-TripAdvisor, etc. The internet existed, obviously, but it was stuff like Rotten.com and abombsworld.com. Fun stuff. Not nearly what it is today. We actually had a planner on the team who booked rooms and space for meetings as something like half a job. Like a semi-professional travel agent. The PR angle would be scary today. I can just see the BuzzFeed clickbait generated by 100 iPhone pictures taken from odd angles. But, no, that stuff didn't happen back then. I was very grateful that they pulled out a brand new mattress and Bagazzoni Trinitron at 2:15 AM. A very large court. I tipped everyone involved in that operation $10. 2 maintenance guys, and 1 maid who was not in a maid uniform. Some sort of sweet suit. She made the bed while I brushed my teeth in the bathroom. She was happier with the $10 than the maintenance guys. They were grumpy. Okay, so I already posted this on another thread, but when I was about 4 years old my family ended up staying at the Cedar Lodge motel where Kari Stayner worked, right before he murdered 4 women. My family drove to Yosemite, and it was a long drive for us. 3 kids all under the age of 7 plus 2 adults and a fuck ton of mountains will do that. By the time we arrived at the motel, it was late, we were all cranky, and we couldn't wait to get out. But the moment we pulled in, something set my mom's teeth on edge and she insisted that we left and found another hotel, reservation or not. My mom has always had this like sixth sense and her gut has actually saved us a couple of times, but my dad was tired and convinced her to ignore her gut and stay for just the night and the next morning we'd leave. I can remember my mom actually refusing to let go of our hands, making us stay right by her side as she kept looking around while checking in. To try and get her to relax, my dad suggested we go to the pool, thinking it would calm her down. Well, when we got there were no towels, so my mom called the front desk. The moment the man delivering towels arrived, my mom immediately grabbed us out of the water and rushed us back to the room. The man gave her the absolute creeps and she says there was just this feeling of pure evil when he looked at us. That night my mom and dad pushed the dresser in front of the door and had us all sleep in the same bed. The next morning, we left to go to another hotel, but my mom couldn't stop talking about how evil that motel was. About 2 months later, she and my dad were up late watching the news when they started reporting on a man who had murdered a woman and 2 young girls in Yosemite. Just as my mom began to say I bet it was at that motel, they showed Kari Stainer's face and said it occurred at the Cedar Lodge motel. Kari Stainer was the man who brought us our towels at the pool. We've never gone back to Yosemite and my mom is always insistent that we listen to our gut feeling and when every bone in your body is telling you something is wrong. But faux point TLDR, we stayed at a motel where serial killer Kari Stainer worked and my mom's gut told her he was a faking creep. I was staying in Birmingham, Alabama at a Hyatt. Nothing crazy. Nothing obviously creepy. One night around 2 AM I woke up to a man screaming. Like, stabbed in the heart scream. I sat there in a panic, wondering if I should call someone, but when I didn't hear anything else I chalked it up to a dream. The next night I woke up around 3 AM and had this horrible feeling that someone was in my room. I rolled over and there was an old man sitting on the yak. It was boxed in, smoking, looking away from me. I stared at him for a few seconds and he turned to look at me. So I shot up out of bed, ready to run, and no one was there. I don't lucid dream. While I have vivid dreams, they are not that vivid. I can describe that man to a T, and yet he was never there. Edit. For those of you who are saying sleep paralysis, I travel for a living staying in hotels for 240 some odd days of the year. Hotels are not weird for me. I was able to roll over, pull the covers closer to me, roll over to turn on the light and sit up. I have never experienced this, the closest being when someone literally came into my room at 3 AM, which the hotel verified and apologized for, and I was more unsure of that being real than this. Now granted, who knows? Now for those saying carbon monoxide, considering how little I remember of that trip, you are making me worried. But for the remaining 4 days I never experienced that again. Edit 2. He looked like a man in his 60s, 5 feet 8 inches, fat, in blue coveralls and a red checkered shirt. His sleeves were rolled up, top of his head was bald with a white halo, grey mustache, kinda bushy eyebrows. A chalet in the state of Maine, Vermont with 3 others. The lady at the front desk was approximately a billion years old with cloudy eyes and her front desk was a small table next to a recliner in a room full of knickknacks and china dolls. The actual room was what I imagine a hotel room in the 40s would look like, and obviously it had never been remodeled. The bathroom had a metal clawfoot tub. The worst part, though, was the door at the back of the room. I assumed it would be another closet, but we opened it, and there was nothing but cold and darkness. We used the flashlight on our phones and discovered a long, wide, cement-walled hallway. I assumed it was used to travel between rooms when the weather was bad, but the vibe it gave off was making the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The night went smoothly and nothing ever happened, but I still feel like we survived a night in a boring horror movie. I've tried to look for it again, but with no results. I'll have to ask my grandma who booked the trip. Edit. Turns out we were actually in Vermont. Still confused on the timeline of my trip, but it was Dadam's Chalet in Brattleboro. And please don't go leaving reviews or shit like that. I'd prefer to not have the creepy ghost lady visit me in the night. Edit 2. Here's a review on the place on Orbitz. Room was okay. Bathroom was clean and modern, but a couple of things bothered us. 1. There were flies in the room. Not many, but we did have to swat several before we could go to sleep. Each room has a back door to an unlit hallway. When we arrived in the room, that door was unlocked and wide open. We closed and locked it, of course. In our second room, the back door was closed but unlocked, so we locked it. When we came back later that evening, the door was again unlocked. Needless to say, we were spooked. We hadn't left anything in the rooms during the evening, so nothing was taken or disturbed, but still, not going back. Okay, I've got 3 creepy stories back from when I was backpacking through India with my girlfriend. We are 2 girls from Europe Point in Bangalore. We booked a hotel after 18 hours spent in a night bus. We were very tired and wanted a bed and some food. The boys at the reception were kind of creepy and staring at us all the time, but we shrugged it off and went in our room at around 9 in the evening. At around 11 the lights went completely off. I tried to call the reception, but the phone was out. Suddenly the door handle to our room started moving. I turned on the lantern on my phone and looked at the door. It was slowly opening. My girlfriend screamed, and I jumped off the bed, pushing the door back into its place. The person outside was pushing as well, so we fought like this for a little while. Then, I locked the door again. 5 minutes pass, and we hear the noise again. The person outside had a key and now they were opening the door, slowly. It was so creepy. I kept banging on the door shouting, "Get the fuck out, help." We called the police who eventually did nothing. We didn't sleep the whole night. Point we were in South, booking a hotel. My girlfriend was using the bathroom when she suddenly started screaming. I went in just in time to see a hole in the ceiling and an eye. The person ran immediately and we could hear the footsteps on the roof. Point after our 6 months travels, we really tired of booking cheap and scary places for sleep. I had an accident and was barely moving, so I asked my girlfriend to book the nicest hotel, asked specifically for white sheets. It was my time to shine, so the hotel looked nice. White sheets indeed. The guy at the reception was sleeping in a sleeping bag in the reception, but whatever, we went to sleep in our white sheets, just to wake up hours later covered in ticks and bug beds full of our blood. 5/7. Oh, I have one. Though this has turned out quite long to describe. Point so mine takes place in a London hostel a few weeks ago. I have 2 friends with me that are both male, and we are staying in a 9-bed mixed dorm. There's 3 sets of 3-tier bunk beds. I'm in the bottom bed of the right bunk, friend 1 in the top of my bunk, friend 2 in bottom bed of middle bunk. Point so we get in at 2 AM and all just quietly get in our beds. After a few minutes of lying there trying to sleep, I hear rustling behind me. I'm lying on my side facing the wall, so I think it is just someone going through their bag and ignore it. Point then I feel a hand on my hip over the cover. I turn round and it's a random guy telling me to move over and trying to pull at my cover. I initially thought he was drunk and wasn't sure which bed to be in, so I tell him to go find his own bed, and then he shuffles away to bottom bed of left bunk. Point then he comes back again. I again tell him to go back to his own bed, and he shuffles back to his own again. This happens another couple of times, with me gradually speaking louder and getting less polite, telling him to fuck off. Point so I'm shaking, cause the situation is making me nervous, and message my mate that's on the top bunk, saying I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep that night. He messages back casually thinking it's cause of someone snoring. This is when I find out both my mates have earplugs in, and although they've heard me speaking, they each thought I was speaking to the other friend. So I tell him the situation, and he starts keeping an eye out. Point I hear the guy go to the bathroom, that is en suite, but I can tell from the light he left the bathroom door open whilst doing so, and refused to look. My mate fills me in that the guy was walking round with his pants down and deliberately left the door open to get me to look, but either way the guy goes back to his bed after, and we think the situation is finally over. Then it happens again. My mate, keeping an eye out, shines his phone light on the floor and shouts for the guy to fuck off. Apparently he was crawling across the floor again towards me. Point the guy suddenly takes offense at my mate's light shining on him and starts actually climbing the bunk ladder like King Kong to get to my mate on the top, and was trying to take his phone. They wrestle for a while with my mate actually kicking the guy in the neck to try and keep him away, only for the guy to swing backwards and come straight back at him again. I use this time to run for security, who find the guy still hanging on the bed. When they get there, then call the police and have the guy taken away in a riot van and banned from the building point whilst the police had dragged him outside waiting for the riot van. The guy even headbutted the brick wall several times. No idea what that guy was on, cause it wasn't alcohol, but definitely on something to take a kick to the neck and still act like nothing happened afterwards. The guy kept trying to blame my mate when security came as well, saying things in broken English like come up here and see how violent this guy's point. My other mate that had slept through the whole incident kept saying the next day that he couldn't believe how friendly everyone in London is. Edit. Please don't let this put you off hostels. I've traveled in them alone around Europe and never had any problems before. Usually hostels are a great way to meet people or find activities to do in the local area. My company would put us up in the show in downtown when we were in Salt Lake City. A coworker of mine was awakened in the middle of the night by the sounds of a bunch of kids in the hallway. It went on for longer than he could tolerate, so he opened the room door to tell them to hush, only to find the hallway empty. He could still hear the children, so, figuring they were in an adjoining room, he called down to the front desk to complain. The man at the front desk claimed to be certain there were no kids staying on that floor, but that he was certain the noise would subside in a bit. He offered to send up some earplugs. My coworker was a bit annoyed. How can you say there are no kids here when I'm hearing kids? But went back to bed and eventually fell asleep. The next day, when he was checking out, a different clerk made the mistake of asking the routine question, was everything satisfactory with your stay? My coworker gave her an earful about the noisy kids and how the other clerk had dismissed his complaints. The clerk looked a little uncomfortable and said in a half whisper, "We are not supposed to talk about our history with guests, but please do a Google search for Rachel David and you'll understand what happened to you. We get similar complaints every few weeks and we try to never put kids on that floor." In the van on the way to the airport, he read on his phone the story of how mother, Rachel David, had tossed her 7 children off the 11th floor balcony of the hotel, then called the International Dunes to their deaths before jumping herself. This happened to my father, not me, but definitely too creepy not to share. My father went with a group to go on a trip to Tanzania to do some medical work in a poorer village. For a few nights of the trip the group stayed in a hotel. My dad was sharing a room with another man from the group, separate beds. One night, he is woken up by his roommate who has the light on. He looks terrified, trembling and praying. My dad asks what's wrong, but he won't say anything about it. My dad is obviously concerned, but since he can't do anything about it, he goes back to sleep. The next night, in the middle of the night, my father gets up to pee. He walks to the bathroom and starts to relieve himself when he catches a very strong scent of body odor. He and most of the people from the group are daily deodorant wearers, being from the US. Many locals in Tanzania don't wear it as frequently, so when the smell hits his nose he realizes he and his roommate might not be alone. He turns around and sees, standing there in the doorway, a local woman, shaking violently, her eyes rolled up locked on the ceiling. He panics, as no one should have been able to get into the room. He turns back around towards the bathroom in a moment of confusion, but when he turns back she's just gone, as if she had never been there. Shaken, he goes back to bed thinking maybe he was dreaming or seeing things. He lays back down on his side, and, adrenaline starting to wear off, he begins to doze off again. Suddenly the smell returns. He slowly rolls over and looks to his left. There, in the bed beside him, is the woman, laying flat on her back, eyes glued to the ceiling. Again, panicking, he breaks his line of sight to her, and again she is gone. My dad wasn't able to get back to sleep. The woman never made another appearance. He asked his roommate about it the next morning, and he had encountered the same thing the night before, which was why he was so shaken. It could be explained by the fact that they were both on anti-malarial drugs which can have side effects that include strange dreams, but still, super creepy. And definitely weird that, even if it was caused by the medication, both my father and his roommate experienced the same thing. So I never actually stayed here, but my old friend's mom worked at the Golden Lamb, a very old and very haunted hotel in Ohio. This meant we got to visit anytime and just wander around. We visited Harriet Beecher Stowe's room, which is said to be one of the most obviously haunted rooms in the hotel. There was a noticeable temperature drop, and both of us found it hard to breathe. He told me that people who stayed the night in her room heard pounding on the wall from behind the headboard of the bed. We also got to see the basement, which had been a part of the Underground Railroad. Ike. Nothing happened to us there, but we both felt very uneasy, and the further I ventured in, the more I felt a sense of impending doom. We saw Sarah's room, which is the famous drawer for the Golden Lamb, and which is more theatrical than the rest of the hotel. Her room is visible to the hallway from behind glass, and is set up as a functional child's room, complete with wooden block letters and a rocking horse. People used to say the word blocks would move and spell out different things. It's possible hotel staff did this to add to the creep factor, though. Her story is told by signage in the hallway. Every school kid from the area was familiar with her story, as well as a few others that I never heard were true or fabricated. Either way, that includes one about a maid dying in the attic or something. This wasn't quite a haunted experience, but when we were in President Taft's room, I started talking shit about how Taft could never have fit in the bathtub they had in the room, because he would have been too fat. Immediately after, someone spoke from directly behind me. I jumped and was all panicked, before turning and realizing it was two tourists, trying to look at Taft's room as well. I really thought Taft's ghost was going to call me out for fat shaming him. Nothing actually creepy ended up happening, but when I was in year 10th, all of the GCSE history students went on a school trip to Belgium to look at WW1 battlefields and stuff. On the first leg of the trip we all stayed in a fairly standard budget chain hotel, but on the second we stayed in this independent place in the center of whatever town we were staying in. We all got up to the lobby, and it looked like a pretty standard hotel. The decor was a little bit dated, but it seemed clean and stuff. They even had a fancy dining room and electronic fobs in place of keys. Our history teacher was handing out fobs to each of the groups. We were staying in the rooms in groups of 4-ish people, and then when he got to my group he handed us an honest to god old-fashioned key. "Looks like you guys have the creepy room," he said, with a banterous gleam in his eye. And those few words managed to convince the four of us, including one very sheltered, young for her age girl who got anxious about everything, that we were about to be the stars of the Belgian version of The Shining. The second creepy thing about this room, following the key situation, was that it was situated on the very top floor of the hotel, and it was, in fact, the only room on this floor, and it was situated 2 flights of stairs above everyone else. The third creepy thing was that it was not actually a room at all, but a suite with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, all situated along a long narrow corridor. And it was a very poorly lit corridor at that. The fourth creepy thing, and the one which actually ended up reducing my anxious friend to tears on the first night, was that in addition to the rooms we could access, there were a number of locked doors on the other side of the hall. On the first night we heard voices behind one of them, and they sounded angry. In hindsight there was probably like an apartment or something on the same floor that wasn't part of the hotel, as the hotel was just one part of a larger building. But when it's 11 PM and you're a bunch of 15-year-olds who have convinced yourselves that you're in a haunted hotel room, that's a one-way ticket to at least one person having a panic attack and crying that she wants to go home. In the end, the only weird/creepy thing that ended up actually inconveniencing us was that the bathroom was the very first room in the suite. As in, when you opened the door to the suite you entered through the bathroom, in the direct sight line of the toilet. And I seem to remember the suite door didn't lock reliably from the inside, and the toilet was too far away from the door for you to hold it shut while you did your business, so every trip to the shitter was filled with the trepidation that one of your mates would come up to your room to say hi and immediately burst in on you taking a fat dump. I was working in New Zealand. Ended up at a hostel on the South Island, and everyone there was just totally insane. The dorms they had were actually mini cabins, and the psychos in mine insisted that I never lock the doors to it. They would have random people in and out of the cabin all night drinking. There was no place to lock up things like your passport. The layout was bizarre. There was a bedroom with 2 bunks, neither of which had a ladder, and one single bed in the living room/kitchen area. It was fun trying to sleep in that with people coming in every so often. To get more alcohol point in our cabin there were flies absolutely everywhere. There was even an ancient glue paper fly trap over the sink with a couple hundred dead flies on it that they just left there. It was disgusting trying to cook there, but there weren't really other options. One of the guys in my cabin seemed especially disturbed. He would randomly make moaning noises while hanging out on the front steps to the cabin. One time he screamed at someone that he was going to rap them. No one else seemed at all bothered by this. When I originally got to the place I paid for a week, so I felt stuck there until the week was up, but eventually I couldn't put up with my psycho roommates, so I complained, and they offered to move me to a different cabin for my last couple nights. Turns out the next cabin had bed bugs. Oh boy, this one still makes me shudder. We were traveling with another couple who had budget restrictions and we needed to find a last minute place to stay in Las Vegas. We had been looking forward to a nice hotel with a pool to kick it by and chill out. They couldn't afford it, and so they found a super cheap Airbnb with a pool. We were trying to be good flexible travelers, so agreed to compromise. As we were driving to the place, I tried to ignore the increasing amount of poverty and strung out people on drugs on the street looking lost. We pulled into the apartment lot, and I said nothing. My husband and I looked at each other. It looked like a seedy apartment place from District 13. As we walked into the building, I was overcome by the smell. It was sweet, and at the same time, horrible beyond belief with a layer of perfume on top. My body would not let me breathe in the smell, and I had to cover my mouth with my shirt sleeve in order to breathe. I was on the tail end of the flu, so I had been nauseous for days and I figured I was just being sensitive. We hurried to see the pool, and it had a big sign under renovation. Covering my mouth as we went back into the building, we checked out our apartment. It was clean, and the smell didn't permeate into it, so we agreed to stay. That next morning, I woke up having had the worst dreams of my life. People getting shot and hurt and beat up. Constant drama and horror all night in my head. My husband seemed interested in what I had dreamt, and I didn't want to get into it, so I just said people getting hurt. When we got home in a couple of days I brought up the smell in the hallway. It wasn't until then that he told me that it was the odor of a badly decayed human body. Thanks for telling me, dude. My husband is paramedic and so gets to smell the worst smells known to humanity. TLDR. Stayed in a cheap Airbnb in Las Vegas which had the odor of rotting corpse in the hallways and no pool. Stayed at a Motel 6 in Marina, California. I wasn't expecting 5-star accommodations because, hey, it's a Motel 6, right? Other than being a little noisy, we slept okay. The next morning, I started packing my stuff. I'm a lung cancer survivor and need special equipment, CPAP, to help me breathe at night. I unplugged my unit and went to disassemble it to be packed away. When I opened it up, it was chock full of roaches. Instead of breathing clean, filtered air, I had been breathing air filtered through a roach leg hair. They were even in the tubing and mask. I cannot even begin to describe the horror of lifting that lid and seeing those little bastards scurry out of and deep into the inner workings of my equipment. Of course, they were in our bed sheets too, and our luggage. We emptied every single article from our luggage, killed the roaches that were hiding in the liner, then carefully shook everything out and repacked. The CPAP unit was bagged tightly because I knew there were roaches inside and I didn't want to bring them home. I complained to the manager who assured me there were no roaches in that room. She was simultaneously sympathetic and unhelpful as hell. After 3 months of back and forth with Motel 6 Corp offices in TX, I was refunded for the 2 nights I had stayed there, which is doubly horrifying when I realized that I had been sucking on roach fumes for not 1, but 2 nights. It gets worse, though. My medical equipment was ruined. Phone calls to various repair shops around the country got the same results. We can't fix it. We won't fix it. We don't even want it in the building for fear that our inventory will be infested. Insurance wouldn't pay to replace it because hey, they bought the first one, so tough shit, right? As a result, I was out of pocket several $100s to replace vital equipment that keeps me alive at night because Motel 6 can't keep their premises clean. It wound up costing me nearly $900 for a 2-night stay in a crappy roach motel. For that kind of money, I could have stayed at the Cypress Hotel in Carmel and had money left over for dinner. Hi there, fellow traveler here. When I wasn't living in New York City I used to travel quite a bit by car, 80-90k miles a year approximately. I found myself in this little town in Delaware called Milford. I had plans down there not too far in a place called Rehoboth Beach, which I think was like 45 minutes or an hour away. Anyway, I was supposed to leave the day after I actually left, but to avoid getting up early in the morning and leaving I ended up leaving after work, which was approximately 6 p.m. and taking the drive that night, which lasted about 5 hours and change. Since I was only staying here a extremely short amount of time, I got myself a shitty Airbnb which I use all the time when I travel, so I'm pretty comfortable with. I messaged the guy right before I left if I could rent his $50 little place that seemed pretty nice from the photos. The guy from the get-go was a little sketchy, and it took me some back and forth to get the place rented that night after he informed me his father would have dropped the key off. He also informed me there would be quite a bit of tropical plants in faking Delaware, mind you, in the kitchen, and he couldn't move them out on such short notice. Okay, whatever, I'm just looking for a few hours sleep, then I'm out there in the morning point. So I get there around 11-11:30 p.m. Not sure how many of you are from / have been to Milford, but it's pretty much in the middle of faking nowhere. This guy's place was in a tiny little gated fenced community which had a grand total of 15 to 20 houses maybe. Pitch black. So I roll up to the place and grab my few items I always travel with: duffel bag, backpack, jacket, extra jacket. Use the key code to unlock the lockbox and turn the key, which happens to be the loudest thing that's happening in the surrounding area at the moment. You know when you go to a place that you know some shit is faked up and you get that gut feeling that maybe you shouldn't be there? Yay, same feeling point. So I put my stuff down on the recliner in front of me, and yes, lo and behold, a fuck ton of tropical plants in the kitchen. I look around this place, which has a pretty decent living room. Bedroom number 1, faking dolls from like the 50s everywhere, twin-sized mattress with no bed frame, and no sheets lay in the middle of the floor. Okay, yay, fuck that room. Go to the next room, nutcracker figures everywhere, one sheet on the bed, no pillows. Try to turn the light on with the only switch in the room. Oh wait, there is no light in the room at all. The switch goes to nothing. Alright, fuck this room too. I'll take the couch. At this point I really felt pretty uncomfortable, but I knew it was only for the night. Anyway, I was hungry, so I went to the only thing around that was open, a Food Lion, that was closing in like 15 minutes. I grabbed some pizza bites and a peach Snapple, classy right, and went back home. Side note, I was so off put by this feeling I set my GoPro I travel with up while I was gone, thinking I might catch something on camera point. So I get back to this place and the first thing I do is look around to make sure everything is in place just where I left it. That's a good sign. I get my GoPro and take the SD out, and out pop the card in my laptop. I still have the footage somewhere. I wish you guys could have seen this place. It looked like where you would spend your last seconds. Lo and behold, nothing on the footage. At this time it was well past midnight, and I had a full day of work and a good amount due driving, so I planned to sleep on the very small couch. The apartment had one small 19-inch TV which didn't have a power cable, and the outlet by the couch was just far enough away where my phone wouldn't reach while charging. Which wouldn't have mattered anyway, because I had Sprint at the time and they have shitty service to begin with. But where I was, no service point. I kept the light on, because even though I'm an adult it gave me some comfort knowing the light was on. Well, about an hour of laying there, and I couldn't sleep, so nature called, and I had to use the bathroom. So I got up and sat down in the neon yellow dimly lit bathroom with the shower that had no curtain. Now let me preface all of this by saying the kitchen had hardwood floors, the type where, if you slide a chair across it, it makes that screeching noise that we are all familiar with. Remember that. That part will play a role soon. Back to it. I'm in the bathroom doing my business, reading a bottle on a John, because my phone is charging outside of the bathroom, because how convenient, which didn't matter anyway, because like I mentioned I didn't have service. So I'm sitting there, and I hear the faking chair on the forks hardwood floor screeching across the floor, being pulled across the floor gently for about as long it takes for someone to sit down. I almost threw my heart up. This was a come to Jesus I faked up moment. and then just as I thought it couldn't get any worse, the sound of fingers rhythmically tapping on top of the wooden kitchen table, impatiently getting faster. Frozen faking. Prettified. Good thing I was already on the toilet. I literally say there and repeated to myself 10 to 11 times, I'm faked, I'm faked, I'm faked. So I sat there for 2 to 3 minutes and debated what to do. At this point the tapping had stopped, but I figured that I can't stay in there forever. I thought to myself, whoever is out there already knows I'm here, so pretty I decided, fuck it, I'm going to go there and try to fight him off and grab the Bowie knife I carry in my backpack when I travel and basically try to kill this person because I assume they don't wanna play faking checkers or talk about their day of killing with me. So I rush out of the door and nothing. Nobody there. No sign of anybody. Chairs not even faking moved. Literally did not even bother to check the rest of the place. Packed my sheet up as if the place was burning down, got in my car and literally drove to my Holiday Inn an hour away at like 3 AM and told the guy at the desk what happened, and he let me check into my room. That was for like 3 PM the next day. I even got bumped up to like a king-sized bedroom because the room that was reserved for me wasn't even ready. And TLDR, I took a trip to bumfuck nowhere, Delaware, and almost got murdered by the local ghost murder. While attending college, I went on a road trip with a good friend of mine to watch sports team in big game being played in Florida. We were hurtling down the Florida Turnpike at 80 miles per hour around 2 in the morning. I had a CB radio in my truck at the time, tuned into channel 19, when out of the darkness a voice from the radio said, in the creepiest way possible, "I didn't know you Tennessee boys could read a map." We responded with some nervous laughter. Turns out it was a trucker that saw us pass him as my buddy was looking at our map, trying to find some place for us to pull over and rest for a bit, and noticed our TN license plate. He was super helpful and told us that there wasn't much around where we were, but there was a motel we could try up the road. We thanked him and headed that way. Getting off the exit and following his directions brought us to a motel that, I kid you not, looked exactly like the one from the movie Psycho. We went into the office, but there were no lights on, and it appeared to be empty. A quick walk down to the handful of rooms yielded no more lights, people, other cars, or any signs of life in general. We went back into the office just to see if we had missed a sign or something, and I said, very loudly, "Hello." At that moment a young guy that had been asleep on a cot behind the front desk got up and asked us what we needed. We said we wanted a room. He responded, "Pick whichever one you want. They're all unlocked." We ended up picking one. All had 2 queen beds. They appeared reasonably clean as far as motels go, but it was creepily outdated. The bathrooms were completely covered in old tile that was brownish green and for some reason reminded me of an old high school gym locker room. We took turns showering and tried to get a bit of rest, which ended up in us laying down on top of the comforters on the beds, since that seemed like the most hygienic thing we could do. We napped off and on for around an hour. Realizing that we weren't going to get any rest, we went back to talk to the guy in the office. After waking him up and telling him that after our showers we would rather just head back out, we asked him how much we owed him. "Dunno," he responded. "How about $10? We paid the man and left. Weirdest and possibly cheapest lodging I think I've experienced. I was visiting New York City with my wife and 1-year-old. My brother had made the hotel reservation for us, and we thought it would be nice. We arrived and checked in, and then found our way to our room. The hallways were a maze, and it took us a few minutes to find our room. The room was pretty sketchy, but it was late, and we were tired, so we started to settle in. My wife had brought a quart of milk for our kid, and since the room didn't have a fridge she asked me to take it to the front desk and ask them if they had a fridge we could use. I took the milk and headed into the maze/hallway. I got a bit turned around, but eventually found the elevator. I got in, hit the L button, and rode the elevator down. When the door opened at the lobby I was met with a dark narrow hallway. I stupidly stepped out, confused as to what was going on. There were several doors on both sides of the hallway, but all were locked. I walked down the hallway and eventually started to hear music playing. After a couple minutes I turned a corner and almost ran into 2 big guys. I stopped and stared at them, wondering what the hell was going on. One of the two, after looking me up and down and pausing on the milk I was carrying, asked me, "What are you doing here?" I just stared for a few seconds and said, "I'm just trying to find the lobby." He then escorted me to the entrance of what turned out to be a strip club. After exiting, I saw the hotel about half a block up the street. Apparently I took the elevator that the strippers would take with paying clients and had no idea. Thought I was in the twilight zone for a few minutes. Edit, a word. Finally, something I can answer. I traveled to Liverpool a few years ago with an ex-girlfriend. We stayed in the Adelphi Hotel for 2 nights. I found it on a booking website for cheap, and I'm a massive history geek, so I thought it would be perfect. For those unfamiliar with the building, it'd been in continuous use from the 19th century. It has these really old-fashioned rooms with high ceilings and generally Victorian furnishings. I thought it was great. If our room was a bit creepy, there was a massive mirror right across from the bed. Just so, there was nothing out of the ordinary, so we went out to explore the town. When we came back at night we were too tired to even take a shower as we normally do. We fell right into bed. Something to be conscious of before I begin about the actual creepy part is that the room was an ensuite with a tiny foyer in between the bedroom and the bathroom where the front door to the hotel room was also located along with a storage closet. I always like to lock things before I go to sleep. It's kind of a habit of mine. So I locked both the front door as well as the chain lock on the door leading to the bedroom. So far, everything was normal, and we drifted off to sleep, or so I thought. Less than 15 minutes after I had closed my eyes, but not yet fallen asleep, I experienced the most intense terror of my life. I'm not talking normal terror. This was the most afraid I've ever been in my life. Like I was consciously aware that someone was watching me and didn't want me to know it. There was a feeling of dread in the air, like something wasn't right. I jumped out of bed and turned the light on. Nothing. But the door was wide open. I woke up my ex and asked her if she had gotten up to use the toilet since we had gone to bed. She said no, so I asked her again with more intensity. No, she was certain that neither of us had gotten up in the 15 minutes since we had turned off the lights. I told her okay and asked her if she felt weird at all. She said no, just very tired, and she wanted to sleep. However, I was too terrified to fall asleep. So I turned on all the lights in the room and locked the door again, trying everything to take my mind off of what was seemingly just an empty room, every now and then glancing nervously up from my laptop to see if anything was still there. Hours later, I was too tired to stay up anymore, and I fell asleep without realizing. But when I woke up in the morning, the door was once again open. Once again my ex denied either of us using the toilet in the night. The same sequence of events was repeated the next night as well. After the first night I began to suspect something was not normal. However, I refrained from googling Adelphi Hotel and haunted until I was on the train out of the city. Apparently the Adelphi is the most haunted hotel in Britain. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I was really frightened that night. I will never forget it. Even now, I'm sat at home in my well-lit flat in the middle of the day, and I'm getting scared writing this. Early 2000s, I had just turned 18 and did some work abroad. I was in Czech Republic and did some shifts in this tiny remote mountaintop hotel. They also let me stay there as long as I worked. At night I could hear wolves howling. There was this Matty, older gentleman, tanned, pencil mustache and super formal behavior. We never exchanged words before this. One night after my shift I was sitting at the restaurant alone when he approached me and asked if I wanted to go for a walk. At night. In the woods. Why? Outside the patio there wasn't any source of light before the town below the mountain. Not even on the road leading down. It was absolute darkness and this guy wanted to take me to the woods for some reason. No thanks, I politely declined, but he was persistent. I asked why should we go to the woods, and he said why not, it's fun. No, it's faking not. It's dangerous. He claimed he knew the area well and started to get weirdly desperate about it. After multiple no's he left. I felt so weirded out about it. I just went in my room and called it the night. Also a odd side note, that I never saw him again. So, not a super creepy story, but creepiest I have encountered so far. Also I want to add, that most likely the guy was just lonely, and not a murderer. It was a very remote location with very few customers or new faces. On that trip I got a chance to visit Steripramans brewery, and it was the best thing ever. I was in Madagascar for a study abroad, and a stomach illness was eating its way through the group. It would seemingly bounce from person to person, so somebody would be sick every day 2 days. We were traveling to our 4th hotel when it was my turn to be sick. The group dropped me off and got me settled in my room before they continued their day of activities. The hotel we pulled up to was straight out of that Kenan and Kel Halloween special. Suits of armor in the foyer, poorly lit, and a very creepy old owner who looked like he died years ago. We were the only people staying at the hotel, so it was also eerily quiet. There was also a cat that lived in the hotel and was howling for what felt like hours. The stairs to our rooms were magnificently large and ornate, and the hallways were pitch black. They were motion activated, but on a large delay. So you'd walk into the hallway and they'd flicker after you've already walked past them. I got to my room and all I could think about was the sloshing in my stomach. My stomach contents were basically liquefied, and I had fluids shooting out of both ends. I literally crawled into bed and fell asleep for hours. I was awoken halfway through my sleep to the sounds of my door knob jingling for like 3 minutes before the door very slowly opened. I can see out into the hallway, but it's pitch black. The lights weren't activated. I said hello, and there was no response. I was in no condition to get up, so I just waited, and after like 20 seconds the door just slams shut with a loud bang. I very badly had to go to the bathroom again, but I was too afraid to crawl my way back to it. As I finally mustered the courage to relieve myself, I heard the water in the sink begin to run, as if somebody was in there washing their hands. That's when I realized the door was open to the bathroom. I closed it because it smelled of vom sheets. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand, and I wasn't sure what to do. I threw the covers over my head and just tried to go back to sleep. I woke again after a couple more hours, and my group returned to the hotel maybe an hour before I woke up. I walked down to dinner and everybody was sitting around this dusty large table staring at me like I was a ghost. They asked me if I was the one opening and closing their doors, or if I was the one knocking on doors and running away before they opened them. One girl said she heard a voice whispering through her window, but we were up maybe 3 or 4 floors. During the night I was knocked out cold and didn't experience anything else, but everybody in my group had to deal with constant door harassment, and more of them heard whispers. The cat also began to howl at about 11 PM and didn't stop until 1 am. TLDR, I had the vom sheets in a spooky hotel with a door goblin and a howling cat. I stayed in a B&B once, but it was a basement room. I had to be in by 10:30 PM, and as the tenants were a little off I went down early and said goodnight to the couple. As I reached the bottom step I heard a click of a key in a lock. I went back up the stairs and checked the door, and yep, it was locked tight. I knocked quietly and softly called out, but no one replied, though I could hear movement and what sounded briefly like laughing. I then phoned the B&B in the hope of someone answering, and someone did. An answer machine. I felt stupid and hung up. My prison for the night was very basic and small, with a sink, a cot and a portable heater from a place that time forgot, and lots of frames on the walls, but oddly no pictures. I went to bed, but not before I put a small obstacle course between my single corner bed and the steps in the morning. When I woke the door was slightly ajar. I dressed and went up for breakfast, a little annoyed and creeped out. I felt like trust had been violated and maybe rights had been infringed. The food was already ready, so I ate it, and as no one was around went to pay. The landlady was very nonchalant and still a bit odd, and when I mentioned the door locking, without looking up she said it was house rules and no one had complained before. She claimed it was for safety, as I might be a serial killer or worse. What's worse? I tactfully asked what would happen if a fire broke out, and she said there were people for that, presuming she meant firemen who'd rescue me. On a full tummy, and on my way out I realized I'd have to take up this issue online via a review, and left. At the time I didn't freak out, but thinking about it all much later I really worried about being locked in a basement without any way out. Just a sealed door with a key, controlled by a couple of oddballs. Maybe they were harmless, but if that door hadn't opened in the morning or the ancient heater had caught fire, etc. Who knows? In retrospect, I consider this a creepy hotel story. When I was about 10, my family and I took a rare vacation to Atlanta and stayed in a shitty budget hotel. Dad checked in, got the key, and we all filed into the room from the car. As soon as we get in the room, Dad tells us kids, "Now, kids, there's a woman downstairs checking in who has elephantiasis of the face." He proceeded to describe in vivid detail about how distorted her face was. "I'm telling you this so you won't freak out if you see her. She can't help it, and I don't want you to hurt her feelings." Which, I suppose, is a good way of getting in front of an awkward situation, but it had the effect of sending my 10-year-old mind reeling as to what she would look like. Naturally, I was sent to go get something from the car, which I did. I got back to our room, knocked to be let back in, and nothing happened. I knocked again, frantically this time. Nothing happened. I started to panic, thinking that I had the wrong room. I started running up and down the balcony, calling out for my folks at the doors. I came to the end, which led to the stairs leading down, and saw the woman my dad described sitting on the ground smoking. She smiled and waved. Now, I'd already had this construct in my head about how this woman looked. In retrospect, she didn't look that disfigured. But to a 10-year-old mind, that was already on the edge and panicky over having lost an entire family in an unfamiliar place, I froze and screamed at the top of my lungs, Macaulay Culkin style. My older brother finally poked his head out of one of the rooms, saw the scene, and hurriedly grabbed me and pulled me back in the room. Not so much creepy in retrospect, as I probably just ended up making a disabled person feel worse. But for a dumb kid like me, it might as well have been The Shining. Recently made a trip to Bolivia to see the rainforest and the pampas, fertile lowlands. We took the kids on a nice jungle adventure. We were staying in a nice hut on a river for a few days, making excursions into the jungle. On day 3, our guide asks if we want to trek to a campsite and sleep in the jungle. We got for it. We trek in 4 hours through super cool, dense jungle and encounter beautiful birds, wild pigs, snakes, and the coolest plants and trees ever. And some cool bugs crawled everywhere you looked. As usual though, mosquitoes and staying dry were the only challenges. We eventually find the camp, which consists of plywood rectangles raised up on what seemed like sawhorses. Each person gets a little mat which is surrounded by mosquito netting. After dinner we are talking about the massive spiders, poisonous of course, on the screens inside the dinner area, which were about 3 to 4 inches in diameter. Their prominent eyes lit up in the light of my flashlight, and they definitely seemed to be observing us. The guide reminds us to shake out our clothing the next morning to make sure they haven't crawled into your shirt or something. He says, "Oh, those spiders are nothing. Last season we had some Germans that stayed here, and the next morning they were complaining about animals creeping around the raised plywood beds during the night." He said the next morning he found jaguar footprints all around the sleeping area from what looked like an adult. They can reach over 200 pounds. Needless to say, I went to sleep with one eye open. I stayed awake as long as I could until exhaustion turned to, "Okay, I'm too tired. If you want to eat me, then make it quick. I just can't care any longer." I remember the distinct feeling that I was going to be dragged off into the jungle in the middle of the night, and that this was a jaguar meat market with little meals in nice little netted areas prepared for their selection. Not the best night's sleep. You can bet the next morning the first thing I did was spring up and inspect around the raised beds for jaguar footprints. From her mosquito net meat case, my wife tuned into my inspection of the area and followed me with her eyes. I didn't really have to explain anything to her. When it was over, we exchanged knowing glances and I simply said, "Nope." We were relieved, but remained exhausted all day from a stressed out lack of sleep. As a joke I shook out my shirt and said, "And I bet there's a giant spider who slept in my shirt." Almost on command, a huge spider whipped out of my shirt and hit the ground. I still remember the plopping sound it made as it hit the dirt and creepily scurried off for cover. I found another, equally sized monster in my pants that were left on the raised platform just outside my mosquito net. That was almost 4 months ago, and even though we are back at home, I still find myself shaking out my shoes each morning to check for unwanted intruders. half expecting to hear that plopping sound as one hits the floor. Back in 2007, was backpacking in Quebec and was staying in a hostel in Quebec City. I was traveling with 4 friends the morning we were leaving. My friends were all in the bathroom doing their morning ablutions, and I was dozing in bed waiting for them to come back as there wasn't really much space for me to do what I needed. I hear the door open, and I hear someone rustling in the room. Just think it's one of my mates getting toiletries. This goes on for a bit, and then suddenly I'm shaken awake by one of my friends. They ask, "Did you see the old lady who just walked out the room?" I'm like, "What old lady? One of you guys came back to fetch something, right?" I kinda laugh thinking they're just messing with me, but quickly realize they're serious. So they check all their bags and all of them are missing their money and id/passports. We run to reception but no one there saw an old lady leaving the hostel and no one saw an old lady enter, so while I was dozing, an old woman was stealing all of my friend's sheet less than a meter from me. I grew up in South Africa and have safety issues and I'm overly cautious about everything, so when I backpack in strange unfamiliar places and stay in hostel dorms, I spoon my backpack towards the wall while I sleep and cuddle my pack. Whoever the person was must have been watching me the whole time and decided not to try anything with my stuff. I'm sure other people can relate to that dirty feeling you get knowing someone has invaded your space. Point to this day I spoon my pack at night when traveling, because that day it saved me from being royally faked over. The day was spent going to the police station and reporting stolen sheet while I tagged along. No one said anything to me, but I know they were all bitter and silently angry with me that I was the only one who didn't get stolen from. At 15 years old, I traveled to Thailand on a family vacation with my mum and sister. We stayed in a fancy hotel in the center of Bangkok which had a rooftop swimming pool. The hotel was deserted at the time, with the swimming pool completely empty, so I decided to swim alone. While my family stayed in the hotel room. I did about 10 laps of the pool before a suspicious looking man appeared on the roof. He wore a thick garment and had a weathered face partially hidden by a baseball cap. The man lingered for a while before he started asking me questions. The questions were innocent at first, like how are you enjoying Thailand, what's your favorite food, etc. But soon they became much more personal. How many people are in your room? How many men? How much money do you have? Feeling uneasy, I jumped out of the pool, chucked a towel on and walked away. The man followed, but I managed to make it to an elevator just as the doors closed. Relieved I had escaped the situation, I traveled down 6 stories to our room's floor. When I got out of the elevator, the man was standing right outside my room. I started to panic, but I needed to return to my family, so I headed towards the door. As I did, the man kept shouting "How many men?" in an increasingly irate tone. I lied and proclaimed there were lots of men, and I was traveling with a large group. In reality it was just my sister, mother and I. I quickly opened and slammed the door behind me. I locked the deadbolt and the 2 remaining door locks. I was glad to see my family as I entered. I told them of the events that had just happened, and they laughed it off, indifferent to matter. I was told I was being paranoid, and he was likely just being friendly. I was distressed and reiterated we were in danger, but my warnings yielded little action. After 5 minutes had passed, my unease slowly subsided, and I got ready for the day ahead. As I did, I noticed a smell drift through the room, and a thick cloud of smoke soon appear above my head. The smoke originated from the air vents. Thoughts raced through my mind. Had the man started a fire? Did he want us to leave our room? Was it a trap? Was he waiting outside? I shouted to my family, and this time my warnings were taken seriously. We met at the door and raced outside. The man was nowhere to be seen. Worried the man was expecting us at the elevator, my sister suggested we take the fire escape stairs. We raced down 20 flights of stairs to the bottom. Along the way there was no sign of the man. We entered the reception and described the situation of the smoke and the man. The receptionist seemed indifferent to the matter and sent security to take a look. We waited in the lobby for a while before we were told the thermostat malfunctioned and we were unable to stay in our room. We were offered another room, however we decided not to stay and stayed elsewhere that evening. The man was never heard from again. TLDR, went for a swim in a hotel in Bangkok. Strange man appeared and asked personal questions while swimming, followed me to my room and checked number of guests and room. Soon after, room filled with smoke due to a malfunction. Man wasn't seen again. Went to Paris as part of a backpacking trip through Europe. Planned everything out, secured hostels and campsites well ahead of time, but we got stranded in Paris when they wouldn't recognize our ticket for the overpass train point. My brother and I, found that out at 2 p.m. and we were lugging our bags through the city trying every place to see if we could find a space in a hostel. Well, after it was dark out. No luck. We were at each other's throats from frustration and we were barely able to keep going, and we finally spotted a sign for a hostel in the middle of a dark alley. Place was pretty poorly lit, not in the best shape, but holy shit, it was a hostel and there were free beds. Except as we went up the spiral stairs, again, not too well lit, we could hear uncomfortable noises, including someone audibly throwing up and banging, and there was a guy sitting in a doorway, just watching us. We got up to what felt like the 5th floor and opened the door to our room, and floorboards were uneven enough you could lost change in the cracks. There was a TV left on in the corner, caught in 2006, with only static. Place was dingy and brown, and the floral bedspread had a red-brown stain on it, smack dab in the center top. Plain view. No idea if it was sheet or dried blood. Legitimate horror movie scene, burned into my mind's eye even a decade later. We just stood in the doorway taking that in, and I know I was warring with myself over being so frigging tired and sick of looking for a room that I was actually considering sleeping in the sheet-blood-stained bed. I imagine my brother was doing the same. The guy who'd rented us the room probably knew we weren't his usual clientele. People who wanted a space to shoot up, because he'd hiked up the stairs to where we were and stood behind us. He asked if we wanted our money back. We said yes. He had the money in hand. He gave it over and we left. My brother called our dad and our dad covered a proper hotel room that night. Stayed in a hotel in Puerto Banús that wasn't really open. We'd booked and everything, but when we arrived, it was clear the hotel wasn't finished. We were taken to a room anyway, which had bare wire and no water. A different room was found, and we were so tired, I just wanted to sleep, so I said it was fine, even though it was not decorated. Tools were left in a pile in the corner, and the plaster dust was still hanging in the air. I was woken at close to midnight by someone trying to get in the room. I figured they would realize their error and leave it alone in a minute. They didn't. I ended up getting out of bed and ripping open the door and shouting, "What?" I was faced with two people, clearly a pimp and his woman. They tell me I'm not supposed to be there. I asked where I was supposed to be, and they said they didn't care, but just not there. I told them to fornicate off, close the door, and went back to sleep. About an hour later, someone is trying the door again, but this time, they are not just trying the handle. They are trying to take the door out. I happen to notice a hammer in the pile of tools, so I grab it, get close to the door, and shout through the door, asking what they want. The response was that they were here for the meeting. I shouted that there was no meeting, and was told that if I didn't let them in, then the deal was over. It became suddenly clear that the room I was in had been earmarked for a drug deal, and my being moved to this room had ruined the whole thing. I opened the door, after tucking the hammer into the rear waistband of my boxers. I found 3 guys in the corridor, one clearly office spuds on something, and the other 2 looking like bailiffs, with the big torsos and pecs. I explained I was moved here by the hotel, and that the previous attempt to enter the room had been a guy and a lady, who had been turned away too. The 3 guys accepted this, and left. I was awoken 6 more times that night, by people trying to get into the room, and each time I had to jam a hammer down my boxers, answer the door, explain that no, this room wasn't available, and then try and sleep a bit more. That room must have been used for all sorts, as I believe there were at least 3 drug deals, and 2 prostitute liaisons arranged there. My whole life I've been waiting for this. Askra did my whole life. I was going on a road trip with my sort of boyfriend the summer after our freshman year of college, and we stopped in this small town in California called Susanville. We hadn't made plans for the night, so we just looked up a cheap motel in town, but because it was the 4th of July weekend everything was completely booked, including the Motel 8. But there was one place that was open. It was the Apple Inn, and their sign said they had vacancy. So being the millennial that I looked them up on Yelp, and the only review was from 2 years ago. And it was this woman who was like running away from her abusive husband or something, and they let her stay there. Weird thing to write on Yelp. Anyway, we were like, whatever, it's free, let's go there. So we call ahead to reserve a room, and they're like, sure, stop by whenever. We get to the motel to check in, and the front office doubles as this old gift shop covered in creepy porcelain dolls. I would've noped right out of there at that point, but we didn't have anywhere else to go. The guy behind the counter is wearing these creepy dark aviators, even though we are inside, and has leaning back against the back counter. So I go up to him, and I'm like, hi, excuse me, we booked a room. And has like, yeah, we've been expecting you. I swear to God that's what he said. He has us fill out this long form with a billion unnecessary questions like, where are you coming from? And where are you going? And when will you be passing back through? Just all this stuff. Car license plate number, everything. Then he opens this cabinet behind the desk to get our key, and there's only one other key missing. So the whole motel is basically empty, even though every other place in town is booked. So we take our key and go to our room. It's like a true motel where all the rooms are ground floor and separated. Think the cozy cone from Cars. We go inside, and I just immediately get creepy vibes. My sorta boyfriend starts looking around for cameras. We were a little paranoid, but something just felt really off about this place. I set my bag down, and I'm looking at this painting on the wall next to the bed, and it's this little girl in a Victorian looking dress, and she has a dog on one shoulder and a cat on the other, and she's holding the Bible, but she's looking out of the painting and down at the bed, which is spooky. But whatever, it's just an old painting. So I sit down in the bed, and there's this long mirror directly across from it, and I noticed this weird scratch marks that kind of make a wing shape all the way down the sides of the mirror, like if someone was making a snail angel on the mirror. Weird. And at that point I decide I can't stay there because I won't hear any sleep, and we have long drive the next day. The boy fish agrees, and we go back to the front desk and tell the guy we are really sorry, but we can't stay. As we are leaving, we pull around the back behind the motel, and there's this garage that's open with tools just scattered everywhere, and right in the middle of the garage is this shiny red wood chipper. Now Susanville is not really near any trees, it's just in this long flat plain. So we got faux as soon as we saw that, and never turned around. Years ago, I was on a cross-country trip, solo, to a family reunion. I was supposed to make it a friend's house, but there was horrible weather. It was slow moving. Then a terrible accident happened just ahead of me, and I was stuck for quite a while. All told, I was 5 hours behind schedule. I was exhausted, in need of a bathroom and a shower, so I pulled into a little strip motel off of a fairly back road, State Road. It was obviously small and dirty, but would work in a pinch point. There was a window to the outside where check-in was. The guy there write me up, then a college-aged girl asked me if I was traveling alone. I went to hand him my ID and credit card, but he insisted cash only. Red flags were going off at this point, but I scrounged together just enough cash and he tossed me the key. The room was dirty, barely bigger than the bed. The first thing I did was go to the bathroom. Then I flipped up the mattress. Dirty, signs of bed bugs. A moment later, I spied a cockroach. That was it. I was out. I decided I would use the parking space at least and sleep in the back trunk hatch of my SUV. I curled up, using a suitcase for a pillow and random clothes for a blanket, and fell asleep for an hour. I woke up aware of someone talking on a phone outside and glanced out to see the guy from check-in standing outside. It was now around 3 AM. He finished up his call, then walked quietly over to my room, unlocked the door, and walked in. The lights didn't turn on, and a minute or two later, he came back out, slamming the door behind him and cursing, with another guy. I hadn't seen guy to enter, so I still don't know where he came from. They angrily talked for a moment, then check-in guy walked over to my SUV. I covered up my head quickly with a shirt. After he tried the locked door, he peered in the back seat, but between my tinted windows and blending into the general mess, he didn't notice me in the hatch point. The two guys walked away to the far side, if the lot talking more, the one gesturing across the street, where a diner was. While they were distracted, I climbed up to the front seat and started up the SUV, they turning around in surprise as I pulled away. I called my friends back home and told them, but didn't want to worry my family, so I said nothing to them. When I got back home some 3 weeks later, we figured out the name of the hotel thanks to Google Maps and called the local police. They told me the place had closed down only days before I called. Edit found it. Remembered a lot of details wrong. Not my story and deleted their account, so I can't properly credit. Sorry. Not really creepy, but it was a bit. Odd. Point ever have one of those vacations where everything seemed to go wrong? It was one of those trips. As a result, I checked into this hotel operating on only about 2 hours of sleep. I was tired, stressed out, and I was just looking for a place to crash and sleep. Unfortunately, being a parent took precedence over these goals. One of my kids wanted to sleep on the pull-out bed in the sofa. Fine. So, half asleep, I shove the cushions aside and unfold the bed. As it unfolded, it revealed a mattress that looked like it had been used as improvised shielding in a war zone. Unidentified stains seemed to cover every inch of it. It was battered, frayed, and looked as if something had been gnawing on it. If I had a RAV light, I'm sure that thing would have glowed brighter than the sun. The idea of my kids touching that thing with their bare skin filled me with so much horror that I found the strength to walk down the hall to the front desk to request sheets. Yeah, not a lot of effort needed, but did I mention I was exhausted? I show up and find the reception desk is staffed entirely by one clerk who looked like she was maybe 19, who stood barely above 5 feet tall. She was just hanging up the phone when I arrived. Her face positively lit up as she turned around and saw me point in the back of my head. I could almost hear a robot screaming, "Danger, Will Robinson." But, in my sleep-deprived state, the message to run for my life got lost somewhere on its way to my legs. The hotel night clerk decided to explain her problem without ever letting me get a word in edgewise. There apparently was a noise complaint on the second floor. A lot of people had called in to complain, actually, all about one room, where a man had decided to use his girlfriend as a punching bag. His pregnant girlfriend. A pregnant girlfriend who had been screaming for quite some time for someone to help her. The clerk called the police. This was good. The people on the floor expected her to do something to stop this ongoing beating before the police got there. This was bad. She wasn't about to face off against an angry man who had already laid a beatdown on a pregnant woman. However, she thought if she had a guy who stood a foot taller than her with a dull glazed over expression on his face, maybe that would inspire more cooperation. Yeah. I'm a big guy. Heavy couch potato type, yes, but also tall and broad-shouldered. Basically, if you could imagine the id department on a Viking ship, I'd be the guy saying, "Have you tried putting the fire out and starting it back up again?" She explained her dilemma. I realized I wasn't getting my sheets unless I followed her. I fell into step behind her without saying a word. This wasn't because I was trying to impress her with being the strong silent type. No, I just couldn't spare the energy to walk and talk at the same time. We walked past the stairs, down the hall, past my room, and entered an elevator. We rode up one floor, walked down the hallway to the room right next to the stairs we had sauntered past at the start of this trip. Along the way we picked up 4 passengers. It seems I wasn't the only person she asked to be in her posse. I was easily the largest one there. Sort of the showpiece on the thug floor display she was arranging. The rooms all along the hall opened up and more people spilled out. There were now about 10 people looking at this one room. The clerk banged on the door. A voice came from inside shouting, "Go away." The clerk found herself hopelessly outmaneuvered by the man refusing to open the door for exactly 10 seconds. The guy in the room next to the Chris Brown suite said, "Don't you have a key to that room?" The clerk's eyes went wide and she took off running away from the stairs towards the elevator. Did I already point out that the stairs dropped her off right by the front desk? I was really starting to wonder about the crowd I was hanging out with at this point. But that's when the door opened and the battered girlfriend stuck her head out. Now, I will admit that I did not see any injuries or bruising on her body. I will say, however, that holding your right hand over your temple does tend to suggest you are trying to hide some sort of blemish. Possible one obtained from a fist traveling at high speed. With a shaky voice, the woman said, "This is all just a big misunderstanding. You all can leave." No one seemed to be prepared to argue with this, so For the first time, I decided to speak up. A misunderstanding where you ask for help while screaming? I asked. She ducked inside and slammed the door so she could get her story straight. A few minutes later the clerk arrives again. She bangs on the door again and demands they open up. Again, she is defeated by the simple act of refusing. She looks around helplessly hoping someone had an idea how to thwart this cunning tactic. I sighed and realized that if I didn't do something soon I was in danger of being swallowed by the carpet. This guy was standing in the way of me going to bed. One way or another, I was ending this. Say the following words, I said slowly. The police have already been called. The clerk gave me an odd look, like she wasn't sure what this strange incantation I was suggesting was supposed to do, but she repeated it dutifully. The door sprang open and a man rushed out with his fist raised in the air. He stopped before he had time to fully exit the room. Hand still held high in the air, he turned to look. He found a large Sibber Viking staring at him with cold unblinking eyes. They were the eyes of a man who had been pushed too far. A man who had become a cold and calculating machine. A soulless killer driving to set right the evils of a cruel and twisted world. Or maybe I had just fallen asleep on my feet. Something like that. Behind me, there were 4 other guys. Less intimidating. Certainly radiating less of that raw hostility. But there was something about them that suggested that this was the time to be wary. Something in the way they moved. The way they carried themselves. These guys were awake. He did the math. Big guy fist plus pregnant woman equals happy bully. Big guy fist plus bigger guy fist plus more guys fist plus even more guys fists plus possible need to testicles plus definitely being tossed through a window equals unhappy bully. He checked his work. He then sent it to the New Chauvinist Journal of Advanced Aggression and waited for peer review. After lots of peer review and independent testing, his work in cephalic rectal insertion theory and advanced bully dynamics was finally recognized. This all took place, fortunately, in the span of a millisecond, although it did feel as if it took several years. His bald fist unclenched and became a more friendly point in the general direction of the clerk. We'll be out in 5 minutes, he said in a very cordial voice. The door slammed and he went back inside. The clerk strutted and said, "You'll see that." He thought he could mess with me. "I'll show him." She then looked over at me and smiled. "Oh yes. I forgot to ask, what did you want?" Sheets. I snore. Spoke. Somewhere along the line, I got the idea across to her, and I ended up having to ride the elevator back to the original floor, walk to the exact opposite side of the hotel to get the linen, and then stumble back to the hotel room. Somewhere along the line I saw the police arrive. I can only assume that they hauled him away. Frankly, I didn't care. Maybe to this very day, somewhere in some lonely jail cell, a former abuser is waking up from a cold sweat and screaming in terror at the image of the looming giant with the glassy eyes, who breathed with the sound of a buzzing saw. If he is there, I sincerely hope he has to wait for his sheets as well. TLDR, I'm on the brute squad. I travel a lot and have gone to plenty of third world countries, etc. But my worst hotel story, by far, came in Sullivan County, New York less than 2 months ago. We got hit with 2 storms that decimated that area and knocked out power for 10 days. I was there doing emergency work and the entire area was a shit show. So they put me up in a hotel. I'm like, sure, whatever, don't really check it out because a logistics person takes care of it and I'm swamped doing 18-hour days. So I arrive at this hotel around 1 AM, exhausted, and I show up and it's locked. There is a handwritten note in crayon on the door that says "Not here, call XXXXXXX." I notice at this time that the hotel is legitimately crawling with meth and or crackheads. Not just weird people, but people screaming, running through the halls, slamming doors, crying etc. Finally the guy comes and lets me in. The place smells like a sour mix of sheet, death, and mothballs. I really don't have a need for the finer things in life, but this was a little much. So I get to my room and have to walk through these dingy, filthy halls. It was a motel, so my room was exposed to the outside with a little walkway. I show up and immediately see a huge brownish stain on the floor that I can only guess was old blood. The lampshade was riddled with cigarette burns and the room itself was filthy. Someone obliterated the bathroom in what I can only assume was a methed out Jack and Pollock sheet imitation. I was so tired and had to be back at work in like 4 hours that I tried to just say fuck it and pass out in my clothes with my boots still on. The faking door didn't close though, so the wind was whipping on me through a large crack and the heat didn't work. I wrapped myself in the duvet like a human taco, to no avail. About an hour in, people started scampering around outside, screaming and yelling. I got up and jammed a chair under the door handle because, of course, the door didn't lock. I seriously considered sleeping in my car, but it was cold, and I felt like I had a better chance being murdered in a parking lot than a room. Some crackhead crashed into my little bay window thing shortly after, and I sat straight up, grabbed my Leatherman, and prepared myself for having to kill someone that night. When I got back to my station in the morning and told the guys where I stayed, they didn't even believe me. 2 of the cops there said they investigated homicides there, not together, 2 different ones. The Red Cross rep said they used to send their homeless population there, but now they don't, because it's too dangerous. It's a big running joke now, but at the time it faking sucked, and was the only time in my life I was genuinely worried about where I have slept. This isn't a hotel story, but a couch surfing story. I had just graduated from university, and I was backpacking Western Europe with a friend. Months before leaving, we began chatting with this man in Belfast, Ireland, on the couchsurfing website. After chatting for a while, this guy agreed to let my friend and me stay in his spare bedroom. When we first got there, things were great. We went to the grocery store with him and purchased food for dinner. While preparing dinner, we had a few glasses of wine, and nothing seemed abnormal. However, after dinner our host started getting really drunk. He wanted to share some stuff with us, so he took us into the living room and began showing us YouTube videos. At first they were some of his favorite history videos about Northern Ireland, but that didn't last long. Soon he was showing us a lot of really strange anti-American propaganda videos. After about an hour, or watching these videos and our host getting more and more intoxicated, we pretended we were getting a call and needed to leave the room. We excused ourselves to our room and tried to lock the door, but the door didn't have a lock. So instead we put a chair against the door and called our friends back home. In the States that night, it got really cold. We were in Belfast in January, and this guy turned off his heat at night. So not only was sleeping very difficult, but our host was up very early in the morning, probably around 6 AM, and begun vacuuming. And okay, it's his house, I'm not going to complain about that too much, but the final straw was that he tried to push the door open with the vacuum several times. The whole experience was so off-putting and a little scary at the time. We thought about getting a hotel for the second night, but we decided not to because we were super broke. Instead we stayed out late and left early in the morning the following day. And just to be clear, I have had wonderful couch surfing experiences. This was just a strange one. TLDR, I was couch surfing in Belfast, Ireland, and the guy we stayed with got drunk, showed us a bunch of anti-American propaganda, turned off the heat at night in January, and tried to get into our room in the morning. Sorry if there are typos or grammatical errors. I'm posting from mobile and autocorrect sucks. My wife and I were driving across country to a family vacation. It was getting late, and we were tired of driving and needed a place to stop. Most hotels were already full for the night, but we found a motel with vacancy and booked a room. It was your typical rundown motel right off the highway in Indiana. When we got to our floor with about only half of the hallway lights working, we walked past a room with red tape on the door. As a good husband, I could sense my wife's uneasiness, so to be as supportive as I could, I joked to her that I bet someone died in that room. She didn't appreciate the joke, but we were both tired and headed to our room about 3 doors down. When we got to our room, the wife went to use the bathroom to find that someone had already taken a sheet and just left it in the toilet. No paper, no flush. The entire room gave off a "you're going to get a disease or leave with bugs" vibe, so we slept with our clothes and shoes on and made the best of it. The next morning during checkout, I made the same joke to the front desk clerk. What happened to the room down the hall from us? Did someone die? The clerk didn't hesitate to reply that yes, someone had died. They fell asleep with a cigarette in bed and burned to death in the room. My wife and I just said oh, at the same time as we soaked in the poor taste of my joke as it became a reality, and turned and left. I searched online to confirm the story, and sure enough it was true. This motel didn't have a fire alarm system that reported to the fire department, so when the room caught fire the occupant died of smoke inhalation before someone was alerted to the fire. We haven't stayed in a Indiana motel since. Last August, we went hiking in the Rocky Mountains, and the last 2 nights of our trip, we stayed at the Stanley Hotel, the hotel in The Shining, and stayed in a haunted room on the 4th floor. As we were getting settled in, I was putting our stuff in the closet, and I heard a light switch loudly switch on. I peeked out of the closet to see what was going on, and my partner was standing in the middle of the room frozen in place. Neither of us was near a light switch, and the bathroom light was now on when it had been off before. We'd also left our do not disturb sign up all the time, and our room had been tidied. That cold bean housekeeping just ignoring our sign, but previous guests had commented that their stuff had been completely unpacked and put away, which the hotel said they don't do. Housekeeping also worked evenings, which seemed unusual. We didn't spend much time in the hotel as we were out hiking most of the day, but that was creepy. Plus the TV was acting very strangely, flickering and just freezing up. Then the screen would turn pink across part of it. There was also a young child, maybe 2 years old, hanging out outside our room. I'm pretty positive he was a real child. It just seemed weird that he was alone for a few minutes. His parents were probably not far away, just didn't see them. There were also bizarre noises coming from a room by the elevator. Strange mechanical noises, nothing super crazy, but still creepy. TLDR, stayed with a creepy possessive couch surf host with an apartment that locked from the inside, who aggressively offered me booze and back massages. He was also a fan of Mr. Bean and Beyonce. Not a hotel one, but close enough. When I was 23 I planned to travel around and couch surf via couchsurfing.com after a 3-week study abroad program in Paris. I decided to go to Barcelona, but unfortunately waited too long to contact hosts, and most of the highly rated ones were already taken. To my relief, I was contacted by Lucky and offered a place. Though his profile was sparse and his profile picture was just a silhouette, I convinced myself that the 4 positive reviews left by girls around my age was enough, so I accepted. The first red flag was when I arrived at our meeting point in Barcelona and he was not there, followed by the second red flag of his phone number not working. 45 minutes of mild panicked confusion. A large man finally ambles up and asks, "Are you to pick it up?" Because of my relief, I was able to ignore red flag 3. Lucky clearly used a fake silhouette picture in his profile. Additionally, he was also one of the strangest looking people I've ever seen. He had a small head atop a very rounded body with skinny legs and arms, akin to a fully fed tick. But the strangest part wasn't his body, it was his flat effect, and, mainly, his eyes. They were huge and black, with an unreadable blankness that either looked like they had the innocence of a particularly slow child or the emotionless of a shark about to feed. Because I wanted to be an adventurer, and because I didn't want my worried parents to be right, I decided it was probably the former. He takes me to his apartment, and once we get there his family that apparently lives downstairs comes up to share some food, including an adorable little boy. He also introduces me to his roommate, who looks annoyed by the light that interrupts the pitch dark illuminated only by a computer screen. When Lucky opens his bedroom door, his roommate only gives a terse nod, never looking our way, and I get the distinct impression that he hasn't left this bedroom in a good long while, and I should be thankful for the fact that the only thing that is visible in the room is his face. I will never see this roommate again, not even to use the bathroom. Definitely weird, but not alarming or threatening. However, I finally let the uncomfortable feeling that I'd been shooing away settle in when we leave so Lucky can show me parts of the city and I discover his door locks from the inside and need a key to get out. As in, I would need to ask for help every time I left. Granted, this isn't necessarily unusual in big cities, but as a lone female traveler it felt uncomfortable to say the least. My uncomfortable feeling grows when my suspicion grows about Lucky was not honest about being fluent in English. Here's the weird thing, the dude used almost perfect grammar and tenses. but every now and then he would say something so softly and garbled that I would have no clue what he was trying to say until several tries. The question, "Do you have any tattoos?" took her about 4 tries before I understood. He also would sometimes stare blankly at me when I said something, or would clearly pretend to understand when he didn't. I'm coming to the realization that I will be staying in an apartment that locks from the inside with a man that I have a communication barrier with. The rest of the night does not put me at ease. Lucky takes me to admittedly cool places, but gets really edgy whenever I speak to anyone else. After I compliment an Australian girl's outfit, he tells me somewhat harshly that people in Barcelona do not talk to strangers and it's considered rude. He does, however, engage with a group of young drunk guys from London. I don't hear what they say, but as we leave I hear them yell, "Yeah, Lucky is going to get lucky." I shoot Lucky a look, and he shrugs sheepishly. I decide to stop drinking at this point. I'm only a few beers in, so I'm barely tipsy. At this point I'm feeling uneasy, but I'm still making excuses. Maybe he's socially awkward. Those drunk boys from London were probably just drunken idiots. Eventually, he suggests we swing by his place and go to the beach, which I agree to because I love going to beaches at night. It's beautiful too. I find myself relaxing while I listen to the waves, feel the warm night air on my skin, and sip an ice cold beer. Lucky wasn't too keen on the sipping part, though. He begins urging me to drink more, playfully at first, but it slowly becomes a real argument in which he acts as though I'm acting completely unreasonable. After probably my 5th response of "I don't want to drink anymore," he shoves his mixed drink to my lips to try to get me to drink. I push his hand away and say, "I'm not drinking anymore." Lucky then switches tactics and tries to get me to go skinny dipping. At this point I tell him we need to just go back to his place. When we get back, Lucky unfolds the couch I'll be sleeping on and destroys my relief that the night is over when he asks if he can show me some YouTube videos. I reluctantly agree and am subjected to about 10 minutes of Lucky hollowly laughing at Mr. Bean clips before I tell him I want to go to sleep. He says okay, closes his laptop, and then lays down next to me. "Why don't you sleep in your room?" I ask. He tells me it does not have air conditioning and is too hot. Well, fact point, and so begins the scoot game. I scoot over, he scoots over. It gets to the point where I'm on my side half off the goddamn mattress. I tell him he needs to move over like a lot, and he begrudgingly does. However, Lucky is not a man to be dissuaded and asks me the question that makes me start wondering how I could escape out the second story window with my luggage in tow. "Do you want a massage?" "No, Lucky. I do not want a massage." "Are you sure?" "Yes. I really want to give you a massage. I really want to sleep and not have anyone touch me." This back and forth continues for what feels like an eternity, though probably only 10-15 minutes, before he gives up and falls asleep. I do not fall asleep. The next day, I grab my passport and important documents from my suitcase before telling Lucky I want to explore the city by myself. He lets me out, but not before giving me the creepy warning of "Don't talk to strangers." I escape into the beautiful day and get food while I try to figure out what to do. On one hand, the situation is definitely creepy and alarming as shit, and I'm completely vulnerable if he were to try anything. On the other hand, my parents were worried about this exact thing and I really don't want them to be right. Eventually, common sense wins out over pride and I text my parents that the situation is a little weird. Within 30 minutes my dad sets me up with a hotel and instructions to get my sheet from Lucky's apartment and to leave within 10 minutes before they assume something happened to me. When I walk in, Lucky is watching the Who Run the World music video by Beyonce with an expression that is both intense and blank. He only acknowledges my presence when I announce to him that I ran into some friends from my Paris program, and it turns out that they have a really awesome place, and I'm just going to stay with them. He tries arguing with me, telling me that I promised to stay 3 days with him, and he had to turn down other people for me. "Shucks," I say as I hurriedly gather my already packed luggage. "That's a bummer, but what can you do? Thanks for everything, have a great day." I then flee to the nearest cab and tell my parents that I made it out fine. I swear, it was like walking on land after being on a storm-ravaged ship. My parents never ragged on me too hard about the experience, likely because they know it would dissuade me from getting help the next time I got myself in a stupid situation. Lucky deleted his account shortly after I left, and before I could leave a review point I ended up staying with another host a few days later, and the experience was 1000% better. He told me that everything Lucky did was deeply frowned upon in the couchsurfing community. I would definitely recommend couchsurfing, just be much smarter than I was about it. I was taking a trip through Europe and went to Rotterdam. Stayed at an awesome hostel where the buildings are cubes that are on one corner. Well, everything was perfect until me and my girlfriend, went into our shared room, which was of 4. Right in front of us is this biker dud straight out of a goddamn movie, in his undies, with the typical leather vest with a skull. Okay, this guy was big bald and with tattoos on his arm, but he seemed chill for the moment. At this hostel you have to make your own bed, and we set up ours and went on our way. Later we came back around 12 and no one was there, so we went to sleep. At 2 in the morning we are woken up by screams and death threats from the biker guy to the remaining roommate, which because he is dumb or drunk decided to sleep in this guy's bed. He was pissed. Me and my girlfriend were in the same bed and were like, the fuck is happening? Get out of my bed, he screamed multiple times, frenetically, at the top of his lungs. The skinny drunk guy get out finally, and into another bed. Okay, we are fine now, no more problems. Nope. Biker guy gets in his undies and starts to make the most unholy snoring noise I have ever heard. I seriously thought he was dying. After that he got up to take a piss, with the door wide open. He also was fetching like a mother faking bear after hibernation. Okay, he's back asleep. Good. Wait, he just had to go back to the bathroom to take a sheet now. Again with the faking door wide fucking open. Point, I was scared shitless, but had to be the tough one for my girlfriend. I was of course with her all this time, and was covering her with my body so if shit went south I could at least protect her somehow. That went on for the whole night. We got up early and got the fuck out. Point TLDR, I do not recommend sleeping with a biker dude. Spent the night at a travel lodge 2 years ago in Amarillo, an overpass stop towards my goal of camping in the Ozarks. Everything seemed fine at the front desk. Place was maybe a little old, but not that bad. I went to my room with my camping gear and several people were talking to each other on various balconies and parts of the courtyard. Point, I was paying for a cheap motel, so it didn't bother me much, as I know tramps and hookers when I see them, and as long as you're a polite person generally people will be polite back. I was however a woman traveling alone in a brand new rental car. I locked my door and went about getting comfortable for the night. I found ashes and stains on the sheets of the bed. I sighed but was prepared with my own bedding, so I got it out and turned on the TV. Just then my door handle shook. I walked over and looked out the peephole and see a dude was trying the handle. I asked out the door, "Can I help you?" and he ran off instantly. A bit upset, I called the front desk and they sighed and told me they'd take care of it. I heard some yelling, then everything went quiet. Point, normally I would have listened to my gut and just drove off to the nearest tent site, but I'm a penny pincher and got stubborn about it, so I put everything I had in the room and barricaded the door. I slept in my sleeping bag against the wall with my billy club / flashlight that does strobe lights in one hand and a knife in the other. Cause politeness only goes so far. Well, 3 AM rolled around and you'd unlock the door with a key. I screamed like Xena and turned my strobe on. After he tripped in, he tripped right back out. Being crazy and intimidating can work, but don't stay at a travel lodge in Amarillo if you're a single female. I was in Portland, Oregon, or more accurately right on the outskirts of Portland. I was a freshman in college and on a road trip with a few of my friends. We were splitting everything 5 ways to make the trip extra cheap. Despite this, 2 of my friends on the trip decided executively that the hotel we had all picked was too expensive. It really wasn't. When we all split it up, they just weren't thinking about it that way, cancelled our reservation there, and booked us at the seediest, most remote hotel possible to save a grand total of $10. The trip was already off to a rocky start with the driver refusing to let anyone else split the 14-hour drive with them and speeding at 100 miles per hour because that's how people drive in the big city. Then as soon as we got there one of us was mugged. We get to our hotel exhausted, frightened and already worn very thin to find that it's not the nice hotel we booked, but the seedy hotel. We all are irritated by this, but we get set up for bed and I decide to call my mom. I didn't want to vent about the so far horrible trip in front of my friends, so I stepped out into the hall and started walking towards the lobby. I'm on the phone with my mom for a grand total of 2 minutes when a drunk dude stumbles down the steps towards me and slurs, "Wow, you're faking cute, how old are you?" I tried to ignore him, but then he was coming towards me faster and now he was trying to touch me saying, "Damn, I don't even mind if you're underage." I scream at him to get the fuck away from me and run down the hall with him chasing clumsily after me. I get to the lobby and from the look on my face the hotel clerk immediately asks me if I need to come behind the desk with her, which was in its own locked room separating her from the guests. I jump behind the desk with her just as this guy's rounding the corner. He tries to play it cool, like he wasn't just running after me, and asks the clerk if they have any extra forks. Very smooth point. The clerk tells him they don't, and he should return to his room. She convinced me to call the police and they evicted him from his room. I didn't know at the time was that the clerk had been watching the security cameras when everything happened and had watched him stalk me down the hall, then wait around the corner listening to me talk to my mom on the phone before he approached me. I only found out because I felt a bit bad about him getting booted out into the rain and asked one of the officers if they really thought it was necessary. Fairly spooky, and I have never traveled with that same group ever again. Was backpacking around the world and ended up in northern Thailand, with my girlfriend at the time. Stunningly beautiful place, but pretty damned remote and wild. We arrived in our supposedly luxury jungle residence shack, dropped our stuff off, and went out for some food and drinks. Arrived back at the place a little later, drunk and quite high. Got into bed and I happened to look at my backpack and saw it was moving. Assumed it was just me being high. Oh fuck no, there was a hole in the floor and all sorts of hideous jungle bugs were streaming in towards the light. Girlfriend freaked and picked up a can of bug spray and sprayed it down the hole and over any bug she saw before I had a chance to realize what she'd done. The entire army of jungle bugs it seems took this as their cue to attack and swarmed in looking for a rumble. The place was swarming with all sorts of nastiness. We noped out and fled to the street where there was some light. I had shorts on and that was it. Her a few more items of clothing. Nobody from the hotel was awake, so we sat in the road trying to get our drunken and stoned minds to work. At that point some guys come along and one of them in great English asks what our issue is. We told him and he laughed and said he was the mayor and come and stay at his house for the night. Having no other choices we did and ended up going drinking back at his place with him and his buddies whilst his mum cooked us delicious food all night. Ended up being super fun. I worked at a hotel, mostly setting up the ballrooms and driving the airport van. But we also responded to guest requests and patrolled the grounds. Front desk calls me to say someone that just checked in found someone in their room and I've now been tasked to go figure out what's up. I get up to the room, knock, hear something fall over, and then the toilet flushes. Someone opens the door, but they have that safety latch on, so I can't force it more open. They look at me and whisper I got a key before slamming the door. In a fit of giggles I have front desk call the room. They get the same response. We checked the registry. That room had been vacant for 3 days and housekeeping had cleaned it days ago. We are pretty sure we knew what happened by this point. Someone had found a dropped key and just tried it on all the doors and got lucky it worked. Veggie, the codes changed. We are pretty sure they just got in and went on a drug-fueled bender. It was so much worse. We call the police and they force the door. There's 2 parole inside. The man that answered the door is eating flour and telling us to leave because he's got a key. His lady friend is sitting on the bed naked watching Dora the Explorer while doing watercolors. It was a nice painting of backpack. As the police approach her with a blanket, she stands up and shuts a golf ball on the bed. They get arrested for trespass and possession of meth and a bunch of other stuff, but mostly meth point after the investigators finish and release the room back to us. Housekeeping won't go in there to clean, so I get tasked with initial puck up. Multiple carcasses of roast chickens, 4 sleeves of golf balls, but 2 are missing, and sticking out of the toilet is a green dill, the size of a baseball bat point, and that's when I decided that it wasn't my problem, clocked out and went home. I called in sick for 3 days before going back, and we never spoke of it again. In 2009, when I was 16, I went on a 3-week study holiday abroad to Malta. It was a trip of a lifetime. It wasn't without its thorns though. It was a trip through a travel company that have trips for students and young people wanting to see the world. All I have to say is, never, ever, travel with them. Don't send your kid on trips with them. Don't go on trips with them. It's not safe. It advertises itself as the #1 in its field. They're #1 alright. #1 at scamming people out of as much money as possible. When we booked the trip, there were all sorts of extra fees that you had to pay. Extra fees for transport from the hotel to the school. Extra fees for maid service. Extra fees for anything and everything. And this is on top of a pretty steep base price to start with. But my mom was assured it was all in my best interest and that paying in advance for all these things would be cheaper. We arrived at the hotel and were separated into 2 groups, girls and boys. Of the girl group, 3 rooms were on offer, 2 with 8 people and 1 with 10. Naturally most people were trying to get into the smaller groups, thinking it would be more room in a small group sharing accommodation. Oh, how wrong they were. I ended up not rushing to get to a small group and ended up in the 10 people group. We were 10 girls living in a 4-bedroom, 4-bathroom, kitchen, living room and private pool house. And how did the 8 people groups live for those 3 weeks that they had scrimped and saved to be able to go on? In a regular 1-bedroom hotel room. I kid you not. Makeshift, old moldy mattresses were placed on the floor of the common area where some were forced to sleep. Insane. My heart broke for this one girl who had used her dead grandmother's inheritance on this trip and who ended up in a 8 group. Not that everything was hunky-dory for us in the 10 group either. You'd think that with all the extra fees, we'd get what we paid for. Nope. The first stark realization of this was on day 1, when we were promptly told that we would not be getting any toilet paper. We were told we would have to find our own way to the nearest convenience store a kilometer away and go buy our own. That's nice, huh? You send your kid on an expensive vacay that's supposed to be all inclusive, and you don't even get toilet paper. The maids didn't even clean. Ever. Not joking. That was just the beginning OFC. From then on, to get any of the services you had already prepaid for, you had to cough up more dough on the spot. Bus from the hotel to school that you prepaid for. Nope. Not valid. Had to pay more on the spot. Or you'd be left stranded at the hotel while everyone else went to school. And the list went on and on. That wasn't the worst though. As we settled in on the first day, to our horror, we discovered that not only were the windows and outer doors cheap and of sheet quality, most of them didn't work. Nothing like sleeping on the first floor with a window that won't lock and a back door that's equally useless. Did we get robbed? Yes. Of course we did. In fact, all the houses with students did. I strongly suspect an inside job, as none of the house stuff was taken. Only belongings of the people staying there. So yes, robbed we got. And if that wasn't creepy enough, it's when they did it and what they stole. When, middle of the night, while we were sleeping 10 meters away. That's safety in a nutshell for ya. What did they take? And this is where it truly gets nutty. The house next door, all the underwear of the girls living there. Pervy right. A house, bread. That's right. Everything else was left undisturbed. But every single piece of bread, circa 10 breads, 1 per person living there, was gone. Not that the people at the resort seemed a bit concerned about everyone getting burgled in the night. I'm telling you. Inside job. Inside job. There were plenty of other things that were not as they were supposed to. For the students' safety, passports were supposed to be placed in a safe with the travel guide. Did it happen? Of course not. Not that all the guides were people you'd want in charge of your travel documentation. Although guides were supposed to be vigorously vetted. This one guy was a total pedo creep who got 2 girls wasted. And even though he was caught and fired, he still had our itinerary and would accidentally show up everywhere we went and talk to the very young underage girls, to which no one was trying to stop him. He would just be there watching us, creeping, as we went to the beach, the market or school, always following the bus closely in his car, like a true predator. But it's not over yet. As the trip drew to a close and we were on our way to the airport home, I met one of the most unpleasant people I have ever met in my life. A bus driver who, when I asked a simple question about where to put my luggage, stared daggers as he literally grabbed my upper arm forcefully and manhandled me into the bus, out of nowhere, blindsiding me completely, muttering ferociously under his breath. I was in such shock I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to break down and cry or laugh hysterically in disbelief. A grown-ass man had just flung me around like a ragdoll, literally. What the fuck point. I'm glad my mama taught me well, and to always be on guard when traveling. To always lock the bedroom door when possible. To always lock the luggage. To carry my passport and valuables on me at all times. Because otherwise it could have been an entirely different trip. Malta had wonderful people in it. I don't blame them at all. Don't trust F. They will bleed you of every dime they can. And give you the shittiest service imaginable. At the expense of your safety. Every time. The only thing that made my trip great was great guides who cared. And wonderful co-students that cared about each other's safety too. If it weren't for that, it would have been a trip from hell. Just recently in Valparaiso, my girlfriend and I booked a last-minute cheap room online as we were passing through the city for a few days as long-term travelers on a budget. We've stayed in plenty of dodgy places, but they are usually just junky guest houses kept by a sweet, poor old couple. This was different. Very different. We arrived at night and they showed us to our room, which was decorated in the most gaudy red ruby hearts and mirrors and a seemingly Kama Sutra style painting. The room had no bathroom, shared bathroom down the hall, which is normal for guest houses and hostels. However, it did have a shower in the room. A makeshift shower built out of a tarp and various scrap wood. And the best part, there was a cubby hole type door in the wall with a list of sex toys, lubes, condoms, etc. that you could purchase and have discreetly passed to you through this hole. Next to that was a price list for the room showing the 1 hour, 6 hours, 12 hours and full day prices. We quickly realized this is an hourly motel that probably sees a dozen prostitutes each day. It was too late at night to wander around looking for another place, so we changed our reservation from 3 nights to 6 hours. It's the only time I really felt dirty in a hotel. TLDR girlfriend and I accidentally stayed in the nastiest little Chilean alley hotel, where you could buy sex toys through a hole in your wall. Not quite a creepy story about staying at a hotel as such, more a creepy encounter with someone at a hotel. My uncle and I had booked a 3-week holiday to Australia for 18th birthday. We were staying at a hotel in Brisbane, which we had no problems with at all. Was a lovely hotel, and we had a lovely breakfast. However, this is where it takes a dark twist. We were just leaving the hotel to get to the airport to catch our flight from Brisbane to Cairns, and this woman behind us overhears that we were in need of a taxi to the airport and were about to book one. She was on a business trip and kindly offers to pay for our taxi to the airport as she says her company will pay for the fare. So we gladly accept this offer as it would have been rather pricey to get a taxi for the 2 of us from our hotel to the airport. So we were pretty chuffed at first. We get into the taxi, no problems as of yet, and then all of a sudden she starts telling us about the things she did the night before at a party. It was silent, and all of a sudden she starts to open up about how she rapped her male colleague the night before and threatened to tell his wife that he was cheating on her or tell the boss that he rapped her. Ironic how, to get him fired. She went on about how this sort of thing always happens when she mixes alcohol together, and it was fair to say the both of us were pretty shook. We were silent the whole way to the airport and got out of the taxi without a word and caught our plane. So what I've learned from this is, if a blonde Australian woman in business clothing called Diana comes up to you offering to pay for your taxi fare, if you ride with her, you kindly respond, "Thank you, but no thank you." I was on vacation at a hostel in Estonia with my group of volunteer English teachers. The owner spoke maybe 5 words of English, and any of us even less Estonian. I was one of the first to wake up that first morning, and I wanted a shower. The bathroom only had a toilet, so I found the owner and showed him my towel and wash stuff to indicate I was looking for the shower. He smiled and beckoned me to follow. All the other girls were just waking up, and nobody was paying attention to where I was going with this man as I followed him toward the front entrance of the house and into the mudroom. I crazily thought he was going to lead me out the front door and instruct me to stick my head under an outside spigot. This was mid-November. But instead of opening the front door leading outside, he opened up a second, partially hidden door situated behind the mudroom door. Very steep wooden staircase plunged almost straight down into a completely black hole. The owner pulled her chain and lit a naked light bulb on a wire that swung wildly over the stairs. Then he graced me with a not fully toothed kindly smile and gestured with both hands down the staircase and then left. Shivering, clutching my toiletries to my chest, I descended those dark stairs into what I was almost positive was going to be a scene out of Saw. It ended up fine. The basement has been converted into a cedar-lined sauna of sorts, and the shower was really hot and nice. It just had a really bizarrely strange entrance, and that combined with the foreign country, language barrier and roommates not seeing where I went, my mind went to all sorts of freaky places. I was in a hostel in Montenegro and there was a bunch of Belgian French scouts sharing my 10-bedroom. It was the weirdest night of my life. Firstly, I should point out that I speak French. Not perfectly, but I spoke to them earlier and had a decent convo with them. They seemed fairly normal. Mostly boys, 17 to 18 years old, but a few girls are part of the group. Troops are sometimes mixed here in Europe. After I spoke to them, they proceeded to talk about me, Langlace, with each other, cracking jokes and talking shit. I asked them to cut it out, and they just shrugged and left. The first thing that was weird happened around midnight. They only had a single key card for the room apparently, and they had all gone out drinking. It was World/Euro Cup time, as if they needed the excuse. A couple came back without a key and knocked on the door. I didn't answer because I was asleep, and if they needed to get in they could just go down to reception to figure it out. Of course, their response was batshit insane. They hammered on the door for over 10 minutes, howling like a wolf. Eventually, another of their group came to let them in, and they all made an exaggerated show up not wake me once they realized someone was in. A few hours later, I woke to the unmistakable sound of sweet, forbidden hostel sex. Good for them, but weird because they were in a room full of all their friends. Whatever, Belgians. The noise was coming from the top bunk across from me, but something sounded off. I rolled over to have a look, and there was not 2, but 3 naked teenage boys having unbridled passionate sex. The rest of the room seemed to be either asleep or pretending, but I suspect it was the latter considering how much noise they made. I quickly noped out of that one, and went back to sleep. The last straw for me was in the morning. After that night, I had a sheet over my head to survive in a cocoon of my own innocence. However, it was light outside, and I could hear the others getting ready in my room. I decided to let them finish, so I didn't have to face the source of those animalistic noises from last night. You know, that feeling of being watched and how your body reacts. My sixth sense kicked in, and I decided to get out of bed. As I rolled over and took my sheet off, there was 2 teenage boys watching me sleep wearing only boxers. One had his hands down his pants, the other had his phone out taking pictures. I'm an overweight mid-20s guy, so this is somewhat of a novelty for me. I didn't like it. I flew out of bed and started yelling at them in a mix of English and French. The 2 apologetically said it is for them memories, but I was in full rage, snatched the phone from his hands, and threw it out of the window to the cobbles below. They obviously flipped out at this point, and engaged in a shouting match as I stuffed my things in a locker, pushed my way out of the room, and went to breakfast at 6 AM. I told the house for a summarized version of events and she stormed off, and I got to watch as they were summarily kicked out whilst I waved at them. I've told this story a few times and it always gets incredulous looks. I still can't believe it happened, but I've always been wary of Belgians since. When I started working my current job I was not paid that well but still traveled over Sweden. So during my first week I ended up in a small non-classy hotel. Usually I take the receipts and give them to accounting and they pay me back next payday, no biggie. I was poor and didn't wanna throw a lot of money on a bed and breakfast for one night. The owner seemed Russian and was very friendly, asked what I did for a living etc. As soon as he learned that I was a new prosecutor he kinda backed off and keep the conversation short. I had fallen asleep, sorta I have insomnia, and I swore I could hear the door unlock. I stand up and speak out and nothing. Kinda creeped out. I go back to bed, turn in my camera and start recording with it being charged and point it towards the door. After that I pop my pills and relax. I'm not sure when or how long, but this time I was sure I could hear the doors lock, and after a short pause the door opening. I remain in bed and say with as much calm and self-confidence a panicked man, can I have a firearm? The door shuts again and the lock pops. I take up my phone and look at it. Sure, faking enough the owner had walked in. So I did what any sane person would. I pack my sheet and go out. Downstairs the owner stands looking at me puzzled. I leave the key on the counter and say that I filmed the door. He starts fiddling with his phone and I start to run. I now live in that fucking town. I also put up charges for entering the rented room without permission and he got convicted for it. I suffer from hallucinations when I get adrenaline rushes from getting scared, startled, or spooked. I used to suffer from narcolepsy when things would oscillate in front of me. My doc and I called it hypnotic narcolepsy. Took me years to not just fall asleep while driving, and it seems to have been replaced with hallucinations when I get scared. Well, I worked in a hotel that was about 100 years old. The basement there stored a lot of stuff that we needed at the front desk, and I used to be able to walk down and get stuff from there. That is until I learned there was a loose pipe that sounded like a person slamming a door sometimes, or latching one at other times. The basement was long, dark, and L-shaped. The pipe was around the corner from the storage room. I was down there, heard the sound, felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Good sign that I was about to have another episode, and suddenly the room, to me, was filled with screams, and every 4 feet there was a person hanging from the pipes, like a meat processing conveyor belt. It was about 45 minutes of me crying and screaming, which certainly didn't help the hallucinations go away any faster. Then someone decided to come and figure out where I'd gone to for the last hour. Of course, they saw nothing that I saw, but to my eyes, well, they were the person that hung all those people up there. I passed out, was carried up to a free room, and woke up to an EMT, given a week off, and from that point on I was never asked, nor allowed, to go to the basement ever again. May not be creepy in the traditional sense, but it certainly was to me. About 2 years ago, we had this convention for accountancy students held in a faraway city annually. This city is known to have plenty of hotels because a lot of different conventions are being held here, and they are almost all fully booked 2 weeks before a convention is scheduled. So me and a few of my classmates decided to be thrifty with the expenses in order to allocate money on more fun activities like trying out great restaurants and water parks. Basic stuff. We got lucky and found this really cheap government-owned hotel. They had this rule of not allowing male and female in one room though. Still a good deal though, considering it's 7x cheaper compared to the other hotel rooms in General Point. So I was the only guy and got a solo room for myself. The other 4 girls got a room good for 4. Being an ectophile, I kept all lights turned off in my room at all times. I went to bed really early that night because we got to be up early for the convention. About around 1 AM, I woke up to my phone ringing as I was about to answer, but I missed the call. I checked and I had about 10 missed calls and 30 unread messages from one of the girls. So I skimmed over the messages because I'm too sleepy to read them all, and it's generally, "Are you awake? Please pick up the call. We need you here." I called her back directly when I got the gist of it. I said sorry, I was asleep and I just woke up. What's the matter? And then she said no time to explain. Pack your things and come to our room as soon as possible. So I did, but I had too much things to carry and decided to ask for a little assistance. She came and helped me carry a few bags. Strangely, when we got out of my room, I noticed all lights were turned off in the hallway and kinda cold despite having no air conditioner in any of the rooms. So inside their room, they had 2 double decks and we just put my things down on the side and she hurried up one of the upper decks. The other 2 girls were on the other upper deck, while one was on the bottom deck asleep. I just sat down on the other bottom deck and asked what's going on. No one would answer. They just gave me strange looks. So whatever, I just decided to watch some anime series on my phone. I hear the girls above me screaming a few times, but I just thought it's what girls do. I assumed they were screaming about stuff they talk about like boys and stuff. Around 4 AM the other girl woke up, and she was in a really good mood, smiling a lot and laughing at the other girls for some reason. I'd smile back at her, because I thought it's nice to do so. She even went to the toilet, and she was really laughing out loud. I thought that's what cheerful girls do. So I paid no attention, and continued on watching. 2 hours later, everyone is still awake. Girls above still screaming, and the girl below still laughing too much. One of the girls above dropped her hairspray. It rolled over under the bed. She asked me to pick it up for her. As I was about to, it rolled out the bed towards me. I picked it up, and gave it to her. All 3 above were somehow shocked and speechless. We waited for a few more minutes until the sun came up, and they said we gotta hurry, pack our things and get out. I kept asking why. No one would answer. I kept saying we paid for 5 days already, and it would be a waste of money to leave. They just told me to hurry up and help them. So I did, and we got out the hotel, and into a cab. In the cab, the laughing girl fell asleep. The rest started telling me that the hotel was haunted, and the laughing girl was possessed. We found out later from a friend that back during the war, soldiers dumped all corpses in that area before that hotel was built. After building the hotel, people noticed it was haunted and business was bad. The government somehow acquired ownership after that. So it's a really creepy hotel, but I feel like I missed out. My girlfriend at the time, wife now, and I, military, traveled to San Antonio, Texas because I was scheduled to receive LASIK/PRK surgery for my eyes. The military does it for free, and I made sure my name got on that list. A part of the paperwork process was to reserve a room in the on-base hotel. I say hotel, because it wasn't a traditional hotel. It was just a building for those receiving the surgery to stay in. It wasn't open to anyone else, at least to my knowledge. It was free, and it would save a lot of money for the trip. Anyways, I submitted the paperwork months in advance, and thought nothing of it. We get to San Antonio, however the hotel is closed on the weekend. Weird. I try to call the number, but it's automated on the weekends. No luck. The wife and I decide to get a room in the actual on-base hotel for the weekend. No biggie. Like $40. Monday hits and we try to get in the free hotel. Well, to spare you the details, they forgot to file our paperwork appropriately, so we couldn't stay in the free room as it was filled to capacity. We also couldn't go back to the on-base hotel, because we could only reserve 2 days before other reservations would kick us out between Monday and Friday. So we find a motel right off base, and it's not bad. Not good, but not bad. We expected less, to be honest, since it's right off base. Anyways, we pull up to the motel, get our keys, and drive around to our rooms. We start unloading the car with our week-filled suitcases and snacks, and begin making our way up to the second floor. The moment my wife and I touch the first step, this homeless man named Ruben came up and introduced himself. I believe he was watching us for a while from around the corner, but whatever. He tells us his name with a very hot, alcoholic-filled breath, and asks us if we need help. We tell him no, but he insists. He picks up the stuff we placed on the stairs and starts walking up to the second floor. I tried to explain to him that we don't need his help, that we don't have money to spare, but he just kept explaining his life story to us, putting emphasis on whatever syllable that comes out of his mouth simultaneously with his drunken steps hitting the floor on the stairwell. I'm behind him the whole time, while my wife is directly behind me, both of us keeping an eye on him. Granted, we believed he was a harmless homeless man looking for a quick coin, but regardless, I always keep my guard up in cities, especially ones that I'm not familiar with. We make it to the room and I quickly put my wife in the room with my stuff. While he's still talking, he extends his foot into my door, while reaching his hand towards me asking for payment. As we told him before, that we don't have money. We had to remind him that we have nothing to give. His demeanor changed from helpful to a hellish stare. Like my wife and I just stole his childhood away from him, and he's looking for vengeance. I have my hand on my pocket knife as I'm a little uneasy now. Without stuttering, something that he seemed to have trouble with due to the alcohol in his system, he utters the bone-chilling phrase, "Keep your doors and windows locked tonight." And I'm pretty sure he said it's quite dangerous here too, but I was kinda frozen from the initial phrase. He moves his foot from the door and leaves. I shut and lock the door and the windows. My wife and I didn't leave the room for the whole night. We half expected to see him by our car in the morning when I left for my appointment, but he was gone. I know it's not ghost creepy, but that stare and that phrase still haunts me a year later. Good news is that I have 20/20 vision, 20/15 on good days. For free. Bad news is I have nightmares of Ruben. A little late, but I went on a trip to Cabo San Lucas with 3 friends. We got these 2 palapa suites right across from each other. They only have 3 walls on each suite and an awning over the bed and bathroom. It was really neat. We had a fire pit, and they had a hot tub. We could see and talk to each other from each. Anyway, I went out late with one of my friends to a locals only spot. We had a few drinks, and were walking back when this guy starts following us and trying to talk to us. He's speaking English and wearing a Raiders hat. He starts telling us he has weed to sell us. We kept declining, saying we don't smoke weed, until he whips out a pair of nugs in a cigarette wrapper, insisting we at least smell it. My friend takes a whiff and says, "Yeah, that smells like weed." The guy then says we owe him $20 for it. He said now that he opened the package he can't keep it on him anymore. I said hell no. We just said multiple times we don't smoke and we don't want it. We don't even have cash. Anyway, we were almost at the suite, but it's locked because there's a shared kitchen and library right at the entrance. Even though we have keys to our own suite. So we started ringing the doorbell and we turn around and this guy has a faking knife out. I said, "What the fuck, dude, we don't have any money. Are we gonna get stabbed for weed we never asked for money we don't even have?" And he said, "Maybe you should go get some." Right then the sweet little lady opens the door, sees what's happening, and made room for us to dash in there. But behind her is this 300 pounds ripped guy barreling toward us from inside on his tiptoes. The mugger sees him and runs, and the big stops at the lady, grabs a column, regains his balance, and asks the lady, "Can buy GI a glass water?" This guy was faking trashed, but he saved our lives. We ran in and just put our hands on our knees and gave the lady a hug. She said, "No problem, I'm going to go call the police." I said, "No, I don't feel like dealing with federales," and she said she understood. The next day we saw the guy at breakfast and told him the story and gave him a hug. He was like, "Holy shit, that's scary. Glad I could be there for you, lol." Creepy, but not especially notable. There was a resort in the North Georgia mountains my family used to go to when I was a kid. The resort eventually went bankrupt, but my dad's best friend, who was from the area, was friends with the caretaker. So my dad and his friend would slide the guy a couple $100 to let us stay at the now closed resort for the weekend. It wasn't too strange at first. It was the same old resort, just with my family and my dad's best friend's family being the only ones there. But as time went on, it got creepy. The golf course, once so carefully maintained, went to seed. The tennis courts started to crack, and we just started poking up through them. Creepiest of all, to young me, was the resort's dining room. Like a failing restaurant, the resort shut down without warning, so employees couldn't make off with cases of scotch and steaks. So the dining room sat, perfectly preserved, as if ready to serve dinner that night, for years. There were bread plates, silverware, ashtrays and cloth napkins, carefully fanned into peacock shapes, on every table. Silk flowers sat in vases frozen in time. The dining room bar remained perfectly stocked with whiskey, gin, and vodka. The golf pro shop was the same, just frozen, with boxes of golf balls and sets of clubs sitting patiently on the shelf, awaiting purchase by people who would never come, and by the cash register. a stack of scorecards and an acrylic box full of those tiny pencils, still carefully arranged vertically, point side down, as if the club pro had simply stepped away for a few minutes. I was probably 3 or 4 when we started going there, maybe 6 or 7 when the club shut down, and we went 4 to 5 times after that, when I was 8 to 10. And yes, I did walk around the resort by myself, pretending some disaster had happened, and I was trying to find a safe hideout. Walking Dead style. I don't travel much, and when I do it's normally for business. I haven't had a creepy experience yet until very recently. I was staying at a Hilton in New Jersey. I already wasn't very excited for this trip, but the experience as a whole was a bit off-putting. I arrived Monday around 10 AM. I had to go to the client site almost immediately, but wanted to drop my bags off in the room first. I get my key, go up to the room, try the key, doesn't work, try it again, still nothing, tried the other one, it just wasn't unlocking. I heard what I thought was a woman speaking softly inside the room, and I figured that maybe someone was cleaning it or getting it ready still. I was in a bit of a rush, so I just picked up my bags and decided to come back later in the evening. When I got back at night the keys worked fine, and I was finally able to get into the room. I was pretty tired, so I unpacked my things and pretty much went to bed immediately. I'm generally a very deep sleeper and it's hard for anything to wake me up, but around 2 AM I woke up to what sounded like someone running up and down the hall in really heavy boots. My room was at the very end of the floor, and it sounded like they would start running, get to the end of where my door was at, and run back. I was so exhausted at this point I didn't care that much, and promptly fell back asleep. Second night I was in the room I was a bit more awake, and decided to play some Hearthstone. I didn't have the volume on or the TV. The silence in my room was occasionally broken by what I think was someone saying hello. I couldn't say where exactly it was coming from, and it wasn't very consistent. At first I thought maybe it was the phone somehow, but no one was on the line. I would occasionally leave the room to head downstairs to smoke, and I didn't see anyone in the hallway. No one running in the halls and nothing unusual for the rest of the night. The hello seemed to stop, or at least I stopped noticing it, around 10:00 PM. Wednesday morning. After waking up it looked like someone had moved some of my stuff. I had left my laptop open in order to provide some ambient light, but it was closed when I woke up. The clothes I had set aside and on top of each other were definitely messed with / moved. It looked like someone picked up each piece and just kind of dropped it. At that point I was pretty upset about the situation, but didn't want to ask to be placed into a different room, mostly because I was embarrassed that I'd look crazy. Wednesday night nothing weird happened. Thursday morning I woke up and nothing was out of place. Thursday night though was the weirdest. I went to bed around 12 AM, and it felt like I had gone to sleep pretty quickly. Problem was that it felt like I kept being woken up by something. All throughout the night I'd fall asleep and suddenly find myself waking up 30-45 minutes later. On 2 occasions I saw what I thought was someone moving from in front of the window directly across the bed into the hallway towards the bathroom. On Friday I woke up and found that some of the items I had packed away were now outside of my bag. Packed it back up again, got ready, and promptly checked out. Hope I never have to return to that place again. Not a hotel, but the whole procession to the hostel, and during the stay, had me on the edge. Looking back on it after a few years still makes me very uneasy. I had been traveling in Italy, early 20s, for 2 weeks and Rome was the last city I was flying out of before Barcelona. I usually walk to my hostels or hostess from the train, since they are usually close by, but Rome was different. I should have known this. It's a bigger city. Spoiler, I'm an idiot. Background: I usually make no room for errors in where I stay. I do my research and will pay more for cheap accommodation since my safety is worth it. But in the last city prior to Rome, I guess the chemistry I had with an Australian guy distracted me. Whoops, first mistake, walking from the train station a couple blocks to the hostel. Second mistake, walking in the evening without a backup plan. Third mistake, non-refundable hostel. Walking out of the train station was already a bit iffy and it only got worse. I never felt so much fear as a foreigner as I turned a rear corner not meant for young women alone. I did not understand their conversations, but I could definitely understand their body language. It was too late to turn back. Life lesson: it's never too late. Nonetheless, I remained confident in my stroll towards the hostel, having no idea where it exactly was down the street. I told myself, if I looked like I knew where was I going, no one would take a third look at me. I should have realized at this point that it would not get better, but for some reason, I trusted the good reviews of the hostel and continued onward. I reached the end of the street and started to panic. Retraced my steps until I finally saw a small sign. Never felt so much relief. However, when I slowly walked down the steps, my heart sank as the place was as shady as the exterior. I don't know what I was expecting. I was told to wait. I sat down, and this old man sat in front of me. He kept watching me. He watched me with no shame, and I couldn't leave, since it was starting to get dark outside. The street was so vacant. There were no taxis. I had limited service. I told myself it was better in here than out there. The receptionist finally came back, and he showed me the rest of the place. It appeared some men actually lived in the rooms or were regulars. I could not stay here for the nights as planned, no thank you. He was nice enough to refund me one of the nights, since I had the face of utter disappointment, masking my absolute terror. I remained collected to avoid vulnerability. I still have not seen another woman. The sooner I slept, the sooner I'd leave. They only offered co-ed rooms which had 3 other beds in close proximity. I hated myself for getting into this situation. I was hoping another traveler my age would come, so I can feel a little better, but no one did. Since it was a lower level room, a high awning window was open and whistling. I heard voices outside constantly, then silence, glass shattering, voices, and more silence. I must have been so tired, because I woke up with a panic at the sound of a loud snore. Being tired and actually sleeping was both the greatest and scariest feeling. I looked up, saw it was light outside, and never left so quickly in my entire life. I still don't understand how this place had good reviews. Maybe if I was a guy, it wouldn't be so bad. On a brighter note, the Aussie guy arrived in Rome that morning to surprise me, and we chose to end this time. My creepiest wasn't a hotel, but a friend of a friend's family's vacation house in the middle of the forest. It had been built and slowly added onto since the 1960s. It was a maze of interconnected sections of rooms. Many of these sections had second levels with more rooms. The furniture and decor gave off a shining vibe. The place was too big to go on a full tour, and others were unpacking their stuff in their sections, so I didn't get a full layout of it. The section my so and I were in was the grandparents' room. It had 2 bathrooms, his and hers closets, and 2 full beds, probably about 1300 square feet in total. So we end up getting to sleep late, and it's not really creepy, but we hear creaking sounds from upstairs and shrug it off as another couple had been taking their stuff up a nearby staircase. It wasn't until the next day that I did a perimeter tour and realized the grandparents' room was its own separate building, only connected by a hallway, and there was no second level on it. The things in this thread are why the so convinced me to get a motorhome for our cross-country USA travels. We had done trips by car for several weeks every summer for years, staying in hotels each night along the way. Nothing really weird, except magically appearing bugs, fire alarms going off in the room at 2 AM that the front desk couldn't turn off, pizza flyer scam handouts that the front desk couldn't stop, dashcam in the car showing someone trying to break into it overnight, and one really dirty feeling room in Denver that we walked out without putting our bags down. Since getting the MH, we've put almost 20k miles on it, crisscrossing the country, and spent enough nights in it to make it cost effective. Yes, that many nights in a hotel. The nice thing about being in a mobile house is that you can just start it up and drive off if something weird or dangerous starts happening outside. Thanks all for making me happy with my purchase. Another couchsurfing.com story here, long but worth it I think. I think this was my junior year of college. My girlfriend and I, along with a couple friends, decided to drive up to Chicago after our finals were over. My friend Will found this house in a nice suburb of Chicago, Wilmette, Illinois. The guy had no reviews yet, but it was free, so we all shrugged and went along with it. When we arrived at the house, it was dark. Probably 5 or 6 inches of snow on the ground. Very nice house, white with blue shutters, beautiful landscaping, and 2 stories with an attached garage. I mention this because the man that opened the door looked, well, homeless. Loose grey sweatpants with holes in them, a bright orange beanie on his head, and a dusty white socks hoodie. He introduced himself, we'll call him Mike, invited us in and immediately shoved some cheap beer in our hands. He brusquely asked if we're all German exchange students. The other friend with us, Alina, was indeed a German exchange student, but the rest of us were American. He seemed deeply disappointed when we said no. Conversation continues, and what I gradually realize is that this house looks pretty empty. There's furniture and a TV, but that's about it. No personal effects, no shoes by the door, none of the general mess that accumulates when a person lives somewhere. I go to the kitchen to get a glass of water, but there's no cups in the cabinets. In fact, the entire kitchen is completely empty except for the case of beer in the fridge. My girlfriend goes to the bathroom sometime later and comes back whispering about how there was no toilet paper. So we all already have this general uneasy feeling, but the guy actually seems nice enough. He's making good conversation, even if he does seem to be exaggerating quite a bit. He tells us that his grandfather was the lawyer that took down Al Capone. He tells us he used to be a bouncer at the world famous Cobra Club, that in his younger days he used to act in movies, and that he's a marketing guy who was able to afford this house by helping O.J. Simpson do a full public relations rebranding after his trial. All of it sounded like bullshit, but hey, it was entertaining at least. Eventually we'll notice is a picture frame on a little side table by the couch of a Weimaraner. He asks Mike if he has a dog and immediately Mike's tone shifts. What dog? He says to us defensively. When he too notices a picture frame he stammers that, oh yeah, it's his mother's dog. Eventually he goes upstairs to go to sleep, and we argue about who has to sleep on the couch closest to the stairs. I lose, and as I'm going to sleep, I realize that the windows actually have plastic wrap taped to the inside of them, like for insulation. I don't know why it weirds me out, but I eventually manage to fall asleep. Next day he tells us he knows the city really well and would love to show us around, but unfortunately has a busy morning, so we'll have explore the city a bit by ourselves. As we talk some more to each other, we notice some more things that don't add up. Mike said it was a 5-minute train ride from Wilmette to Chicago, but it was more like 30. When we invite him to meet up with us that afternoon, he says he can't because he hasn't put no tires on his car yet. Later we look in the garage and there's no car at all. When we tell him that evening all the places we went, he doesn't seem to recognize any of the names of places, even though he told us he grew up in Chicago. When we had gotten back to the house that day, as Will was using the downstairs bathroom, my girlfriend tried to go up the stairs to use the upstairs bathroom, and Mike yelled at her, "No, don't go up there." We froze because he sounded not only mad but scared. Again he stammered and said it's really dirty up there, and he hadn't had a chance to clean. By the 4th day we are all sufficiently weirded out that we are spending more time talking about this Mike guy than the actual city we are supposed to be exploring. Mike comes downstairs as we are getting ready to leave and says he's free today, so he can show us around the city. We all cringe, but don't really know a good way to say no, so we agree and pile into Will's car. He first takes us to a bar that Al Capone supposedly used to frequent, and claims he, Mike, is good buddies with the bartender, that we'll be able to get the full tour, see the secret passageway Al Capone used to escape, etc. When we show up, it's clear that the bartender has never met this guy. "Hey, it's me, Mike." Bartender says something like, "Okay, can I help you?" "Yeah, I was wondering if it would be okay if I could show these guys the secret passageway." Bartender says no and keeps cleaning, so we go out. Mike then decides, hey, we should get some breakfast at this cool place up the road. The place he takes us to, it turns out, is a local chain restaurant similar to Applebee's or some other low-tier family restaurant. He gets irate when no one else orders a beer for breakfast, ends up having 3 by himself, and complaining the whole time how kids these days don't know how to have fun anymore. Next he decides we really ought to see Lake Michigan. On the way, he suddenly yells for us to stop the car and pull over. Why did we stop, you ask? Some historic landmark perhaps? Some hole in the wall vintage record store maybe? Nope, a liquor store. He emerges with a 36 pack of more sheety beer and throws it in the trunk point after numerous setbacks and dead ends and U-turns. We finally find a parking lot near the lake. Remember how he said he was from Chicago and knew the area well? He tells me to get the 36 pack out of the trunk, and this is when Will finally gets up the courage to say, hey, I don't know if we were really looking to do much day drinking today. Or like any day drinking, really. Keep in mind it's 7 degrees Fahrenheit, -14°C, with snow on the ground. Not exactly the weather where you go crack open a few beers at the beach after a brief argument. He agrees to put the beers back in the trunk and only brings his backpack. We trudge up this enormous snow embankment and come down the other side into a lakeside dog park. This for me just underscored how little this man actually knew the area. If a local wanted us to see Lake Michigan, I would think they'd know a good spot to go take in the sights. It seemed like Mike just saw the water and kept telling us to turn toward that until we found a random parking lot. Anyway, as we are looking around, it truly was quite pretty. We realize Mike is taking pictures of us. Not on a phone, but with a DSLR type camera with a zoom lens attached. We confront him, and he says he likes to make a little photo album as a souvenir for everyone that couch surfs at his place, even though his couchsurfing.com account was brand new. I guess we make him uncomfortable enough with our accusations that he tells us he's gonna take the train back and he'll see us later. After he gets his beer out of the trunk, we part ways and do some other fun stuff in the city point that night. When we get back to the house, he's not sitting downstairs like usual. Instead he hears us come in and calls from upstairs. Oh hey, is that you guys? Come upstairs. I want to show you guys something. I'm not a very religious person, but I have to admit I said a quick prayer before climbing the stairs. We follow his voice to the end of the hall and push the door open. He's standing in a relatively empty room, pretty much just a chair and a desk with no computer on it point, but plastering the walls are those oversized post-it notes that people use in conference meetings. And on it, he had drawn diagrams that I can only guess he found by googling something like marketing 101 diagrams. This is not a joke. One poster just had a triangle with the word customers, product and company drawn at each point, and arrows going between each word point. No to-do lists or math or telephone numbers or anything else you might actually expect a business person to have written down. Our immediate impression was that he bought these posters specifically to make us believe that he really had a job. It doesn't sound so scary writing it out now, but standing up there in a dimly lit office, with a man still wearing the same sweat pants and beanie and white socks hoodie he had been wearing all week, I felt like I was less than an hour away from getting axe murdered. My girlfriend said she'd forgotten something in the car. Alana said she'd help her go grab it. After about 10 more minutes of Mike smiling and telling us all about his made up business, Will and I make an excuse to go back downstairs. We find that the girls have already packed up the car. Everything. Everybody's stuff was loaded up. We have to get out of here, they said. Mike comes down the stairs behind us and gets angry when he realizes what's going on. Alana makes up an excuse on the spot about a family emergency and how we really need to get back tonight. We had booked 10 days. He grumbles that that was fine. Let him just quickly go upstairs and burn the CD of our pictures from the lake that day for us. Knowing he had no computer up there, our panicked minds were sure he was going upstairs to get some kind of weapon to kill us and collect our skins for suits. So as soon as he was upstairs, we sprinted to the car and left. On the way home we calmed down enough to laugh about it a bit, but we googled his full name and could only find an obituary from Wisconsin in the 70s. Also, since he'd made us like his business on Facebook the first night, we were able to find his personal Facebook page. For the next several months, he constantly had a guest at his house, invariably a college-aged girl from another country. We actually did try to reach out to a couple of these girls to check on them, but they never added us back or responded. Mine is from the other side. lol. 2009, and I'm moving cross country, Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon. I spent all my money and then some to drive over and put a deposit on an apartment. However, that apartment wouldn't be ready for at least a day, so I booked a $30 room at a Motel 6. I hadn't looked at where the location actually was, and this place was way out in a little town I don't remember the name of. I'm driving a tiny 2-door Honda Civic, so to save space I put all my clothing in black trash bags, so I could shove them in corners around other sheet point. I made the 3,300-mile drive in 60 hours. It sucked. I was strung out more caffeine than I had, or will, ever consume. It was July, so by the end I'm in a sheety t-shirt and a bright orange pair of swim trunks, and look like absolute sheet. I get there, 2 of the neon letters are out, and the place looks generally run down. I park, go to the office and check in. As I cross the lot, 2 women, appeared to be a mother and daughter, get out of a car with a Vegas plate on it. I don't even think about it, and open my trunk. Pull 2 black trash bags out, and shut it quietly, trying to be considerate of other guests, and start walking up the stairs to my room. I walk behind them for 2 floors, turn the same corner, and we end up in adjacent rooms. They gave me some really shifty looks as I keyed in standing 3 feet away. I cleaned up real good and pass out. The next morning I get up and put some nice clothes on to go view the apartment. Ironically, we end up in the parking lot at the same time, so I'm glad they at least got to see me not looking like a meth head who just killed someone. But I always cringe when I think about how creepy I must have been that night at a shitty hotel in the middle of the night. Excuse my English. Not really a hotel, but it was a room story. Went to France with my girl, both from the Netherlands. Because of traffic we couldn't get to our reserved camping spot 100 kilometers further in a different city. Was already dark, on top of that was raining a lot, and went to this English campsite down some lonely road. Owner was a bit skittish, but had one of his mobile homes normally not reserved for guests. We were happy and very tired. We threw our bags inside and went directly to bed. Now the fun starts. I still think it was all in my head, but my girl says she believes me, and that says something. She was asleep the whole time. There was a mirror looking to our bed at one side of the door and a creepy portrait painting on the other side. This creeped me the F out, so I politely took them off the wall and put them in the front part of the mobile home. Something I always do in hotel rooms or somewhere I have never been before is put my shoes against the bedroom door on the floor in front. Somehow I think this stops people from coming in. So now, like 6 in the morning, my girl wakes me up and says she hears something. I look to the bedroom door and crept the F out again. Painting and mirror are back, but switched sides and my shoes were next to the door, like neatly put there. Told her what I did during the night. Never seen her get ready so fast, and says, "Let's get the F out of here, honey." We prepaid, so threw the key in the checkout bin and drove out of there fast. Someone got shot under a hotel room window where we were crashing without telling the hotel anything. This is a bit long. St. Petersburg, early summer of '92. We were there among first real tourists, and the city was not in any way prepared to take on guests. Mafia ruled the town, visibly. We had several encounters with them during those 10 days. My brother got engaged there with his fiancée. It was agreed upon before. Our hotel was several kilometers outside the town, in an old party leader recreational center that was about 1/3 open anymore. One building and the cafeteria, hosted by a group of matushkas who spat on us and called us capitalists. I'm from Finland, so I guess we are that, but it was more or less funny that we were paying them more than they had gotten in years. We even tipped them. We celebrated the engagement in the city center, in a hotel where my brother's in-laws stayed. When it was time to take exit, it was organized by church, so we didn't stay in the same hotel. Think chaperones and no premarital sex. We took a taxi outside the hotel. We settled for a price, which was already quite good for the locals. The ladder started to speed up. No one was following speed limits. We went to the right direction, slightly alarmed by his fuel gauge that flickered red. Then he turned from the highway to some residential area. Took several blocks right and left. I could barely keep my bearing, being slightly drunk. Then he stopped and called someone on the CB radio. We tried to find out what is happening, but he kept watching his mirror and announced a new price that he wrote on the dusty dashboard. It was 10 times more. Well, he did have 3 fins in the ladder, drunk fins. Me and my brother have quite stocky upper body by just genetics, and we fill the car seat, if you know what I mean. It got to the point where I did something that the 17-year-old me didn't know he can do. I threatened a Russian cab driver we managed to make a new deal. Half the price if he takes to the exact point where he picked us off. He agreed. We snuck past the hotel staff back to the room and made some temporary bedding for us. My bro had good excuse to be in the same bed with his fiancée. Father-in-law was in the room too, so no hanky panky, who had, just before going to bed, washed his feet in 2 liters of cognac. We lived like kings. My allowance was enough to not worry at all about money. Things were cheap. I used full bottle of Stolichnaya to wash out my flask, just so I can fill it with another, and washed my teeth with champagne. The room was in first floor. Sometime during the night, there was a lot of noises, some groups were shouting, and it evolved into fisticuffs. Then couple of shots were fired, and things went quiet. There was blood on the streets the next morning. I slept through that, and I was not that far from that window. Just few feet. St. Petersburg in '92 was no joke. We had to actually get a local guy to show us the ropes. Just wandering off the hotel and you saw things that unsettled you. Stray dogs, industry buildings half collapsed. Everything was dirty and broken. Food was awful. Just goddamn awful. Inedible at times. People were not welcoming, but very reserved, and at times even hostile, but that is to be expected. We were wearing jeans, and had money like kings. Even the little kids could pay a month's salary. Pickpockets emerged. Our buses were stalked the minute we entered the town. Also how we met the local guy, who was awesome help, in his 40s at the time. When I saw him 3 times on 3 different sightseeing stops, I made a deal with him, so he followed us, and at times, showed us the town on foot. We didn't have a change to park for, and I kid you not, for 30 seconds without someone having makeshift kiosk selling sheet, army medals, vodka, beer, army gear, vodka, beer. That is what they had. Not a traveler, but I work in a hotel. We have a room that our housekeepers absolutely refuse to clean alone. They say that when they're alone in the room, things move around when their back is turned. I never put much stock into it until I was working a night shift about 2 years back. A woman called to the front desk to say that the person above her was making a lot of noise and she'd like someone to ask them to stop. The people working the front desk that night were all women, and sometimes they just prefer to have a man with them when confronting people, so they asked me to go up with the girl who was going to talk to them. So I'm at the desk while she's looking up the guest's name in the room above. The room is empty, and it's the room the housekeepers won't go in. I remember thinking, hey, that's funny, and relayed the story to the desk agent, who was not all that thrilled with it. So we get to the room to make sure there isn't an error in the system. Room is perfectly empty with everything in place. So we go to the room below to talk to the guest and ask what it was she was hearing. I thought maybe it had been someone running water next door or something. She said it was a very distinct sound. She said if she didn't know any better, she'd say it sounded like someone was dragging chains across the floor. As she's telling us this, we hear it. I shit you not, it sounds like faking chains on the ceiling. I'm running around seeing if I can find the source before it disappears. There's no water lines in the main room, so I head to the bathroom. Nothing. I check all of the lights, and none of the ballasts are buzzing. Above the closet is clear as well. I go into the hallway, and there's no sound at all. We went back to the above room, and were later informed that about 30 seconds after we left the below room, the guest stopped hearing the noise. We ended up moving her and told her that we'd find the source of the noise before opening the room back up to another guest. The next day I asked my boss about it, and he just faking shivers. This dude is like 60 years old and built like a faking tank. He's what a greaser turns into when he levels up. He faking shivered at me. This particular room has given them problems before. He's been at the hotel forever and is the person who had to do a wellness check where you go into a room to make sure the guest is okay. On the room about 15 years back, they had him do the check because the guest in the room had been down at the desk handing out money to people and it struck them as odd. She had gone back up to the room and shot herself with a small pistol. All of this happened within a period of about 15 minutes according to him, but he said that the room was never the same after that. That it was just creepy. I still wouldn't consider myself superstitious, but that room is definitely a place that I'd like to avoid at night. Not really scary, but here's mine. Once I was visiting Monterrey, Mexico with a close friend who is from there. This area transitions from nice high quality neighborhoods and buildings to dilapidated ghetto looking buildings literally in a matter of like 20 feet. It was honestly kind of surreal. We ended up staying at a hotel that was essentially sandwiched between lower class and upper class areas, and on the third night me and said friend are up playing Smash Brothers, and we just hear like a woman screaming. Like literally wailing. We open up the balcony door and have a listen. She's ranting hysterically in Spanish whilst crying. I don't understand a word, as while I can understand basic commands in Spanish, I really don't speak it well at all. We then looked down on the street and saw a clearly distressed woman screaming at what looks like a kind of scared and confused looking man. We were on 3rd floor, so it wasn't that far away from us. My friend roughly translated for me that she was yelling at what he thought was her boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, repeatedly shouting threats of "I'll fucking kill you, don't think I will not." At this point there's literally like 4 other guys on other floors standing on their balconies with what the fuck expressions on their faces when me and my friend see the girl punch the guy in the chest and then started running off. The male screamed bloody murder and fell over. She faking stabbed her boyfriend right outside of our hotel, and we saw the whole thing. We sort of went inside after that in shock and just sort of played Smash Brothers. We assumed / hoped someone else would call the police, which someone did. Really weird experience. Also I think the hotel was called Hotel Dio or something along those lines. My wife and I were touring around England and Wales, and at the time we were basically just driving around until we found a B&B. One B&B we stayed at was owned by an older gentleman, and the bathroom was down the hall and around the corner from our bedroom. We were the only ones staying there. In the morning I got up to use the bathroom to take a shower, and the shower curtain was short and didn't completely enclose the tub. No big deal, I'd seen this a few places. But as I showered I looked at the bathroom door and noticed a bunch of points of light showing through the door, so when I went back to my room, I got dressed before my wife went to use the bathroom, and having a feeling as to what was going on, I kept the bedroom door open so I could make sure no one was walking around the hallway. I heard the owner walking around, but he only briefly ventured up the stairs where we were staying before turning around and going back down. When my wife was using the shower I looked at the bathroom door from the outside, and it was clear the little points of light I was seeing were pinholes drilled into the door. Peeking through one of the pinholes at the bottom I had an almost perfectly framed view of my wife's rear end as she was showering. A pinhole at the top nearly perfectly framed my wife's chest. Fortunately this was years ago, before pinhole cameras and hidden cameras were readily available, though I did spend a few minutes after my wife was done with the bathroom making sure there were no holes in the wall where a secret camera could have been hidden behind a mirror, and we noped our way out that morning rather than electing to spend another night. I'm not much of a seasoned traveler to foreign countries, but I've been across Canada west to east coast for work lots of times. The only time it felt surreal was actually on a stop in NFLD. We were actually on our way back to NS, and we were heading to the ferry. A storm rolled in very fast, so our trip was halted because the boat was now delayed. Rather than continue on, we decided to stop in the current town. Literally can't remember the name. The town was a normal fishing community with strangely colored painted homes. We stopped at a small inn. It was a decent place on the outside, and the inside was older, but still just a normal pub attached to an inn. We got our rooms and decided to eat at the pub and have a few drinks. The storm outside still picking up force. After eating we decided to have some more drinks and planned on somewhat of a late night. The place was dead except us. It was a Thursday evening. By now it was dark outside, and the storm was in full force. Lightning strikes somewhere close by and the light flickered. The bartender went around and started closing the window shutters. This is when it all started, and it felt like we were either going to killed or were on a practical joke show. The lights went out, and it was pitch dark. I could hear the other guys start to laugh to shake off the bit of fear we all felt. We look over at the bar and we see the bartender light a match and light an actual candelabra, like one with 5 candles attached. He came over to the table with it and placed it down. We all looked at each other like what the hell is going on. Within the next 10 minutes the entire town had showed up at this place. There was 40 people now in this candlelit pub, but all talking nearly in whispers. I swear this felt like a horror film and the vampires just showed up, because the fresh blood of stranded travelers has arrived. 10 minutes later the lights came back on, and everyone was back to talking at normal volume, and having a good time. If I wasn't with other people who can remember this, I would think it was a dream. I still get the chills thinking about it. Back in the 80s me and a few friends were backpacking across parts of the Middle East. On our way to Karachi we get some heavy fog, so we stop in a small town nearby. We happened to run into an older woman who led us back to her hotel. We signed to check in and went to our room, but on the way we heard a loud crash from the room behind the lobby, and I went to check it out. I found the old lady on the floor, having turned over a small table. There was a bit of a language barrier, but it was clear she fell and hurt herself. She seemed to be running the hotel by herself, and I asked about her family. She told me her son had passed away, and I immediately felt guilty and tried to make it up to her, offering her help in any way I could. Out of nowhere, she tried to attack me with a pair of scissors. She was surprisingly strong, and I struggled with her for a bit. After wrestling the scissors away from her, some men came in through the door. It must be some sort of trap to rob and kill tourists. I ran to the bathroom while calling for help, but my friends didn't hear me. Eventually 3 Pakis busted down the door and, of all things, started forcing me to lick the toilet. It was fucking disgusting. My friends had found me, and after beating down the men and choking out the old woman, she decided to leave before we had any more troubles. I doubt a conversation with the police would go well if they didn't speak English. Our car had been stolen, though, and we ended up buying a carriage to get to Karachi. Overall a really scary and bizarre adventure. We were in a lovely little hotel in the middle of Israel, traveling as a group of about 25 people. One evening we all met in the conference room of said hotel to listen to our tour guides tell their life story. Everybody was quiet and listening when the tour leaders at the far left of the half circle we were forming with our chairs both stood up rather abruptly because the tarantula they had been watching crawling out from behind a closet for a couple of minutes had turned and started to walk towards the group. We all got a little excited, being from Central Europe, having this first-hand experience with such an exotic creature, taking out cameras and so on. Our guide went and informed the guy working the front desk of the hotel that there is a huge spider in the conference room. He clearly thought the huge were just scared ladies exaggerating and came in with a glass and a postcard to rescue us. He turned white as a sheet when he realized his mistake, walked out and came back with a bowl and a piece of cardboard with a bend in the middle. He bravely placed the bowl over the tarantula and slipped the cardboard underneath. What he should have done next would have been to place his hand underneath the cardboard. But he didn't. He grabbed the bowl and the cardboard on both sides and the bend in the middle gave way to a now very quick tarantula. Everyone in the room screamed and fled point except for one plucky lady who simply raised her foot and stepped on the spider with perfect aim, trampling it. Several years ago I went on a business trip to Seattle and decided to meet some friends in San Francisco after. I had a few days to kill, so I took the opportunity drive down the coast to get there. I had no agenda other than the drive, so I just planned to stop and stay wherever I ended up along the waypoint. The first night I stopped in a small town on the coast of Oregon. There was a chain hotel, Comfort Inn, which wasn't usually my first choice, but it seemed fine and there didn't seem to be many options. This particular one had a small building up front where registration and breakfast was, and a completely separate building behind it with the guest rooms. A parking lot separated the two. I pull in, and a kind of chubby guy is at the desk. He seemed pleasant enough, and we chatted a bit as he checked me in. I asked him if he had any recommendations on where I could get dinner, and he pulls out a photocopy of a hand-drawn map with a few places highlighted. The top of the map says Chad's Picks, and it isn't until that I look up at his name tag and see Chad. Kind of amusing, but innocent enough. He gives me my keys, and I drive back to the building and park. I have the only car in the parking lot. I drop my stuff off in the room, and walk down out to eat. When I get back to the hotel it's complete dark, and it seems that I'm the only guest staying there. I go into the room, lock the doors, and start unpacking some of my things. The room is on the ground floor, and the window faces the back of the check-in building. I'd left the curtains open, and as I'm moving around I casually glance out the window and notice an odd shadow in the building across the way. I get a little closer to look directly at it, and see that someone is standing in the middle of the completely dark breakfast room looking right at me. Chat. He doesn't move, even after it's obvious that I have spotted him, and am looking right back at him standing there in the dark. I quickly close the curtains and kind of just try and shake it off. I turn on the TV and a few minutes later I get a phone call on the room phone. Chat. Hi, this is Chad at the front desk. Just wanted to check and make sure you had everything you needed in the room. How was dinner? Yeah, everything's good. Dinner was fine, thanks. What did you get? Just the burger. Okay, thanks for calling. Good night. I didn't hear from Chad again, but I feel like I definitely slept with one eye open that night. Not creepiest, but the scariest. So, after I graduated from college, I took an Euro trip and was visiting Berlin, Germany. I get there, and turns out there were no hotels rooms available at the hostels I visited, and the hotel rooms were $600 a night. Yikes. So near the train station I discovered a McDonald's that was open for 24 hours. I walk in and found that the staff were okay if travelers slept there. So, I think perfect. It's free and safe. I find a small booth and claimed it mine and slept there for 3 nights. On the 4th night, there was a riot outside the train station and there were Nazis, yes, Nazis, trying to walk inside the train station with guns. The police started barricading the station and was not letting anyone out or in the station. I was already freaking out. The McDonald's staff smart thinking closed the store and turned off the lights. All the travelers inside the McDonald's hid out under tables far inside the store and we all tried not to make a noise. The cops and SWAT were arresting people. It was the longest hour of my life. Once the ordeal was over, the cops came in and made sure people were safe. The McDonald's staff reopened the store like nothing. The next morning, I left Berlin, Germany to another city. I was amazed it never made headline news. This was mid-August 2015. I have no photos or videos of the event. I didn't want to start recording and something bad would happen and have a delayed response because of my phone. Everyone at the McDonald's made sure their cell phones, including me, were on silent, just in case. Few incidents not at the hotel, but in my Airbnb while traveling in Japan. I had just checked in for less than half an hour and was unpacking my luggage. Heard loud solid knocks on the door, thought it was the host, so I ran to open the door immediately. To my surprise no one outside. My apartment was at the end of the corridor. The lift was quite a distance away and so were the stairs. No way someone could have knocked and ran that far off so quickly to hide, unless it was someone next door. I heard no commotion, no footsteps, no voices. Needless to say I had trouble sleeping most of the nights there. Bumps, creaks, unknown noises and me waking up at odd hours for no reason. Could be the traveling, but I usually have no issues sleeping alone while traveling. 2. Also in Japan, non-paranormal, non-hotel. Just thought it'll be interesting to add. I was on the train from Osaka to Kyoto early in the morning. A dude standing diagonally across kept looking at me while mumbling to himself. Mostly ignored him until he started fiddling with his dick from outside his pants while mumbling and looking at me. A few people nearby took notice, so I didn't feel that I was that much in danger. After a while that dude looked almost like he was about to whip his dick out, and at one point he even sighed loudly about how I was cute while rubbing his dick from outside his pants. Gross. By then everyone around was already staring at him, and I moved further away to the other side of the cabin. It was crowded, so I couldn't move too far. A few other guys on the train stood in front of him, like they were trying to block him from me. After an excruciating hour, he finally alighted. I saw him board the train on the opposite platform, and he took a window seat. He looked out of the window still looking at me, and with a creepy grin on his face, almost like him. So gonna fap to the memory of you later. More horrifying than ghosts. To be honest his train departed, and he waved goodbye at me. 3. Posted this before. Hotel in New York with 4 of us to a room. Received 2 morning calls from the reception one morning. I saw someone pick up the phone, while my friend heard someone pick it up, so we didn't bother. After we got out for the day, we realized none of the other 2 had picked up the phone. They didn't even hear it ring twice. I clearly saw a tall dark figure walk in between the beds towards the bedside table, bend down to pick up the phone, put it to his/her ear, and then bend down to put it back down, and then walk off. We slept with the lights on subsequently. Not quite creepy, but certainly disturbing. In 2015 I and several others belonging to a theatre tour group stayed in a hotel in the business district in Melbourne, Aus. It was a beautiful hotel with gorgeous apartments, owned by a Saudi company, so many Etihad Airways people and rich Saudi business people stayed there. I was staying on the 9th floor with a great view from a balcony with a modern glass panel as a barrier. Relevant to the story. So part way through our second week I'm awakened at around 2 AM by a strange loud noise outside, kinda like a loud waterfall, that tapers off suddenly. I get up, but can't see anything, so go back to bed. The next day I found out that the hotel had been raided by police, who stormed into the apartments above mine without any kind of warning. Quite a shock for the young women in our group, to find armed men bursting into their rooms. A young teenage boy had apparently plunged to his death after being pushed through the glass balcony. The "waterfall" sound I heard was the glass breaking and falling down the side of the hotel. The words "rent boy" and "drugs" kept being thrown around, and I don't know how true that was, but it was what our tour group manager was told by hotel staff at the time of the raid. But afterwards, hotel management were all "nope, it was another building, not here," and totally denied anything wrong had happened. Also had the cheek to say nobody should be upset about armed police bursting into their rooms at 2 AM. It looked like a massive cover-up to us. When we asked a policewoman we knew about it, a girlfriend of a theater tech, she said there wasn't going to be any further action, but she was embarrassed about being asked about it. We never found out anything else and nothing appeared in the local news either. Me and 4 of my friends, 2 guys 3 girls, went to Berlin for an And This Moment concert, and while we were there we stayed at this cube hotel place. Basically it's out in a grassy open area kinda like a small gated park, and the rooms are all little cube things with nothing more than 2 bunk beds inside. No kitchen, and the only bathroom was a public one up at the front entrance of the gated area. Weird and quirky, but most importantly, cheap. They're relatively private. The only way to see in or out was the large glass door, but you can draw a large curtain to completely obscure the view inside or out. After the concert we are chilling inside drinking, and one of the girls starts panicking, saying she saw somebody try to peek in on the side of the curtain, where we didn't have it completely drawn. I pull open the curtain and lo and behold there's some portly dude standing there, probably in his mid-40s. He doesn't run away. When we reveal him, he doesn't budge. So we yell at him to get out of here, and he doesn't react. We close the curtain again, completely this time. We are laughing about it, and go back to drinking. 15 minutes go by and out of curiosity one of the girls goes to peek out of the curtain, and she screams cause dude is still there. We yell at him again, but he doesn't even twitch. Me being one of 2 dudes, obviously now we have to go into protection mode and rough this guy up, so me and my buddy get up and get ready to go outside, but the girls are begging and pleading with us not to, saying we don't know if he's high on something, or what his intentions are, or if he has a weapon or something. So we call the cops instead. It takes the Berlin police about 5 minutes to show up, and the entire time the creepy dude did not move or say a word. They walk up calmly, grab him and detain him, and during a frisk they pull this huge meat cleaver out of the back of his pants. He didn't try to use it on the cops, but I'll never know if he would have tried to use it on me and my friend if we would have walked out to go fight him. Needless to say, as soon as the cops took him away, we gathered all our things and left to stay at a real hotel. Didn't even try to ask for our money back. This would have been around 98 to 99. I was staying at an Airport Express hotel near Washington, D.C. for a conference. At 3 AM, the fire alarm went off. It took me a while to figure out what the fuck that buzzing noise was, as the fire alarm was not in my room, but out in the hall. I looked out of my peephole, and I saw some people in robes and such outside their doors, looking around in confusion. I decided to get dressed, in case it was real, and some of the other people I was in the conference with banged on my door, and said they were evacuating. We all filed out of the 3-story hotel, and the parking lot had a few dozen people in their jammies. Thankfully, it was pretty warm out. No hotel staff in sight. The alarm continued for an hour with no smoke, and no fire engines showing up. My boss makes a circuit around the building. It wasn't very big for hotel standards, and says we are the only people. Finally, my boss calls the hotel's toll-free number, and after speaking with a few people, they determine the hotel is unstaffed. So he calls 911. The fire department gets there, and mistakes my boss for the hotel manager for some reason, because he has to keep re-explaining to the fireman that he does not work there, he's merely a guest. Eventually, the FD turns the alarm off, having found nothing, but won't let anyone back in until the hotel staff shows up. Apparently, they called someone, because a hotel shuttle drives up, and a woman gets out, stating she's from another hotel in the same chain, and corporate called her to find out what's going on. The FD refuses to let anyone back in until a minimum of staff is present on the property, so that woman calls some numbers, and eventually we are let back in, after being outside for several hours when the morning crew, it's now dawn, shows up. I'm not sure how long the hotel was unstaffed, or what tripped the fire alarm, but that was kind of spooky. School trip, foreign exchange program. Had to tour the city, eat real food and lay overnight in Budapest, beautiful city until it's time for the hotel. It was in a poverty zone, so bad people were clawing at our van begging for food and money, when the idiot chaperone tried to open the door. To help our driver child lock the door, and held up a cabba to the beggars. He told us to never engage, especially the white kids. The chaperones were white, 2 students were white and 3 Middle Eastern. Idiot chaperone was still waving them over to the van, stuffing money through the window crack. I still hate her. Our hotel was a tall, nearly 20 stories, building named the 5-star hotel. It was once nice, but horribly run down on the inside. Our rooms were on the 13th floor. 1 for male chaperone, 1 for female idiot chaperone across the hall for the 2 rooms for the 4 guys. Think 5, 6, 7, 8 on the end cap, not near stairs or elevator. My room was 23, 2 rooms away from the stairs and 7 from the elevators. I saw this and wanted to be moved closer. The chaperone said not to make a fuss and enjoy the privacy. I was close friends with one guy, just spent 3 plane rides next to another, and the other 2 said, as long as I didn't snore, I could stay. The male chaperone escorted me to my room and told me to stay, then had to take 2 breaks on the walk back. When I opened the door, it drooped on the hinges and I stepped on screws. My door was missing all but 1 screw in the folding lock, had 2 screws for the chain, but the holes were splintered and busted. The hinges were missing their post, except the middle one was replaced with a long but thin bolt. The lock was obviously kicked/broken a few times, and the door jamb was stuffed with newspaper and tape. My chaperones refused to let me move, or let me share the female's room. She wanted privacy to call her husband after her wine kicked in. We did sprint tests and scream tests. It took nearly 3 minutes for the fastest by BFF to get out of his room, down the hall and knock. My screams couldn't be heard from in the room, even with the doors open. It was decided that I would stay in one of the boys' rooms, without chaperone approval/knowledge. After dinner, the very drunk female chaperone wanted to hang out and snuggled into bed with one of the guys, so she thought nothing of my being in the room. But when she peed herself and the bed, laughing, she dragged me out with her to make sure she got to her room safely. You know, the one across the hall, then yelled at me from her door to march my perky ears to my room down the hall. Go on, Missy, don't let me catch you with company, you're all on your own. If I could have beat her to death with a coffee stirrer. My BFF and plane buddy walked to my room with me and freaked at the door. Buddy grabbed my bag while BFF gagged at the bathroom and pulled me with him. The male chaperone, woken up by drunk idiots screaming, caught us walking back. He shoved the guys into their doors, across from his, and dragged me back to mine. I showed him the door. He said to keep the lights on and yell if I needed anything. He slammed the door on his way out, and part of the door frame fell off, along with the bathroom mirror, which shattered in the rust/blood-stained sink. He didn't question it or come back. I knew why. The windows, ceiling to foot off floor/just above radiator, swung all the way open. They were kind enough to offer an alternative. I didn't sleep at all or shower. I stayed up watching MTV and the Hallmark movie channel, Tom Selleck Western movies, undubbed, while creating a Home Alone security defense. On a history trip with my school in year 11th, I'm Australian, so I was 17. We stayed at a hotel in the party district in Berlin. Lots of young people staying there, so endless noises and events happening all night in the place. But it was cheap, and the cheaper the better. There were a couple things that really spooked me during my stay. The center of the hotel was a square garden that all the inner rooms had windows facing onto. Directly outside my window was a back decoration shaped exactly like the Babadook. I switched rooms with 2 girls being harassed by drunk young men, so I escaped the evil, only to find it in front of my window the next night. We checked in the morning and found that there was only one of them, so obviously someone moved it in the night. That scared me sheetless. I was tossing and turning in bed and heard a creak outside my door. I sat up and could see 2 shadows outside my door, exactly like when someone is standing outside. It just stayed there for a minute and then disappeared. Again, likely just someone coming in drunk and looking for their room, but still creepy in the dead of night. Another night I couldn't sleep because of the ruckus in the hallway outside my door. I eventually decided to go out and see why there was so much movement and chatter. As soon as I opened the door, all the noise cut out and the hallway was empty. I put that down to me having daydreamed intensely or some shit like that. The school principal was staying on the 6th floor and I had borrowed his umbrella during the day and wanted to return it. I texted a teacher to clarify. The principal was 652, something like this. Let's just go with it, and then took the elevator to 652. For some reason, the 6th floor had motion activated lights only, so the light would appear before me and disappear behind me as I went. I heard absolutely no sound coming from any rooms the entire time and couldn't find anything past 650. There was a sign pointing up a short staircase that said back this way to 650, 670 feet, somewhere in that ballpark. Principal's room was there, so I followed it. Took me to the faking attic. Went back to the 6th floor and looked for the stairs down or an elevator. Took me 10 minutes. It was a typical square setup, so I have no idea how I did multiple laps before I found it. Worst part was when I heard the elevator ding and open in my hallway and no lights turned on. 2 things happened the day we left, and I don't know which was worse. I found out 2 things. The first was that the hotel was originally an orphanage that has been purchased by the hotel chain and repurposed as what it is today. Fun stuff. Totally helped me try to rationally explain my experiences. And the second is that there was no 6th floor. It was a 5-flood building. I caught the elevator and couldn't find the floor I was on. They also have no motion activated lighting at the hotel. 0/10ths would not recommend any hotels in the party district in Berlin. Fact that when I first moved to another state, I was staying in an extended stay hotel until I could find an actual apartment in the area. I was there for about a month, just me and my cat. One day, at 4 AM I'm awoken by someone pounding on the door. It's very loud and insistent, so as I'm getting up to check on it, I just have the thought this had better be the police. Sure enough, it is, so I opened the door for them. They ask me if I heard anything unusual from the room next to mine last night because the lady fell out the window, as they put it. I told them no, but when I was coming home from work last night the door was being held open by a towel. They thanked me and left. I didn't think to ask if she survived the fall, but given that she would have landed on solid pavement I suspect no. When I looked out the window afterwards they were taking pictures of the scene CSI style. Roped off, numbered placards next to points of interest, that kind of thing. It's also worth noting that the way the windows were set up in that place, there was almost no way to accidentally fall out of them unless you were making like 5 or 6 really bad decisions at once. So most likely she either attempted suicide or someone else attempted homicide. So yeah, Piecing together what probably happened in the room right next to mine skeeved me out a bit. TLDR, the woman in the room next to mine was most likely murdered or killed herself while I slept. Found out because the police wanted to ask me about it at 4 AM. I was photographing a wedding in NW, Arkansas. As it was a cool location, I decided to bring my girlfriend. I'd work for one day. Then, we'd get an adventure day before heading back. I wanted it to be a nice and romantic place. So, I booked a personal cabin in the woods for us. The drive took us a bit longer than we thought, and we ended up getting to the area at about 1 o'clock in the morning. As we were getting away from the main highway, there were much fewer lights. The road was winding, and a clear low-hanging fog was starting to roll in. A break in the trees showed a lake with the moon overhead, which just added to the horror movie feel of the night. After a few wrong turns, we finally arrive at the cabins. At this point, I'm just tired and need to get to sleep before I have to work the next day, but all the lights are off. We walk up to what I assumed was the main office and find that it's locked. Of course it is. So we get back in the car and decide to head into town to find the hotel that's still open. We'll spend the night there and check into the cabin in the morning. After another 20 minutes or so getting into the main town, everything looks closed and abandoned. It looks like a town that got stuck in time nearly 50 years ago. Driving through town, we stopped at every hotel, and they were either closed or full until we arrived at a motel with one old pickup truck in the parking lot with the office light on. We pull up to the office, and there's a guy wearing nothing but overalls just hanging out by the truck. We quickly made our way into the office where the guy for the motel is hanging out behind the counter. Me, hey, we'd like to see if you have any open rooms for tonight. Guy, oh yeah, we've got 2 left for tonight. We've got a king and a double queen. Me, I'd like to book the king for tonight. Guy, looks at keys, switches keys around. Actually we've only got the double queen. Me, sure, we'll take that one then. We finished checking in. Then, we headed down to the room. After spending 5 minutes trying to get through the broken room door, we got in and went to sleep. You can bet I slept with one eye open. The next morning we headed back to the cabins, where the office was still closed at around 11 AM. So, we spent about 20 minutes calling every number that's in every ML and confirmation page until someone finally answers. Cabin lady, this is insert name here. How can I help you? Me, we are here outside the office. When do you guys open up? Cabin lady, oh, the cabin is open. You can just go in. TLDR. Was hoping for cabin in the woods. Got a motel horror instead. As a teenager, my mom and I never had a stable place to live, so we mostly motel hopped. We were staying in this Motel 6, and I was 17, but she'd be gone 4 days at a time for work, so I'd be there by myself with my dog. One night while my mom was working, I had asked my grandma to take me to buy some groceries, so after she drops me off to my room with my backpack and the groceries around 8ish PM, and I go to my room and find that my key isn't working, so I had to go to the front desk, and she just said she'd send a repair guy. So yeah, I'm locked out of my room, not looking my greatest, and I've been waiting for 30 minutes. I get kind of worried about my dog, because he's been in the room by himself for a few hours. Finally a rugged guy with a bowl cut / mullet walks my way, and I lock eyes with him in excitement thinking he was a repair guy. Then he walks past me, and I knew I faked up. 10 minutes go by, he walks back to me and asks if I'm homeless. I guess because all the shit I was carrying. He keeps inching closer, and I just kind of freeze, but maintain a smile, and I try to be nice, because he seems unpredictable. I told him I wasn't homeless 3 times, which he didn't believe me. Then as he keeps inching closer, he tells me his room number and that if I need a bed to stay in we can work something out. At this point I was freezing up and blocking out whatever he said next. All of a sudden I hear ferocious barking coming from my room, and he inches back a bit but still lingers. Then this older guy in the room next to me opens the door, completely naked, dong out, asked if everything was okay, and mullet guy takes off and reminds me of his motel number. At that point I texted my dad to come get me and reused my key card, and it faking worked the whole time. I opened the door and my little corgi jumps up in my arms with his little butt shaking. I don't know how something so cute managed those deep demon barks, but I'm glad. I really love that little sheet. I've done a ton of solo travel over the years and have had some weird experiences. One of the creepiest, though, is the one I describe as my Bates Motel night point. When I was 25 and working on the coast of North Carolina, I bought my first brand new vehicle, a 1990 Nissan 4-wheel drive pickup truck. Around the same time, my parents were going to spend a week up in Maine with my favorite aunt and uncle, and said I could stay free if I could make it up there. Since I'd never been to New England and had some vacation time coming, I jumped at the chance point. Back in 1990, vehicle manufacturers recommended that automobiles be driven at variable speeds and under 55 miles per hour for the first 500 miles. The new truck, my pride and joy, only had 53 miles when I test drove it, so I decided to take a leisurely route up to Maine, avoiding the freeways. This was long before everyday cell phones, much less smartphones, MapQuest and Hotel Tonight, but I traveled by myself regularly and was confident of my ability to manage independently. It is also important to note that I worked for a non-profit and was still paying student loans. Essentially, I was broke. Point staying off the freeways, I meandered my way up to the Catskills in New York. As a Westerner, my mental picture of New York tends, even now, to be New York City, and this first experience in upstate New York was eye-opening. Since it was mid-October, the peak fall colors were over, but I enjoyed the drive and learned that the state of New York is much more than New York City. It was also surprisingly empty of people or signs of civilization. Autumn was nearing its end, with a forest of bare trees and no other tourists in sight. I hadn't realized that there are places in New York where there were potentially no people for miles. It was a desolate sensation to be driving through the hills and low mountains of eastern New York at that time of year. As afternoon turned to dusk, I began looking for motels. This late in the season, many places were already closed, but just before full dark I found a strip motel with a "let vacancy" sign. It was in the middle of nowhere. There were perhaps 20 rooms in an L-shaped, one-story building, and no other cars in the parking lot. My overall impression was that it was a little rundown, but that meant it was likely in my price range, and at least the office lights were on point. The office itself was standard for a strip motel in those days, a small entry space, and one person behind the barrier manning the cash register. The guy behind the barrier was youngish, maybe my age, round-faced and a little soft. To this day, I cannot identify specifics, but something about him just seemed a little off. It could have been simple social ineptitude and easily excused, but somehow it bordered on the Ike, even though I don't remember any obvious leering or predatory behavior. Other women and those who have worked with sexual offenders will likely understand that sensation. Although I was a little wary, at $20 for the night the price was right, and it was late enough. I figured my lodging options were limited, especially within my budget. The fact that the room assigned to me was nearer the other end of the building was mildly comforting, but that relief vanished as I tried to close the door behind me. It would not fully latch. Crap. Remember, this is before cell phones were common, so I was entirely on my own. I was a young blonde female, reasonably attractive, in the middle of nowhere. No one knew exactly where I was, and the only person nearby was the mildly disturbing desk clerk. Even now, I seldom bother with the door chain on a hotel door, but on this particular night I supplemented the door chain with a chair underneath the door handle. It was somehow just that skeezy. As far as I know, I was the only guest at the motel for the evening. Nothing unusual happened the remainder of the night, and I checked out first thing in the morning with no issues. Nevertheless, it still sticks in my head after all these years and countless trips across the US. I've had weirder, and even more traumatic, experiences, but that one left me with a permanent "psycho aftertaste." It is also the last time I paid $20 or less for a motel room. Edit. Spelling. I was driving from Vancouver Island to Winnipeg and wanted to drive through the night to avoid traffic. It's a 24 hours plus / trip including the ferry. Got to the other side of the Rockies late in the night, but couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. It must have been 3:30 or 4 in the morning and I saw a hotel and pub just off the highway. Lights were barely on, so thought I'd give it a shot. For those of you who don't know how vast Canada can be, this was just about as secluded as you can find. When I finally decided I should stop, I had to drive another 45 minutes before I came across this hotel. No houses, no businesses, no signs, just trees. And here in the middle of nowhere looked like the hotel from The Shining. I kept going. The exterior of the building had one light for the whole parking lot, unpaved. It resembled logging camp bunkhouses, but was totally empty save for a couple of vehicles in the lot. The pub was creepy in itself. Dark, glowing green lights, old school beer and tobacco advertisements lined the walls. A person was there who gave me a key to a room. A person, I say, because he didn't seem to be a worker, more like a regular in the pub 4ish in the morning, and he's having beers all alone, no bartender. Again I should've known. I got the key, which could open any room upstairs, and climbed the rickety stairs that seemed to be built as an afterthought. It didn't matter which room I chose, because they're all free. The upstairs was a long hallway with doors lining either side all the way down, 100 feet long or so. There must have been about 15 doors on either side all the way down. Stuff lined the hallway, stacked against the walls, like they were in the middle of a move. I didn't want to take any of the first rooms, because I was creeped out by the whole place in the first place and thought, if I chose a room further down at random I'd hear the footsteps. If someone was coming. I took to my room, don't even remember if the lights or plugs were working, and laid everything out for me to make a hasty departure if need be. Less than an hour goes by. I must have slept, because my brother's call woke me up. Are you okay? You said you'd text when you took a break for the night. Normal big brother stuff, checking in on his little C's. I'm extremely groggy from driving 12 plus hours and sleeping maybe 45 minutes, but I recall very clearly, while biggest bro is chastising me out of worry, that peeking through the stream of light at the bottom strip of the door were two dark strips, the legs of a person standing right there. Standing there, who knows how long this figure was casting a shadow through the bottom of my doorway. It listened to my conversation at length and then stepped away. I purposely kept the brother on the line for longer, all for my own illusion of security. I hurriedly dressed, grabbed my stuff, and peeked out the door both ways down the hall. I truly thought I'd get a big ol' smack to the backside of my head when looking down the wrong side first. No snack to the head. Nobody in the hall. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Left the key, that opens any room, on the bar. Sprinted to my car and burned out of the lot. This was more than a decade ago, and I can still feel that creepy feeling of having my door being watched for who knows how long and by who. Yup, scary stuff. Weirdness related to it too. I've never seen this place since, despite driving the same road numerous times and in both directions. I looked for it on my return trip so I could see it in the daylight to see if it was really that creepy. Missed it. Creepy and weird. I count myself lucky to have come out of that experience unscathed. TLDR, listen to your gut. I stayed at Hotel Galvez in Galveston the night before leaving on a cruise. I'm handicapped, and my wheelchair wouldn't fit through the bathroom in the room that I had rented out for me and my parents. So I contacted staff and they were very accommodating and moved me up to the 5th floor. I'm not sure what room number, as it's been a few years back, but I know that it was close and on the same floor as their notoriously haunted room. That night, there were a lot of noises in the hallway, which I assume were staff and guests working and walking around. I woke up a few times that night to loud crashes, but I passed it all off as the workers in the hallway. My parents were dead asleep the entire time and I just rolled over and went back to sleep. I awoke the next morning to find my wheelchair had been tipped over and laying on its side, and my shoes that were right next to my bed were in the middle of the room, as if somebody had put them on and walked off with them in a stride motion with the left foot in front of the right. I woke my parents up, who were just as baffled as I was, and we took pictures. There's no reason for my parents to fabricate any of this, as they are both very conservative people who do not have any interest in ghosts or any of that sort of stuff. I grew up in a haunted house and my parents deny it up and down and only acknowledged it in conversations a handful of times in my life. I'm not here to say ghosts are real or argue about it, but what happened definitely happened. I do have those pictures on my Facebook which I deleted permanently. However, I did back up my account before doing so. I may be able to retrieve those photos depending on how all of that works. I really don't know. Edit. Corrected my autocorrect. While sitting in the lobby in a hotel in Mexico, waiting for my girlfriend to come out of the restroom, I half noticed a group of school kids come into the lobby. They were looking at me and huddling together, whispering, giggling, and showing a little apprehension as they moved towards me. As they approached, the hesitation grew stronger as the nervous laughter lessened. They looked genuinely intimidated, but determined to move forward, as if dared to do so. As they came right up to me, I suddenly realized that the kids were not looking at me, but a door directly behind me. They walked around the sofa, giggled some more, than they slowly opened the door, peeked in, and quickly entered. They shut the door behind them. While it was a little odd, I quickly forgot about it and figured the door behind me led to some off-school class they were attending. A couple of moments later, and two teenage girls wandered in, paused at the entrance, then came closer. Midway into the lobby, they stopped and stared at me. They whispered in each other's ear while glancing my way. At first I thought they were talking about me, but as they approached I realized they were interested in the door as well. The door behind me where the 8-year-olds went. They peeked in and closed the door behind them. I heard muffled giggles coming from the room behind me. I sat there wondering what it was all about. Then 3 more school-aged boys came into the hotel lobby. They paused for a moment, staring my way. They boldly opened the door and went in, giggling as they did. The whole time the hotel staff knowingly ignored the whole thing. My curiosity got the best of me. I stood up and went to the door. I'll have to admit, there was a slight anxious hesitation as I opened the door just a crack. It was dark. There was no light in this room. As I opened the door wide enough to let some light in, I realized it was very small, like a walk-in closet. Several wide-eyed kids looked up at me as 2 teenage girls held each other for support. I walked in and shut the door. There was a strange green light illuminating the room from an odd hole up on one wall. The hole was not just a hole, but square and purposely constructed. From our advantage we couldn't see the bulb that created the light, just the effect of a dim green ray. Guess? I asked the kids, in unison with hands around their mouths, in order to emphasize the forbidden whisper. LL Loca. The crazy woman. Qual Loca. All the little fingers pointed up to the eerie green light. I showed my disbelief. They assured me there was a crazy lady in the hole either wall that they couldn't see. The teenage girls nodded in affirmation. I picked up one of the squirming kids, raised him above me so he could barely peer into the hole in the wall. He screamed. The other kids screamed. The girls shrieked. Everyone scrambled out the door into the well-lit lobby. The hotel staff laughed as the kids ran out into the unhaunted sidewalk. Last year on business I stayed in an old Victorian mansion converted to B&B. Beautiful, authentic, period correct. Think of the original Addams Family house, except warm and fuzzy. I got there late so was given the top floor suite, which was really the attic. Had a tower room and almost the entire room was a portico with far-creating skylight. Apparently this home was used by cipher breakers and telegraph operators in WWII. Anyway, the place had a vibe, but no red flags raised. I'm exhausted. Pull a chair up to the side of the bed as a laptop desk and start going over the next day's materials and end up passing out. Now let me state that this is a queen bed with crisp white linen sheets topped with a fluffy goose down duvet covered in the same linen as the bedding. I wake up around 5 AM. Laptop still on. I had passed out face down, angled to laptop. Directly to the right of where the chair was pulled up to the laptop, there is an indent on the duvet, as if someone had been sitting on the edge of the bed with their feet still on the ground. In the indent, sand, like if someone had rolled around on the sand at a beach after being in the water. My blood curdled. I jumped out of bed, went through the apartment. The place was spotless, no sand anywhere else. Freaked me the fuck out. The owners lived in what was the servants' quarters, and I got dressed and still stunned wandered downstairs seeking answers and that lovely smell of bacon. When I found one of the owners, the source of the bacon smell, starting on continental breakfast, I asked if they had pets. They confirmed they did not as they were allergic. Shit was getting creepier by the minute. No logical answers for anything. I just packed my sheet and got fo. Had breakfast at the local McDonald's. I don't believe is ghosts or supernatural, but that experience had no logical or even illogical explanation. Just one big nope from me. Well, there are certainly some crazier stories, but traveling with my family in South Carolina, we had planned on driving straight through, but it got late, and we decided to stop for the night. The first place we found was very isolated and didn't have any affiliation to a national chain, but it was large and close to the interstate point. It's almost empty and furnished entirely with second-hand stuff from other hotels, branded things from corporate places, old bedding with cigarette burns, etc. Whatever. I go in the bathroom to read and listen to music with the lights on, as we were all in a room with 2 beds and everyone else was exhausted. I couldn't quite get comfortable, and I realized we had a balcony, so I should head outside, smoke a cigarette. I breeze out quickly and quietly, then sit down on the narrow balcony, perhaps 2.5-3 feet wide, and light a cigarette. I'm pretty happy, until I notice a spider web near me. Ugh, I'm terrified of spiders, so I scoot down a bit, but there's one on the ground near me. At this point I quickly stand up, and with a slowly rising horror I begin to scan the balcony. Spiders. Everywhere. Big faking porch spiders on webs inches from my face, and skittering around, and climbing the wall are wolf spiders and daddy long legs. These giant fakers are all over the place. I have no idea how I missed them initially. But then when I move to get back in the room as fast as possible, while also not touching anything, the biggest one of all is inside, on the curtain, right by the door latch. I knock/yell for my mom, who angrily wakes up, flings the curtain aside, and opens the sliding door. I run into the room behind her, and my siblings and I spend a sleepless night in the bed farthest from the balcony, watching in fear for the giant spider on the curtain, in case it came out and feasted on our flesh while we slept. My friends and I went on a cheap holiday to Corfu. After a long delayed flight we arrived at our hotel at 7 AM instead of 11 PM the night before. No one was there, but we were in the middle of nowhere, so we just waited until the reception opened. I noticed the hotel was tiny and the pool we'd seen in the photons was the weird water area in front of us. It was so creepy. Then a couple of women came out with their cases and were sat waiting for their airport transport and were gushing about how amazing the hotel was whilst feeding a stray cat with some tuna they had. But they smelled so bad and dressed awfully. It was terrifying. Then the hotel owner came out and we explained we had a room booked and he had no idea we were coming, but he'd find a room for us. This is strange, because we were meant to be there the night before and apparently the airline had called ahead. This was Monarch, who no longer exist. He put us in a room that was so damp that I couldn't breathe. You couldn't sit on the bed or your clothes would get wet. And the shower was a tap in the wall about 3 feet above the ground. We called our friend's mum crying. Long story short, our friend's mum managed to get a Thomas Cook rep to us who was British as well, and just as appalled, and she packed us all in her car and took us to a nice hotel about a 15-minute drive away. Whilst we were getting in the car and packing up, the hotel owner was furious at us and demanded we stay, trying to grab our bags. He ran down the road behind us driving away, begging us to stay. It was so scary. This is a bad thread to read when you are staying in a hotel. Started reading this thread earlier today laying on the bed after a shower. Slowly scooter out of bed and put a towel on when I read one of the first posts. Then been in an all-day wedding and during the day progressively made my way through the thread. 2-hour break during the day and had to get changed. Drew my blinds when I changed and latched the door whilst checking for cameras, bugs, and ghosts. Haha. Kept on reading. Just the first part of the wedding went on for 3 hours, so no one was bothered about me reading 5 minutes here and there. Total time of the wedding, 11 hours. Now I'm supposed to go up and sleep in my room and I'm sitting in the bar having one last whiskey to work up some courage to go back to the room. My scary hotel story. I went to Cuba with 5 girlfriends. We stayed in a casa and the proprietor followed me around for 2 whole days. The last night I came back earlier than the rest of the girls because I had to get up for an early flight. I woke up sometime during the night, still dark, by someone working the door, scratching noises, shouted and it went quiet. Bear in mind this was a gated house. The next morning I asked the owner about it and got nothing but obscenities in response. I was clearly the crazy one. The next morning, when I was supposed to leave, I got up and had breakfast. The owner sat next to me about 1 inch face to face, watching me the whole time whilst I was eating and asking me all these personal questions. I left most of my breakfast and jumped into the pre-ordered car when it arrived, and I could not believe the audacity when I was asked to write a TripAdvisor review. Well, just finished my drink whilst writing this, so I guess it is time. Wish me luck. Edit. When I walked to the lift, some creep followed me from the bar and tried to get into the lift with me, but managed to push the button really quick. TLDR. Staying in a hotel. Freaked out after reading this thread. My story. Freaky proprietor. Following me. Scratching noises and questions with no personal space. Stayed at a hotel in Atlanta, Georgia on business, and the first night was okay and chill. No problems. Room was clean, large, and spacious for just one person, but whatever. Second and last night woke to my heart pounding hard and fast. I was scared, but didn't know why. It was mostly dark in the room, except for the barest illumination from the light around the windows from outside and around the door leading to the hallway. I tried to remember what I had dreamt, thinking maybe I'd had a nightmare or something, but couldn't recall anything. Then I realize I feel a sort of malevolent feeling in general, and like something is staring at me. I feel compelled to look up, and there, couched in the corner of the ceiling, is what I can only describe as a roiling dark mass. Like a cat, it seemed to be readying itself to lunge. With one hand I scrabbled at the lamp, fruitlessly searching for the button to turn on the light. I didn't want to take my eyes off the thing, but had to in order to find the light. As soon as I looked away, I felt a swoosh of air as it swooped down over me. I hit the button for the light at the same time and watched as something, a sort of shimmery shadow, dissipated as it moved in the direction of one of the hotel windows. I was scared as fuck, but told myself I had to go look out the window. There was mostly darkness, and the following morning I noticed a mound of earth, like a hill, behind the hotel. Creepy. Not a hotel story, but this happened on a camping trip. In 2016, my boyfriend and I were traveling the US in our van. We camped out in Arkansas for one night at a state park / campsite. It was in November, so there weren't really any other guests around. We were having beers and gathering wood for a fire after a day of hiking and chasing around armadillos when a tall blonde dude comes over to say hi. Super casual, very friendly, and calmly says, "Hey, did you guys notice that growing wildfire over there?" And there, across the campsite, somewhat shaded by trees, was a burning fire engulfing the forest. You'd think the rangers would tell us about a controlled burn so close to campers. That clearly wasn't the case. I tried to call the rangers, but I had no reception whatsoever. So the blonde stranger hops on his motorcycle and drives to the ranger station for help. Rangers come, fire trucks come, and the three of us look on as they go to town. I talk to one of the rangers on the side, who tells us very starkly that this wasn't an accident. She says there's a young woman ranger who works there that has continuously been stalked by a group of 3 boys who keep coming to the park. The rangers have called the cops on them and banned them from the park, but they still return. And now they were back and trying to burn the park. Once everything is cleared up, we headed back to our site. I'm all sorts of freaked out at this point. What if those boys are still here somewhere hiding? Will they start another fire? Ambush us? Hey, everything's possible when you're scared. But still, I wanted to see the full moon, so we walked around the campsite a little bit in the dark and heard rustling. It was so loud, I was ready to run, but my boyfriend decided to take a closer look. I stood by, panicking. The rustling got even louder when a fierce armadillo popped out of the bushes to say hello. TLDR. Blonde hero saves the day by spotting a wildfire started by 3 guys stalking a park ranger. Was at a Jjimjilbang in South Korea. This is like a sauna / hot stone spa that is communal. You get given loose comfortable shirt and pants to wear. Obviously shower and spa areas are divided by gender. And you have this big communal rest area for both males and females to lie down, watch TV, buy snacks or hot ramen cups, or read comics. They are open 24/7, so it's a popular destination on weekends for after drinking to detox. so I went with a girlfriend. We had a nice relaxing time in the hot stone rooms and spas, and had a hot shower. In our comfy pajama-like outfits, we get some floor mats and find a spot in the large communal rooms. Maybe 20 to 30 people are in various areas, watching TV, or sleeping. My friend and I lie down and fall asleep. I woke up a few hours later, to find the guy kissing my hand, and rubbing his face into it. I whipped my hand away, and stared at him in shock, and he whispers to me, "Hey, it's okay, like telling me it's perfectly fine." I just turned around, and woke up my friend, and moved somewhere else, but I was so furious about it, after I couldn't rest. I grabbed my phone, went over to the guy, who is still lying in the same spot, and pretending to sleep, I tapped him, so he'd open his eyes. I had my phone in front of his face, so I could take a photo, but he kept pretending to sleep, and sort of curled over with his arms surrounding his face. I still took a photo, and showed them to the management/reception. But I feel so angry and regret not screaming and making a big scene, and calling him out to be a perv, as soon as I realized. I have been a frequent traveler for the last 6 years. Here are some of my stories. My girlfriend and I stop in Columbus, Ohio night 1 of a road trip. We book a hotel using a last minute booking app and all seems fine. Front desk guy is a little creepy and flirty, but we are 2 young women and we are used to ignoring this kind of thing. The lot where we are instructed to park is around the corner, and as soon as we pull up we notice that there are at least half a dozen big trucks with men loitering around them. We grab our sheet and get into the room as quickly as possible. Room reeks of smoke despite requesting non-smoking. We can hear people talking right outside our room all throughout the night. The phone rings multiple times. Front desk guy calls up to tell us he needs us to bring down our ID so he can make copies. We oblige, against our better judgment, but it's a different person at the front desk. This person, an older woman, says no one else was on shift that night. Who did we talk to? Who gave us our room key? Needless to say, we didn't sleep that night. Got a hotel the night before a job interview in Alexandria, Virginia. I'm a broke recent grad that had spent time in the area before. No, the neighborhood isn't great, but can't afford much more, so it has to suffice. I'm in bed after a long drive and about to pass out when the front door clicks open and is abruptly stopped by the bar lock. Whoever is on the other side of it is not deterred and tries to open it anyway. My heart is in my throat and I can't move. They eventually let up and leave. I maneuver a chair in front of the door and get some sleep despite being freaked out. The next morning I find out that the bathroom lights don't turn on, so I shower and get ready in the dark. Someone tries the door again. I finished getting ready for my interview in the car. Didn't get the job, by the way. Stayed in a guest house in Kegel, Sri Lanka for about 6 weeks while working on site at an elephant orphanage. It wasn't much, but it was comfortable enough given the infrastructure of the country and my job at hand. The front door is shut by lodging a piece of plywood through the handles and locked with a bike lock. Aside from the bedrooms, the house doesn't have walls. Even the bathroom ceilings are exposed to the open air. I wake one night to male voices. There were only a few women staying there at the time, but chalk it up to locals on the street outside. Something tells me to get up, so I shake off the grogginess and get up. Open my door to find 3 young local boys had hopped the fence, which meant they climbed through the river that the house overlooked, standing in the common area right outside my bedroom. I screamed something fierce and they split. Never happened again though. Bucharest, Romania. We have a rough arrival and spent some time waiting for our Airbnb host to let us into our place. Turns out that the host is actually a real estate agent from a large company, and he shows me and my 2 friends around various places. We don't care where we stay, we just want to sleep. He speaks to himself and seems to make decisions for us, ushering us to another property down the hall. He shows us around the winning apartment and instructs us to drop our bags and get comfortable. He points to cameras in the living area, which also doubles as a 3rd bedroom, and promises us that it's not in working condition. My male friend enjoyed sleeping in his underwear there. Same backpacking trip as our Romania stay. My 2 male friends and I arrive in Istanbul, Turkey. It's the 3 of us booked into a decent small hotel near Galata. The staff are super nice and welcoming. They give us beer and wine and knock on the door multiple times just to check in. We found out that they thought the three of us were in some kind of threesome relationship and they were apparently trying to get a glimpse of our sexually deviant lifestyles. Weird and gross. My husband and I travel for work and practically live out of hotels. Unfortunately, we know of 2 experiences that really stand out to us lol. I'll begin with a more PG story, but nevertheless still terrifying to experience first. And point, last September we were staying outside of Detroit on a work trip at a decent hotel. It was a regular chain that wasn't anything special, but it wasn't grungy either. Our entire stay was for almost 30 days, and towards the end of the trip we were working crazy hours trying to finish our project and go the F home. On an ordinary evening, we went to bed after a long shift and didn't lock the deadbolt on the door because we have been practically living here a couple weeks. It feels comfortable. Lo and behold, around 1 AM the door opens with the distinctive keycard just unlock the door noise, and surprise motherfucker, some dude swings the door halfway open. Thankfully my husband and I usually sleep with the TV on, so intruder dude immediately knows something is wrong with his hotel room that he is trying to check into. There was a small hallway that prevented bro from seeing us in our bed. He just stood in the doorway and kind of stammered, "Hello." Poor guy. He was probably just as freaked out as we were. We answered hello in response and he apologized and left hastily. The next morning the hotel desk confirmed they accidentally booked him under our room and profusely apologized for the inconveniences. Hearing the sound of the door unlocking while waking up in the dark is nightmare fuel. Though point, slightly NSFL story occurred around the summer of 2015 in Kentucky. My husband and I are in a different hotel chain than the one from our previous story, but again it is a well-known average US hotel stay. We were in the middle of a week-long stay and had gotten our room serviced/cleaned the day before. This detail is important, I promise. We were getting ready to go grab brunch and my husband goes to take a morning shower before we head out. After a brief rinse, he reaches for the stack of newly folded bath towels sitting on a shelf outside of the shower. He wrapped the towel around his waist, like he always does, before beginning his daily ritual of grooming and shaving. Upon putting the fresh towel on, he realized he smelled the familiar smell of a poo. He thought maybe the toilet was the culprit, since the towel shelf was right above the toilet, and began to sniff around the bathroom, because now there was definitely a sheet smell coming from somewhere. Sniffed around the bathtub, nothing. Smelled around the toilet, nope, it's pristine. Perhaps the trash can had something in it. Nope, totally empty. Out of curiosity and desperation to figure out where the putrid smell was coming from, he pulled off the towel and examined it, to discover a 1-inch x 18-inch streak of sheet in a perfect line on the towel, almost as if it had been folded perfectly and placed in our room for us to discover in some sort of treasure hunt. Point, he promptly took a scalding hot 30-minute shower while scrubbing all skin to the bone, and we delivered the sheety towel to the reception desk downstairs. I'm still puzzled by the poo perpetrator to this day. I'm probably too late for this to be seen, but here it goes anyway. A few years ago, my friend and I went on a 4-month road trip around the US. We are both mid-20s females. We were on a long stretch going from Kentucky to Colorado and needed to stop for the night. We had brought a tent and sleeping bags, so we found a RV/tent campsite along the highway and started setting up our tent. This was mid-May, so it was still getting down into the 40s at night. The RV park was full of oil rig workers in RVs and a couple of the guys came over to us when they saw us setting up camp. We were literally the only people there using a tent, and the guys start telling us that it's going to be too cold to sleep outside. They seemed nice enough and invited us to come hang out and have some beers with them, so we do. Eventually one of them, an older guy maybe in his 50s, tells us he has a pull-out couch in his RV we could use for the night instead of the tent. We thought about it and agreed it would be better than being outside, so we went. He was nice and welcoming and there wasn't any funny business once we got inside. Then the lights went off and we start hearing some noises. Dude was watching porn on his tablet with no headphones. He had mentioned he had bad hearing and the volume up. We didn't know what to do, but we ended up staying the night anyway. I barely slept with my phone in one hand and my pocket knife in the other. He got up early for work and let us sleep in until 8 or so when we got back on the road. Luckily nothing happened, but it was definitely a scary moment and not the best night of sleep. I have one that still creeps me out to this day. A group of friends and I, 7 of us in total, decided to stay at an Airbnb in New Orleans within that was walking distance of Bourbon Street. And yes, we were in the hood. We were there for a buddy's bachelor's party, so needless to say there was a lot of alcohol involved, which makes what happened even more confusing, but here goes. So we come back to the house at about 2 AM after a long day of drinking, and we all head to our designated sleeping spots. A buddy and I slept on the 2 couches in the living room near the front door. Important for later, 3 others were in the 2 bedrooms of the house, and the last 2 were in the upstairs living room. I woke up in the middle of the night freezing cold. I look over to see my buddy still asleep on the couch and the front door to the house is wide open. Drunk me didn't think much of it, so I got up and closed the door, locked it, and just assumed someone was drunk and went out for a cigarette or something. Morning rolls around and everyone is frantic. When I ask what's wrong, they told me the door was wide open this morning and that the pants of one of the guys who was sleeping in the upstairs living room were found on the front porch and his wallet was missing. To make this even worse, there was a rusty knife left sitting on the windowsill next to the couch I was sleeping on all night. At first we tried to shrug it off as a weird coincidence. Like maybe he lost his wallet while we were out, maybe he took his pants off outside in a drunken stupor, and maybe that knife was there the whole time and we never noticed it. But when he called his bank to cancel his credit card, they let him know there had already been a $40 transaction pending on his account at a store we did not visit. To this day I think about some stranger walking by my sleeping body with a knife in his hands and leaving it on a windowsill that was 2 feet away from me. Did I trap him in the house when I closed the door? Who knows? So, I went to a bachelor party in Atlantic City. My friend was invited as future Bill, and I was invited as to be someone he knows on the trip. Good time. But as a result of not knowing the guy well and not really having a reason to be there, I opted to stay at a roadway in just outside of the casino area. This was slap down right in the middle of a wetland. When we got there, my room turned out to be one of 4 rooms that were in the rear of the motel facing the wetlands vs the casinos. On top of that, the lights were out, glass shattered on the ground. I go into the room and it's essentially an entirely tile floor with wall tiling that goes up about 1.5-2 feet on the wall. The bed is just a rickety metal frame with wheels. At this point I'm imagining this room being the optimal design for cleaning efficiency when blood is spattered all over the place. I don't worry too much at the time as I was with my friend and we were just dropping stuff off before heading to the casino. We go out, have out fun, and head back to the motel. No big deal. Get into the room, turn on the TV, brush teeth, etc. All of a sudden, the people in the room next to me just start yelling. Unable to tell whether they are yelling at each other or being brutally murdered, I try to peek out the door. It's at that point that the minimal light that creeps through from the front is enough to notice the peephole is blurry. I wait for things to calm down, look at the peephole from the outside, and realize it's blurry because someone, or something, scratched it and made it impossible to see out of. So, at this point, I'm shutting the door, propping the chair up against it, and locking the flimsy deadbolt. I attempt to sleep for about 30 minutes and proceed to have the worst night in a hotel/motel ever. Nothing happened in my room, but I woke up to the sounds of someone having sex in their bathroom, noticed the shower was brown, and decided I would shower at home in a few hours. It was the only time I wrote a formal complaint to request a full refund, which I was granted. Since there was no fight, I'm assuming I wasn't the first to request it. I was visiting Atlanta for Dragon Con a couple years back. I couldn't get a flight back for an extra day after our Dragon Con hotel reservation, so I decided to get a cheap airport motel for one night. I was traveling by myself at this point. I was 20 years old, female, and totally unprepared for this place. The motel surroundings should have warned me. On one side, an empty lot with a building foundation of some kind poking out of the weeds. On the other, the creepiest of creepy forests, the kind you definitely find human remains in. This forest wrapped around the back of the building and seemed to envelop the motel. The motel upgraded me and put me in a room with a single king-sized bed. It was 2 doors down from the main office. It was dingy and worn down, but not the worst I've seen. However, there was a giant gap between the door and the frame that extended about 2 feet from the ground. Anyone could have just crouched down and seen everything in my room through this gap. It was over an inch wide. The lock was very loose, and I suspect someone had kicked the door in at some point. The curtains also had big holes in them, and you could clearly look into the room through them as well. People walked by constantly, to and from the main office. I used all of my clothing to cover as many holes as I could. All night, police cars drove by with sirens blaring. Not an hour went by without a siren driving by the motel. I was pretty sure someone was gonna knock down my splintered door to murder me that night. According to locals, it was an incredibly unsafe neighborhood to be in during the day, let alone at night in a motel room with a broken door. I didn't sleep all night and have had anxiety problems when traveling by myself ever since. This happened in Fayetteville, North Carolina years ago. I had training I had to go attend. My wife figured she would tag along because she did not have anything else to do, and free vacation. I was at work and my wife was doing laundry in the hotel. Our room was on the 2nd floor and laundry was on the 3rd floor. She was taking the clothes out of the dryer when this guy comes up and starts talking to her. She leaves, gets in the elevator, and the guy follows her into the elevator. He keeps talking and she starts getting this odd feeling about the guy. When the elevator got to her floor, she hurried to her room and quickly opened and closed the door. She claims within seconds the guy was trying to open the door. She calls the police, who show up and could not find him. She stays in the room until I get back from training, and I figure we should talk to the front desk and see if they might know who the guy is. At the time I was sure the police already tried, but I was 21 and was pissed. We're talking to the front desk and my wife points over to this guy who was outside by the pool. We should have just called the police and waited, but I had to confront the son of a bitch. He starts yelling at me and just runs for the stairs. Now I followed him thinking I'm going to find out what room this guy is staying in. The guy made it to the 2nd floor, stopped and pulled out a faking asp baton. I was lucky it was not a gun, but who the fuck carries around an asp baton? He started swinging it at me, and I backed off. My wife had already called the police. When they showed up they told me there wasn't anything they could do. At the time I listened to them and figured the guy just got away with it. Now that I'm older and work in law enforcement, I know the Fayetteville Police Department were a bunch of lazy, useless fucks who give law enforcement officers a bad name. There were cameras in the hotel's hallways, so they should have found the guy the first time we called them. Also, the video evidence would have proved our side of the story was true. The guy should have been charged with assault and attempted breaking and entering. For all I know, the guy is still out there and has raped or robbed hundreds of people. My ex and I went on a trip together to Cuba back when we were still together. At first the resort seemed perfect and out of the way, but we realized immediately, after arriving in our room, that our 2nd floor balcony overlooked a crowded garden that backed onto what was pretty much the highway. First few days we thought nothing of it, until the 3rd night when my ex couldn't find a necklace she had brought. She insisted she hadn't worn it yet but had definitely packed it, but didn't want to blame the housekeepers without proof, so we let it slide. Point the next day, just to be safe, we took our valuables with us. We had a blast and had quite nearly forgotten about the necklace until we got back to our room that evening. A few of our drawers were open and my bag was on my bed. Red flags for us, so we reported our findings to the hotel manager, who called in the housekeeper. She swore on everything to us that she'd left the room in perfect order and went over the list of mandatory tasks that included folding a towel to look like a swan on our bed. We said there was no towel swan when we arrived. The manager gave us some free vouchers for taxi services and apologized, but we were still convinced something was wrong. I went out to our balcony to have a cigarette that night and noticed something wrapped around the railing bars. It was a makeshift rope made out of room towels. This was super chilling to see, and we immediately freaked out. We ended up reporting it to the local police and changing rooms, but some other guests in rooms neighboring ours had their rooms broken into during their stay. Turns out people would park their cars and bikes off the highway, walk through the gardens and scale the walls up onto people's balconies, then use the towels to get back down easier with their whole point. Spoop Central. So me and 3 friends decided to go explore an abandoned hotel at night. One of my friends had been there before and said all the furniture and TVs and sheet were still in there. So he was like, let's go smash TVs with crowbars cause the place is deserted and scheduled for demolition. So we get some cheap Azwama champagne, a crowbar, and a case of beer and drive over. So we hop the exterior construction fence and we walk up to the building, and my friend picks up a ladder off the ground and leans it against the building so we can climb in through the 2nd story balcony. So we get in there, and as we get in my friend starts making all these comments about how things were different than the last time he was there. Like, oh, that window wasn't broken, or that thing has moved, and we were like, okay, whatever. Then he notices the door is splintered around the knob like somebody kicked it in. We shake it off and ignore it and start setting up to explore. It's pitch black cause it's like 10 PM and there's no electricity. So we open the door and look down the hall with our flashlights, and it's scary as shit. There's debris everywhere and it's plain creepy. And that's when we hear a bucket or something drop somewhere down the hallway. We immediately retreat back into the room and shut the door. We're all freaking out at this point, so we hide the booze behind the couch. One friend gets in the bathroom by the door with the crowbar and the other one stands directly by the door. Me and my best friend are farther back in the room. So after like a minute we hear footsteps in the hallway and we start to see a light under the door. It moves past, and then I swear to God, like out of movie, my friend takes one step back from the door and loudly crunches a piece of glass. That's when the light starts coming back to the door, so at this point I'm starting to back away toward the balcony, and I'm thinking, okay, it's either a homeless dude or cops, and if it's a cop, I'm jumping off this balcony. So the light gets right to the door and my friend peeks through the crack and looks back holding up his hand in the shape of a gun. That's when the door is kicked in and 2 police officers, guns drawn, come flying into the room, and I vault off the balcony into the parking lot and sprint like all hell towards the nearest building, which ended up being an Applebee's. Then later, after frantically trying to get in touch with my other friends to help, I get a call from my friend saying everything was cool and to come back. I was suspicious at first, but he swore everything was cool. So I went back, and they said all they got was a stern talking to. So we grabbed the booze, went back to my friend's apartment, and got trashed to celebrate not being shot by cops, or cut up and murdered by gang members that had apparently been cooking drugs on the top floor of the hotel. TLDR, went into an abandoned hotel, almost got busted by cops, jumped off a balcony, got drunk. Did a road trip with family through Mexico back in 2012. As most do, we got hit with the coro, diarrhea, right as we set off on our road trip. Went through a couple of states before it hit, so that was fun. Then we went through Michoacan, drove into Morelia at night, and I immediately felt the stomach pains. I tell my pops I'm gonna need a toilet soon, and we were just pulling into a hotel to get a room for the night. My dad said he'd been holding it for a while himself. My uncle said he'd been doing the same. My brother, a vegetarian, was fine. So 3 out of 4 of us needed toilets. At that point we get to the lobby and the clerk says it's gonna be 500 pesos for a room. My dad says back quote fuck that, and decides we can find another hotel for cheaper. I look at him with contempt as I'm battling the fudge factory that's building up in my bowels. We get back in the van and drive. My brother has his handy dandy AAA travel guide that he brought along and says that there is a 3-star hotel a couple miles away from the city center, described as quaint and simple. My dad asks if it's cheap. My brother says $2 so it's fair. We go, and 3 of us are feeling the pains all the way over 2 miles, felt like 200 at this point. We arrive at the hotel on this very dark, pretty industrial stretch. Nothing open in any direction we look. We walk into the lobby, and it's not great, but not concerning. We ring the bell, no answer from anyone. After a minute wait, ring it again, no answer. We're looking at each other, only the audio from an old TV is heard for another long minute. Then we hear someone getting out of their chair from behind the counter wall. The clerk comes over and asks what we need. "1 room please," my dad says. The clerk asks, "For how long?" My dad says, "1 night." The clerk asks, "The whole night?" We look at him puzzled. Then I notice the sign above him with the hourly rates. My dad completely glosses over the clerk's questions and says, "1 room for the 4 of us." The clerk had a puzzled look of his own, but then grabbed a key and said, 50 pesos. My dad felt like he struck gold. I just needed a toilet like now. We get to the room, and all three of us needed the toilet. My uncle runs to the toilet first. I couldn't wait any longer, so I said I'd go get another room. My dad didn't have the stomach to argue, as he was waiting in pain for his turn for the bathroom. So my brother and I run down. I find the clerk and say I want a second room. He grabs the key, I give him the cash, then he hands me a roll of toilet paper. It's probably empty, he said. I've never received toilet paper before entering a hotel room, but whatever, I need to go before I pop a squat in the lobby planter at this point. We head up to the room as fast as my anus can hold it together. When I tell you the hotel room was a disaster scene, that's an understatement. It was a faking wreck. Tagging on the walls and ceiling, one single overhead light, no sheets, one blanket, a stained pillow with no case, stains on all the walls, and the toilet seat was missing. But I needed that toilet like a meth head needed a fix, and I just hovered, as if I was on Aladdin's brown carpet. Needless to say, my brother and I didn't get any sleep. It became clear that this was indeed a trick house. I said to my brother, what year was that AAA guide published? He looked at the date. 2000. The next morning, after taking yet another sheet, we walked over to check on my dad and uncle. They were awake, but they looked like they too were up all night sheeting. As we gathered our things, I happened to look outside to see our van parked below, with a taco cart set up right next to it, and a huge line of morning commuters grabbing their breakfast before work, all while leaning on our van as they ate their food, and leaving trash behind. Yet another slap across the face on this rocky road trip point, and in the end, as sick as we got from the trip, and the struggle to find proper toilets, don't use the public ones, that we endured, the one sole person who cruised along, and enjoyed himself without a hitch, was my brother the vegetarian. 5 years ago I was visiting Rome with my mother and my sister. My mother works for an international company, and we got a discount through her work on a hotel on the edge of the city, in a place that was rather dark and run down. Lots of things were being sold on the street, and very few people walking around seemed friendly. The hotel building itself is a resort, so story renovated office structure. One half of the office structure was our hotel, and the other half across the street was totally empty. Many parts of the hotel building were still empty as well. The rooms are all very large, classroom sized. I was tired and went to sleep. My mother and sister turned on the TV and watched MTV music videos, which are apparently still a thing in Italy. Not long after, around 7 p.m. as the sun was going down, my mother and sister woke me up quietly and told me to listen carefully. We stood up on the bed I had been sleeping on, and we listened curiously to the sounds coming from the room directly above us. It sounded like there was 15 to 25 people above us, arranged in a circle. There was an obvious leader, who began a sort of chant, speaking in what I assumed to be Italian, and the people in the room would repeat the chant back, over and over. The chant would get faster and faster, and progressively louder, until they couldn't speak any faster, and they were all stretching the limit of discretion with their volume. At the peak of their commotion, they would suddenly stop at once, perhaps at the signal of the leader. Then, a large triangle could be heard, being struck 3 times, after which a large thud could be heard on the floor directly above us, like the sound of a bowling ball as it hits the wooden lane. The ritual repeated itself 3 times over the course of 30 or so minutes, every time the chanting, triangle, and thud. Afterwards, casual banter could be heard, and curiosity got the better of me. I turned on the video on my couch, and I walked to the next floor. Exiting the room above us was a stream of middle-class people of all backgrounds, the mix you would find in church. They were all in casual clothes, like they were out for lunch. I went back to my room very confused. I have a creepy hotel story that actually happened about 3 weeks ago. I was on vacation in Santa Cruz with my boyfriend and his family. First odd thing I notice is that the side entrance doors to the hotel that usually require keycard access don't work/don't close all the way. But I brush it off and forget about it. Fast forward to that evening, all of us are chilling in the indoor pool, having a nice time, and all of a sudden fire alarm goes off. Immediately we all get out, but as soon as we reach the door, it stops. My boyfriend's brother-in-law decides to check it out at front desk, who say it's nothing. Again we go back to playing in the pool, and again the alarm goes off. Ends 5 seconds later. By now we are kind of annoyed / on alert, but go back to relaxing once hotel staff say it's nothing to worry about. Maybe 10 minutes later I happen to glance up at the window that looks out into the front of the hotel / parking lot, and see some dude in baggy clothes and a backpack run up to the window zombie style, fling that broken outside door open, with no key card. As soon as he gets in, he immediately starts banging on the windows in the hallway that look into the pool screaming, "Get out, come with me, I need your help. My sister is being murdered on the 2nd floor. Help me." And he, again without a key card, opens the door leading to the pool. Luckily my boyfriend bro-in-law had been in the gym just next door and stopped the guy from entering the pool. He asks what's going on, the guy screams back the same thing, then takes off running and up the stairs. We're all standing in the hallway dripping wet wondering what the hell is going on when we hear this dude running back and forth on the 2nd floor at lightning speed, screaming stuff we don't understand, so we nope out. We only had one set of car keys with us, so the men stay out and tell all of us ladies and kids to get in the car. As we're going out to the car, we are parked on the side of the hotel. I hear a tap from above and this crazed dude is smacking the glass of the 2nd story window, and as soon as I look up, he does that gesture across his throat, like he's gonna kill me / us. My boyfriend's sister is trying to back out of the spot we're in, and as she's doing so the next thing we know this guy is running at us, meat cleaver and BBQ fork in hand, screaming, "Don't let them leave, they have my sister, they're killing her." Luckily the cops had literally just gotten there, and my boyfriend C's was able to drive past them, and they rushed to detain the dude. So yeah, there's my story of how a nice family vacation got cut short cause we got chases through the hotel by some metal / drugged out psycho. I used to travel for work and got into Indianapolis late one night. There was a few concerts and festivals in town, so all of my usual hotels were booked up. I ended up in a Motel 6 in a really bad part of town. The check-in was behind glass, like you would see at a shitty gas station. An awful thunderstorm rolls into town right as I pull up next to my room, so I cover my tools with a blanket and rush inside, almost tripping over a rat trap on my way through the door. Inside I find the dirtiest clean hotel room I've ever stayed in. I can hear a large group of people in a nearby room drinking loudly. The floorboards have holes in the trim, and so I grabbed the crusty towels from the bathroom and started plugging all of holes so that I wouldn't wake up with a roach or rat in my bed, although the sheets were clearly already dirty with some staining and stray hairs in the sheets from the previous tenants of this little sheethole. I finish making all the tiny barricades, and there's still a lot of commotion outside, and now there's a Rhine DPD car in the lot not far from my door. This made me feel somewhat safer until he left after about an hour sitting there. Why was he here? It's about this time that the power goes out. So now I'm looking out through a crack in the blinds into pitch blackness, but can hear that the loud people have now moved outside and are walking around the outside hallways. The power continued to flicker throughout the night and the loud AC unit would click on every time that it did. I was starting to get concerned about water flooding in from under the door because I'm on the ground level, but it never quite reached. I was also boiling hot without the AC, and at this point had decided to sleep on top of the sheets since the sheets in the room were so disgusting. I got the worst sleep of my life. On my back, arms crossed and snapping awake with an adrenaline surge every time I heard something scurry through the walls or when the power would surge. At one point I heard the drunk wanderers trying to open doors that they thought were their rooms but weren't, but I was grateful they passed over mine. I left at sunrise and decided I would never stay at a Motel 6 again. A few years back, my best friends and I took a road trip to visit some old friends from high school who lived in Tennessee. We live in NC. Towards the tail end of our trip we stopped at a visitor center / rest stop off the highway because we were all about to piss our pants. On a scale of 1 sketchy as hell, this place was off the charts, but we are a bunch of guys, so we didn't really care. The bathroom stall I was in was riddled with random Sharpie rants, drawings of dicks, yeah I know, the usual. One of the messages read XXXXXXXXXXX best blue job in Tennessee. Being Mr. Funny guy. I took down the number. Later that night, when we arrived at our destination and met up with our friends, we went to a local restaurant to have a few drinks and get some dinner. One of my friends got up to go to the bathroom, and when he was gone I mentioned to my other friends the number I'd found, and then grabbed his phone and texted it with something like "Hey there" or something to that effect. Right when I sent the text I heard a phone go off nearby, like it had received a text, and all of us sat upright with our eyes wide. We gazed around to find where it came from, and an older guy, probably later 40s early 50s, about 300 pounds, seemed to be responding to someone on his phone. We ended up leaving before we got a response, so we don't really know if it was the guy or not, but still a hell of a weird coincidence. And in the car I had mentioned to my friend whose phone it was what happened. We were all weirded out. The number responded within a few minutes after we left with a "who's this?" and we ended up just dropping it before we wound up in a shitty Joyride sequel, lol. A few years back my wife got us a bed and breakfast in Hollywood for our honeymoon. It was about a 3-hour drive, and we had a bunch of stuff planned, but everything went wrong through circumstances that were not our fault, and we had a long day. We get to the B&B, which was a fancy 2-story house near downtown, and check-in point, the woman who lived there was just kind of odd. We couldn't really put our finger on it. It was like there was a 3-second tape delay in her brain or something, and her fake smile was a bit too big. She seemed nice though. The place was a bit unusual as well. Old. Something about the angles. Just wrong feeling. Also, there was a 3-legged dog laying in the middle of the room. Something's just creepy about animals with more or less limbs than they should have. Anyway, we told the lady we were going to just go up to our room and take a nap, so she took us upstairs. It was one of those second floors that's just a staircase and a tiny hall with a bedroom on either end. My wife and I started unpacking a bit. I went into the bathroom and all of the products and magazines and stuff, and they were in German, which was weird since the woman downstairs didn't have an accent or anything. Also, the TV seemed to only get foreign channels. Nothing in English or Spanish though, so we didn't understand. We both had a really creeped out feeling, but were so tired we laid down and set the alarm for an hour nap and fell asleep. Next thing we know, we are shocked awake by somebody, a man though we hadn't seen a man there earlier, screaming at the top of their lungs from below, "Oh God, why are you doing this to me? You're killing me. Faking help me, someone, help, 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 they're killing me." Then sobbing for like a whole minute, and then total silence. We just sat there staring into each other's eyes, motionless. More time had gone by than we wanted. My wife's phone had died while we were asleep, so the alarm didn't go off right. It was dark outside, and we couldn't call 911 with the cell phone dead, and no landline in the room. We had to go downstairs. The only way out was through the murderer downstairs with the 3-legged dog. We packed our stuff trying not to make a sound. Maybe we could sneak out unnoticed while the body was being hacked up. I had a small knife on me, but that was it. My wife and I crept down the staircase. She huddled behind me and the knife. About halfway down the stairs, the tripod dog must have heard us. Law says a guardian dog of hell hath 3 heads. Untrue. The beast has 3 legs. He came running up to us, and just behind were his masters. The woman from before and a new guy who was very fat and bearded were now blocking the bottom of the stairs. We were sheeting enough bricks to build our own bed and breakfast. "Oh, hi, you're up from your nap?" "Yeah, we are leaving now." The fat guy was all smiles. "Barb told me we had guests. Hope I didn't wake you guys up. I'm rehearsing for a role I'm auditioning for tomorrow." They backed up a bit, and my wife and I pushed past them to the front door. Oh, no, we didn't hear anything. We were listening to our headphones. Haha. We made up some bullshit story about why we had to get going, and we tore us out of there. We were so freaked out we just drove straight the fuck back home, and that's the part of how our honeymoon got ruined that had to do with a hotel. Makes a good story though. Not a hotel, but a bed and breakfast. My mom and I went backpacking in Europe and stayed at a private B&B in Ghent, Belgium for a week. The owner was weird, we'll call him Lars, and he and his wife were obviously going through marital issues. The place was pretty cool and old, and we stayed in an upstairs bedroom. One day, we were in a store in town and suddenly someone grabbed my mom by the shoulders from behind and said, "You have the right to remain silent." It was Lars. It was a little odd, and we chatted, and then continued about our day. We got a coupon book for local sites, one of which was the Dr. Gislin Museum, which is half museum slash art gallery, and half active asylum for the insane. Before we headed out that day, Lars asked what we were going to get up to, and we told him we were going to the Dr. Gislin Museum. He immediately replied, "Oh, I don't go near there," as if he'd at one point come close, or was a patient. Another day he was serving us breakfast, and called for his cat in a very loud, high-pitched yodel, lolly. It startled us. Over the course of the week, he continued to give us weird vibes, and the fact that his wife seemed so distant and concerned added to the vibes. It got to the point where we were putting a chair back under the doorknob at night for fear he'd be watching us sleep. TLDR, Belgian B&B owner very creepy. Got defensive when we mentioned we were going to an insane asylum slash museum one day. We ended up putting a chair against the doorknob just in case he decided to watch us sleep. 10/10ths would go to Ghent again and stay in a different place. When I was about 18, I tried having my boyfriend sleep over my house, but my mom was not about it. She's a Forks Christian, in that she doesn't go to church or practice in any way other than saying she's a Christian, so the idea of two 18-year-olds having shenanigans was not in the stars for her. So we said fuck it, drove down the road, and rented a room at this seedy motel. New England has this thing about it where, if you drive 30 minutes in any direction, you'll always find a motel like this. It was only $50 and we really wanted to unleash on each other, so we didn't care that the building was dilapidated, and that the sign didn't light up, and that the man who checked us in had one leg and a dog on a leash behind the counter. Means to an end. We get into the room, and there's a bed frame nailed to the wall. No bed, but there's a couch. So we sit on this couch, and we are looking around at what we have, which was just a TV. We know we are only here for one thing, so whatever. We start to get hot and heavy when we hear a knock on the door. It's like midnight, so this threw us off. My boyfriend gets up and goes to the door, and I run into the bathroom. A guy in a biker's jacket is outside, and he says, "Where's the boss?" My boyfriend obviously doesn't know what he's talking about, so he says, "I'm sorry, I think you have the wrong room." The guy doesn't like this and assures him that no, the boss always stays here. My boyfriend apologizes, closes the door, and we get dressed and leave. No idea who the boss is, wasted $50, and ended up just sleeping at our own homes that night to avoid whatever would have happened if we stayed. Years later, motel was shut down for prostitution and drug running. TLDR, got a motel to have sex in, interrupted by a man asking for the boss. No sex. Motel ended up being a prostitution slash drug motel. Not my story, but my mom's. 11 years ago this past Mother's Day, she's trying to get her certification to be a children's yoga instructor, so she ends up in some strange town which for the life of me, I can't remember where the conference is being held. She's with 12 others in a little hotel slash inn thing. The rooms are all named after flowers, rice, and peony and such. My mother is staying in Tiger Lily. There's a chef they're all friends with, and if you're nice to her she'll give you extra food. My mom goes to talk to the chef to ensure a larger breakfast the next day, and she notices something on the wall. A poem. It was something along the lines of "Little Lizzie was seen dancing naked through," and then on each line, in capital letters, was each room. It ended with Tiger Lily. She asked the chef, who casually said, "Oh yeah, there's a spirit here." She likes to tease. That did not inspire confidence in my mother, but she went to bed in her flowered room. At midnight it began. It felt like knocking at everyone's door, like scratching at the floorboards. Every member of the group checked outside, finding nobody in the hall, nobody scratching. My mom was absolutely terrified, and she ran across to her friend's room and spent the night there, fearing her room at the end of the poem. The next day, they show up to breakfast, haggard. The yoga instructor notices them and asks them all what's wrong. They feel silly, but confess to her their problem. The instructor, usually a calm and easygoing woman, immediately straightens in her chair and looks at something in the distance. "You have to tell it to go away," she says. "You have to tell it to leave you alone." The table is silent. The rest of the day is yoga training as usual, and then night rolls around. The knocking starts. The scratching starts. Geo away intones my mother, in a serious voice, "You are not welcome here." And after that, everyone slept like babies. To this day, she firmly believes in ghosts. I was in Morocco with my then girlfriend, and had booked a cheap hotel in Fez. While I'm on a train there, I'm chatting with some of the folks in our train car, and one guy happens to work for Minister of Tourism for Morocco. He asks where we are staying, and I don't tell him the hotel, but the part of town he was in. Apparently the hotel we had settled on was well known for prostitution, and not a great place to stay, so he makes a few calls and squares us up at his cousin's friend's uncle's hotel, and gets us a good rate. I know what everyone is thinking, and I was thinking it too, but I really didn't want to deal with a bunch of Moroccan prostitutes, and this guy seemed very friendly and genuine. We get off in Fez, hop in a taxi, the tourism office fella talks in Arabic to the driver, gives us a warm farewell, and we are off to the hotel. We get there and it's gorgeous. Enormous ceilings, beautiful mosaic tiles on every wall and the floors, ornate decorations adorning every corner of the hotel. The price he had worked out for us was something like $60 to $70 a night. And this place looked more like a 4 or 5 star hotel that would cost $100 to $150 a night. But because it's a new hotel, there were no reviews for it on TripAdvisor, nor were there any pictures, so we were very surprised. I'm even more on edge now. Now here's where things get weird. There were 0 other guests there, and as we talk to the concierge and sort out the rooms, I'm hit by a strong smell of bleach. And notice that some of the floors are slightly damp from being recently mopped. I'm now panicked as I imagine all the blood that surely splattered the floor just moment before we had arrived. The piercing screams that must have rang through the hotel lobby as another pair of unsuspecting American tourists were brutally murdered just hours ago in the same place. They bring out some mint tea for us to drink while we hang out in the lobby and they prepare our room. I lean over to my girlfriend and tell her not to drink it, just in case. I tasted mine, and it had an odd taste to it. I'm in full panic mode. Am I lightheaded because of the tea or just imagining it? I'm strongly considering just walking straight out of the place, but our room was then ready. I'm certain I'm going to die here in the most horrific way. My girlfriend is trying to calm me down and ensure me that it's all legit, and I'm being paranoid. I settle down. We eat dinner, the only 2 people in a huge dining room like some sheet out of The Shining. One of the best dinners I had in Morocco, so at least, if they do kill me, I'll have had a good last dinner. And I had some Moroccan wine, the first alcohol I had had in country in the week or so we had been there. Moroccan wine is kind of shit by the way. We get back to our room. We are tipsy, full, had just made love and completely exhausted. So I fall asleep fully expecting to be murdered a la Hostel movie, but at that point I just was too content to really care. At any rate, all that panicking was for nothing. It was all legit. The guy really did work for TH Tourism Office. The hotel really was new and desperate for business, hence the inexpensive rates. They kept the place immaculately clean. And it was an absolutely amazing experience minus the looming fear of being excruciating tortured in a foreign country. But the entire situation had me on my tippiest of toes, and I was discreetly in full fight or flight mode for the majority of my first hours there. If you ever want to travel to Morocco, I can't recommend it enough. The people are great, the food is amazing, and the sights are extraordinary. Okay, so I'm staying in a sketchy Motel RN in St. Petersburg on 19 due to the fact my so is working down the street. Nothing really paranormal here. But first night I'm here alone, as my so is trying to get this project done for his boss that's already been in time suck, and a bit of a mind exhaust. He's getting physically and mentally exhausted. Anyway, so the place is L-shaped, and I'm in the room right at where the angle/corner is. My door was locked, and Ed bolted 3 AM knocking on doors near or on mine, maybe several, I dunno. I honestly was just too tired to look through the peephole, which they thankfully have. I just wait till it stops and go back to sleep. Then a few days later the cleaners are knocking in the morning, and I wasn't really sure if it was even my door because I was out like a light. They open the door and walk in and quickly realize their mistake, apologize and skedaddle. Next I walk to the Speedy across the road for coffee. Notice this shitty red sedan was pulling out of speedy, but they stop and are seemingly looking at me. Now it's in the morning and I've not had my coffee yet, so I haven't got my dentures in, because fuck that noise. I'm dressed like a boy/man, t-shirt, army PT shorts like the standard issue. Look like splattered sheet literally. But I go in keeping on my guard, to make sure Freakazoid doesn't follow me in. Worse, he remained in his car sitting where he stopped when I was going into the store. He sat there, not in a parking space, but actually by the car wash thingy on the side, sort of blocking the exit to the car wash. It's one of those little mechanized ones where you just drive through. Anyway, I come out and walk across the street to the motel, which has another side street next to it. He faking followed me, slowly driving by the street by the fence opening at the motel's parking lot. He stops. Like literally I've gotta walk past this faking creeper to get back to the motel room. FFS. I'm like, yeah, no, I go towards the office instead of the room because, nope. He sees me going to the manager's office. He takes off like a bat out to Hell Point next, and this was 2 nights ago. I thought my door was locked. It's damn near midnight. Like I explained, my room is right at the junction of the L shape. It's the only room with a recessed entry. In other words, there's a kind of outside hallway, or like more an archway by my door because it's recessed. Okay, so you can picture it. Also, the supply closet is between the room that ends on the long arm of the L. It's got brooms, dustpan, washer, dryer, mop bucket, etc. It's like at one side of the corner, I'm at the other. Anyways, I hear the door open. I thought it was but nope, it's some drunken retard who looks at me for a little too long, if you ask me, and says, "Oh sorry, wrong room." And he walks out. I promptly and properly lock the door. I was like, TF. Was he really lost, or did he have other intentions? Did he think I would be asleep? Had he been watching me? Knew I was alone at the time. There was a prostitute staying next to me in the last room before the supply closet on the long arm of the L. She was gone by that point. Pretty sure it was her Johns looking for her that first night. You may think it's terrible staying where prostitutes are staying, but usually it's not. Usually they're respectful, stay to themselves, and don't cause any issues. I actually lived at a motel that a prostitute was staying. Again, it was for my so's job and I actually worked at the motel cleaning rooms, etc. helping out the owner. Also had my kid with me and she had no idea prostitutes stayed there because they never bought their Johns there. I only knew of the one cause she was telling me in conversation. Like she was telling me that's what she does. She was just a normal chic. I wouldn't do it, but I don't judge. I think that's why people just talk to me. Anyway, my stories aren't that terrible. But yeah, if that guy in the red sheet car had come at me, I wasn't above taking off the lid to my coffee and scorching his face with it. Can buy another cup, lol. I used to travel about 4 months a year for work, so I've spent a lot of time in a lot of hotels, but the strangest was in my early days with this job a few years ago. I was staying in a lovely little shithole town in Missouri, and when I got to my hotel, no one was at the front desk. I waited 10 minutes, and no one showed up. There was a sign at the front desk saying to call XXXX number if no one was there. I did and the front desk phone rang. Okay. About 15 minutes later, a woman came up front and apologized, saying she was the only one working that night. Okay, whatever. Then she got me checked in. It was very empty there. I got to my room, started hanging my clothes up, and was on the phone with my husband when I heard someone trying to get into my room. Luckily, I'm paranoid, so I always use every lock on the door. It sounded like the person was using a key though. I peeked out the peephole, and it was the woman from the front desk trying to get in my room. The room she'd just checked me into minutes before. I opened the door to see what she was up to, and it seemed I threw her off a bit. She said someone next to my room had complained about cigarette smoke and asked me if I'd been smoking. I'm not a smoker and let her know it wasn't me. I didn't smell anything. And I didn't hear anyone in the rooms next to me during my stay. She left and nothing really happened after that. But I thought, what if I hadn't locked all the locks on the door and was taking a shower or something? Since it's just me traveling, I rarely close the bathroom door. The whole encounter felt so creepy, and I don't believe she was telling the truth about someone complaining about smoke. TLDR went with a friend to Germany. He was almost raped by an older Brazilian man named Bruno. I traveled with a friend to Germany. We are both guys by the way. We stayed at a hostel with people we didn't know, which was actually great most of the time, except for one guy. On our last night a 40-year-old Brazilian lawyer named Bruno joined our room, and we really hit it off with him. He was a die-hard communist like my friend, so they loved hanging up on me, the resident capitalist. We didn't have anything to do, so he suggested we come out with him and we did. 2 trains and a bus later we arrived at this pretty cool rock bar. We got pretty faking drunk, and I went to the bathroom. When I come back I see Bruno licking my friend's, let's call him Roger, neck passionately, and I'm like, wow guys, I've been gone for 2 minutes, and then I see Roger's face. He was not into it, and was trying to push him away unsuccessfully, with some terror in his eyes. Being a drunk asshole I laughed my ass off watching, until he managed to push him away, and then Bruno started talking. Have you ever been with a man? No? Well, you know, I always thought I wouldn't enjoy being with a man, but when I was 26 I had sex with a man, and it was better than I could ever imagine. You should try it. Roger tried to tell him he wasn't interested, which only made Bruno lick his neck again. When Bruno left for the bathroom we discussed leaving, but we had no idea how to get back, so we were stuck with him for the rest of the night. After about 2 hours, 10 shots of tequila and lots of neck licking we said we wanted to leave and he agreed, but instead of taking us back to the hotel we went to an absinthe bar. There we spent 3 hours talking to an Irish couple who really tried to get Roger to come out of the closet. He is a hetero, but very twink looking man. And then we went back to the hotel. You would think this is where the story ends, but you would be wrong. Around 9 AM, we only got back to the hostel around 5:30. Roger wakes me up panicked as fuck. Dude, we have to leave. Now what happened, man? I ask, really hoping to get a few more hours of sleep. It's Bruno, man. I have to leave. Is this about yesterday? We were all drunk, and we never have to see him again. Let's go back to sleep. And then he told me what happened. This is the exact conversation that happened, according to Roger. 20 minutes before that he woke him up, shirtless. Don't you need to get up for your flight? Nah, it's cool, man, we have time. Oh okay. Wanna cuddle? No man, I don't want to cuddle, go back to sleep. Come on man, just cuddling, I won't try anything. No Bruno, go back to sleep. Alright, can I just watch you? Fuck no man, get away from me. He then went back to his bed and furiously jerked off for 15 minutes, and Roger could see it because their beds were directly across from each other. When he got up for a post jerk off cigarettes, when he woke me up, and we got the hell out of there. We spent the next 4 days in Amsterdam trying to forget it ever happened. Well, he did. I kept laughing my ass off. Yeah, I'm an asshole, even when I don't drink. Been a casual observer of Reddit for a while, but I finally have an Ask Reddit I can reply to. Traveling across Europe last summer with a couple of friends, and we had a one-night stop off in Zagreb between Lake Bled and Split. We are college students, so we decided to just book a room in a super cheap 1-star hotel. From the moment we got there it had this weird fancy yet cheap, gaudy vibe. The owner checked us in, and he was probably the strangest man I've ever met. He suggested that we were going to have some kind of gangbang situation. There were 4 guys and 1 girl, and just gave off a creepy presence. So we went out and had what was actually a really nice dinner out. I'd still recommend Zagreb as a city. Really beautiful. Got back to the hotel and headed to bed. What happened in the middle of the night? Can't remember the time. Early hours of the morning is my only paranormal experience I've ever had. I remember waking up, lying flat on my back, which is unusual for me as I usually sleep on my front. Another weird thing was that I didn't feel tired at all. I felt wide awake. I was completely unable to move, paralyzed, but I had a strange calmness. I wasn't panicked at all. As I opened my eyes I felt pressure on the lower half of my leg just above my ankle, as if someone was holding my leg. I looked up and saw this looking figure over the end of my bed with their arm outstretched holding my leg. I don't know how, but I could tell it was a woman, and I could tell that she meant harm, but I still maintained the same calmness. I couldn't quite see her face, but I could tell we were staring at each other, unmoving. After that I just remember waking up, freaked my friends out a bit when I told them. On a work trip to Ghana, Africa, I was in a part of the country where the mosquitoes were known to be lethal. I was told that if all I get from the mosquitoes is malaria, I can be considered lucky. We were supposed to book our rooms in a nice hotel, but our flight arrived late, and we chose to just crash nearby instead of driving all the way to our nice hotel. Big mistake. My room was maybe 150 square feet and looked like an average room. I immediately went to bed. A key point to remember is that I was supposed to be taking my malaria medicine daily, but it's not meant to prevent any malaria infection. Instead, it just tried to help your body get accustomed to the climate and not attract mosquitoes as much. At about 2 AM, I felt some scratching in my ears and my neck while I was on my pillow. I scratched it and felt a massive hard-shelled item on my neck with 15 small bumps in the surrounding area. I was so tired that I initially thought that was normal, but reality kicked in and I immediately jumped out of my bed and ran to the bathroom. When I looked in the mirror, I was horrified. My neck was covered in mosquitoes and bugs with their beaks / mouth / blood-sucking nozzles lodged deep within. I got super panicked because I hadn't even noticed the large one yet. I started flicking the mosquitoes off one by one and the other creepy crawlers off. A lot of them were killed on the flick impact, and so their nozzles didn't get taken out. I had to take them out of my skin individually using tweezers afterwards. I finally feel clear until I realized that there was also a big one. When I felt around my neck again, I saw its size. It was approximately the size of half of my palm by this time, and I could literally see the pumping action that it had to suck out the blood. I yanked it out with no regards for anything and saw the gush of blood following it going down my neck. Problem solved, right? I go to shower next because my neck looked like I had suddenly sprayed Donald Trump orange glow on it. I wanted to shower and get it off. I turn on the shower and right then noticed approximately 100 mosquitoes hanging around the shower head, just buzzing around the open window in the bathroom. I was half wet when I ran down to the front desk, which was just a literally desk just awkwardly placed in the middle of the hotel hallway. I told them to switch my room ASAP. No long-term damage on my end, but I was scarred for 2 weeks afterwards because apparently malaria and these conditions appear after the initial bite. TLDR, went to Ghana and started a cheap budget hotel. Got bit by possibly 25 mosquitoes and other creepy bugs with one cockroach looking thing. Not a hotel, but a room I rented briefly around 2010. It was in a house that belonged to a woman in her 60s, and she went by some odd hippie Indian name, and her son, who was in his 30s, and lived in the basement and literally played WoW all day. You can't make this up, it's all the cliches. Also had a hippie name. Her real name was the whitest name you could imagine. She was an alcoholic and would tell me really inappropriate personal things about her family out of the blue when she got drunk, and she complained to me that I wasn't social enough with her and spoke fondly of the person who rented the room before I did by way of comparison. She was obsessed with Bob Marley, and I can still remember the sound of the beat of the same handful of songs she constantly played coming through the walls. She once showed me a picture of her adored, dead guru who was apparently her spiritual master. She spoke of him in a creepy worshipful tone. I always got the impression that she was completely lost in the past, obsessed with her hippie halcyon days, and living out some sad shadow of a life as she got older. Every now and then herself and the son would have overwhelmingly loud screaming matches over God knows what. Once she had a shouting match when there was no one else home. It was only a couple weeks ago when I finished watching Wild Wild Country that it suddenly clicked that her master was none other than the Rajneesh himself, and she had been one of the Sannyasins and had never moved on from the experience. I got out of there pretty quickly. Was staying at a Best Western in downtown Vancouver for my uncle's wedding. I was about 18 at the time and with my grandparents. My GMA was downstairs at checkout, inquiring about something, doesn't matter, and my GPA, and I went up to the room a little ahead to start getting ready for supper. We get to our floor and start down the hall towards our room. On the way there, we pass 3 quite rough looking individuals. One of them is a large Aboriginal gentleman. We mind our own business, get to our room, and shut the door behind us. It locks automatically. I'm already at the back of the room and my GPA is just stepping away from the front closer when there's a small knock at the door. GPA opens it without looking through the peephole. We were expecting my GMA when the large gentleman we had passed in the hall forces the door open. GPA managed to get the door shut again, but the guy shoved his knee in the door to keep it from closing all the way. As soon as I realize what's happening, I run full throttle at the door and throw my entire weight into it. The guy screams. We let his knee go, and he books it back down the hall with his friends. Scariest thing that has ever happened to me. The worst part is that when we talked to the front desk about it, they initially shrugged and said there was nothing they could do. We told them we were going to call the cops, and they asked us politely not to, and told us they'd upgrade us to another room. Looking back, we should have called the cops anyway. Those guys were looking for something that day. They definitely found it, just not with us. Some years ago, we had a nice family vacation in New Zealand. One of the places we stayed at for a few days was a lovely lakeside house. It was one in a group of houses that their owners rent out. It had several bedrooms, a living room and a full kitchen. So my parents got their own room and my brother and I each had a room to ourselves. It only dawned to me on the second day that the house had an upper floor with windows and all which we could see from the driveway, but there were no stairs in sight that led up there. We even went around the house to see if there were stairs around the back, but there weren't. Eventually I looked into the built-in wardrobe in my room and found the underside of some stairs in it, and then realized that the little ledge that I saw on the side of the bottom of the wardrobe was actually the lip of the bottom step of the missing staircase. I spent the next couple of nights trying not to let my imagination run wild. Among the choice jokes we made were, I think I saw someone waving from the upstairs window when we left. Did you hear/see someone coming out from your wardrobe? Make sure the other bed in my room isn't occupied by something else in the middle of the night. There were 2 single beds in the room I had. The logical reason for sealing off the floor was to cut down on the amount of space that housekeeping had to clean, since the ground floor had more than enough space for a regular family. I stayed out in rural Kentucky, back when I was a design engineer for industrial equipment, to visit a remote production plant. This was a little more than a decade ago, so it was before GPS was a common feature in cars, and smartphones didn't exist. I was there with a guy from another company, which supplied us with control system parts. I'm not exaggerating when I say the recommended hotel was in a cornfield. To get to the restaurant or pub/bar that was loosely affiliated with the hotel, I had to drive through the cornfield on single wide tractor paths. I had asked at the front desk and the guy, mid-30s, dark matted, bowl-cut hair, dark eyes, said I could walk, but it was late, dark, and cold. It was a genuinely short distance, maybe 300 feet, if you turned and went the right way. I had the idea to go back to the town I had passed through and put gas in the rental car before relaxing for the evening, so I'd be all set the next morning. I was with the other guy, started driving the wrong way, that is away from the small hotel and its restaurant. Please really image driving through a cornfield. Tall corn stalks on either side, no shoulder, dirt road. Suddenly, in the headlight, I saw a guy standing in the path. I had to stop for him, since there's nowhere to turn or drive around. It turns out it's the guy who just gave us directions to the restaurant. Exactly as we were walking out of the hotel. He didn't wait for me to roll down a window or anything. Just shouts restaurants back the other way. Go back. He was dressed just like he was in the hotel, plus an unzipped black/brown windbreaker. Name badge still on. Maroon polo visible. I was definitely half frozen in that spot. I was wondering if the hotel sent him out because they thought we went the wrong way. In retrospect, I don't know how he would have gotten to that location faster than we did. I mean, seriously. He shooed us back again, and I put the car in reverse. We backed to the last crossing. I did a 3-point turn and went to the restaurant. My colleague and I actually didn't talk about it at the time. I said I'd get gas in the morning. We just ordered food, ate, had a few beers, and went back to the hotel proper. When we were on site the next day, we discussed it more. It was so fucking weird. We never saw that particular guy again. And, genuinely, it sounds so mundane, but we absolutely could not figure out how this guy got in front of us far enough that he could signal for us to stop. and we couldn't figure out why. I wish there was a better ending or a more interesting hook, but it still sits with me as really odd. Oh my gosh. Me. After years of very normal motel experiences, I had a crazy one. First of all, I have some health problems. I went on a trip to a neighboring state for business, but I started feeling very sick and had to cut it short. I love road trips, and I'm very comfortable in my car, which is kind of a beater, but I know it inside out. I had paid a shop in town fix the radiator fan relays, but apparently they did a really sloppy job as my car started overheating, and I found the relays hanging down by the wires, broken, while going over a mountain pass at 11 p.m. I really wanted to be home, and I tried to make it over one of the passes between my state and the one I was visiting, but it just wasn't going to happen. I had to turn around. I thought about going to one of the motels by the freeway, 40 minutes back, but instead I decided to stop by a little place that I had seen driving by a couple of times. It was a rustic style little independent motel that looked a little charming, even, and I always thought it would be nice to check it out. I was on the phone with my girlfriend and asked her to look up the reviews. She said she read some, and they looked good. Great, even. One person said that it was the best part about their trip to the state. I thanked her and got off the phone as I pulled into the front parking and walked inside. The place seemed a little strange instantly once inside. The decorations appeared somewhat dated, but decent and colorful. I also noticed a lot of religious signs, basically about Christianity, but not any sect that I recognized. I poked around the small lobby for a few minutes, which had a fireplace, plants and lots of pamphlets. Finally a man with a giant crazy mustache came out, sort of looking like a cross between Frank Zappa and David Bowie in one of their skinny drug abuse looking stages. I asked how much for a room, and he said 80. Seemed reasonable for the area, so I said great, let's do it. He said Doc had mentioned that they also had cheap rooms for 50, but I would want one of the nice ones. I filled out the paperwork, I gave them my credit card, and then he said alright, I'll wait here, I need to go find you your room. Okay. I waited there for a few minutes and looked around some more. I noticed that over the juice machine, there was a picture of this man, maybe in his younger days, with another man who also had a gigantic mustache, wearing tight clothes, both laid out on the couch with each other practically like a 70s play guy spread. So, he came back and said alright, come with me, and I'll show you your room. Okay, weird, never heard that at a motel before. I followed him to the room. At first glance, it looked decent enough, so I said okay, thanks. He said if I needed anything else, he would be at the front, and walked away. I started moving my stuff in, but started noticing problems. I pulled back the comforter and the blanket was filthy. It looked like it was stained with cigarette ashes, and it had holes and burns all over it. I noticed that towards the back of the room there was a very musty smell. There is only one light bulb over the sink and 2 empty sockets, and the bathroom fixtures looked quite dated. The carpet was stained all over, and the walls had gross smear marks and spots. Last remodeling appeared to be about 1968. I went to lock the door, and noticed that it did not lock from the inside at all. It was just a smooth knob and there was no deadbolt. At that time I also realized that the man had not given me any key to my room. I had a really creepy feeling about this and decided to just get out of there. After about 25 minutes there, total, I put the stuff back in my car and simply left. Didn't look back. I made it to safety, ended up sleeping at a gas station for 90 minutes, and then on the side of the road in the national forest. My car was really messed up, and so was I, and I failed to rewrite the relays, but I made it home. I looked up the motel online once I got home. So, turns out the manager of the hotel had a lot of information about Satan worship on his personal Facebook page. He had pictures of their skull carving collection, several shrines, their dog with his face, that he said showed it was possessed by a demon, and many other very odd entries. He said that after 30 years with his partner, who owns the motel, he was promoted to manager on their anniversary. They had all positive comments on their motel's Facebook page, many from locals, and a lot of messages from people who apparently lived overseas, and said they loved the place. I looked up the place on Yelp, and it had 1.5 stars with several very negative reviews with had some other interesting information. It said that the guy, who I thought had been wearing a Star of David necklace, often wore pentagram necklaces while working. His Facebook page also showed his collection of such necklaces. They said that he appeared to be on drugs and wandered up and said strange things to their children while they were staying at the motel. Obviously I feel like I may have dodged a bullet by acting on my hunch and leaving. I have photos and screenshots of all of this, but this happened fairly recently and honestly I don't feel very comfortable sharing them as anyone who has traveled through or lives there would totally know where I mean. Once I was in this huge resort with my family. Guess I was about 16 at the time and very much into reading serial killers thrillers. I also had a paralyzing fear of fires, checking out all the emergency exits when I got to a new place, and being over careful with whatever was connected to electricity. As my sister was little, we all, myself, my sister and my parents, shared the same room. Turns out that, one night, while we were all asleep, the phone rings. Being the closest to the phone, I woke up and answered it, but all I heard was this weird static noise. The phone also had a digital clock on it, so I looked it, and it displayed the time. 3:03 AM. I got super terrified and kept talking on the phone, demanding an answer. Nothing. I hang up and proceed to think of all the possibilities to explain that, most of them fueled by my fears, but can't bring myself to wake someone else up. I end up falling back to sleep after a long time panicking, and next morning ask my parents and sister if they heard the phone ring. Until this day, they all swear they didn't hear a thing. The point is, it was a super loud phone. I don't even know if I had a very real nightmare or experienced something more real and worse, but this event still puzzles me. There was also the other time, about 4 years later, when my sister and I stayed in a separate room from our parents. I wake up to the air conditioning making weird noises and find out there's a power oscillation. Every time the power went off I heard all the emergency lights on the corridor making a bleep and turning on. When the power came back on, the air conditioning and all the door locks, very thin walls, made a sound of turning back on. Now that goes on for a while and especially the sound of the door locks is pretty creepy. Being the fire weirdo I am, I got up and dressed and decided to go down the reception to see what was up. I don't remember if I tried to call them first or not, but I know that if I did, I had no answer. That's the part that still haunts me, that huge corridor with flicking lights, switching from the regular to the emergency ones. The stairs had those huge fireproof doors, and, in order to get to the front desk, I had to go down 6 flights of those, 2 per floor. The thing is, that stair section was painted in a weird grey and the fire doors would automatically close, so I was trapped in that very weird room with the flickering lights and the echoing of my steps. Eventually I got to the pitch black reception and talked to the employees, who were trying to reach for the electrician. Another traumatic trip back to my room, and I was safe. It was a simple event, but that scenario scarred me for life. Flagstaff, Arizona, the Mont Vista. This is all true. The wife and I were planning a short trip to Flag. We wanted a central hotel downtown and were in the mood for some old school charm. The Mont Vista was found online, but in reviewing the accommodations, I discovered it was famously haunted. The website listed many recurring stories. I read through 3 or 4 and declared it perfect. How fun. My wife thought the kids would love it, but then it dawned on me, they were 2 and 1/2 and 8 at the time. Come bedtime there would be no sleep till Brooklyn. The wife and I decided telling them at all about it being haunted would be a catastrophic mistake. So we didn't. Fast forward to that night. We had dinner out and made our way back to the hotel. Arriving in the room we switched on the TV for the kids and us. The room was a suite with a TV in each room. We arrived back just in time for that week's episode of Lost in the final season. I watched it, but no one else did. So they occupied the other room, and during commercials my daughter, 2 and 1/2, would join me to play with her ball until the show was back on point. So, during that first commercial, she waddles in, and we start rolling the ball back and forth on the tall bed. It gets past me and rolls to the door, which was a good inch or more clear of the floor for some reason. Shag carpet years ago, but you could see easily under it. However, my daughter seemed to stop in a trance, staring at the door. Long enough it made me question what she was paying attention to. What is honey? Looking at her, and back at the door, and back at her a good 30 to 40 seconds passes, and she mumbles in her broken baby language, still staring at the door. He says it's okay to be afraid. What the fuck? Who honey? Who says that? Is there someone at the door? Who said that? There wasn't even a shadow under the door. No one was there. She snaps out of it, grabs the bowl and runs into the adjoining room as the commercial unfreezes the room, and Lost comes back on. Needless to say, I half watched that bit until the next commercial, when my daughter came back to play again. This time, I was less nonchalant. When it happened again, the bowl got past me and bounced across the floor to the door again. At first, nothing. She waited until I retrieved it for us. But as I climbed back onto the high bed, she froze again, but less mannequin-like this time and more like she was paying attention to something. Listening. I wanted to make sure I didn't place ideas in her head, and I didn't want to steer her with the wrong words, so I waited. Then I asked, "What is it, honey?" She cocked her head, as if to hear better, then snapped out of it, sorta, and said, "It's a baby crying, baby crying, baby in the basement. A baby crying in the basement, ack." What? But this time I started to wonder if my wife and son weren't toying with me and setting me up. After all, I hadn't read anything about a baby in the ghost stories about the hotel when I looked it up online. On the way home, my wife and I decided to reveal to the kids that we had in fact just stayed in a haunted hotel. My son H refused to believe us. So when we arrived home in Phoenix, he insisted I show him the website and the ghost stories. So I did. What fun. Except, this time, I read all of the ghost stories and the last one was about guests at the hotel reporting hearing a crying baby, as if coming from the basement of that damn hotel. I get tingles down my spine every time I recall that story. So I was traveling along the west coast. It was summer, and hot as shit. As I was going, the air started to smell like weed. I'm not like a huge smoker, but these dudes must have been smoking 24/7 cause the smell was so bad I actually started to feel weird and had to stop at a hotel for the night. There was this creepy lady standing by the entrance. I assumed she worked there, but she looked so strange, and I was thinking, UHH, is this good or bad? But then she greeted me and took me inside. It was all around a weird place, very dimly lit. The walls must have been very thin cause you could hear some other customers talking. Not that there were a lot of customers, the rooms were mostly unoccupied. So she takes me to my room and I look out the window and I see these men dancing shirtless at the back of the hotel. I asked the lady if they were random punks or something, but she said she knows them. That was very unprofessional. You shouldn't let your friends bother customers just because they're your friends. So yeah, that was really strange. As I said, I was feeling a bit heavy-headed, so I decided to go get a drink and then go to bed. I went downstairs to their bar. I wanted one specific drink I always get, but guy said they didn't have it, but they had some mad champagne. The lady was there too, but I think she was drunk. She tried to tell me some philosophical bullshit, but I didn't really pay attention. I went to sleep, and the next morning I got back downstairs to get the hell out of this place. I tried to open the front door, but it was locked. So I went to the guy at the counter, and I told him I wanted to leave. He said, "You wanna what?" And I said, "I wanna check out, leave." And then he looked me dead in the eye and said, "You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave." Not my story, but my mom's. Back in the late 70s, when she was a kid, her and her family were visiting a hotel and had just gotten there. Being a typical kid, my mom wanted to go check out the pool right away. My grandma, her mom, told her it was okay and what their room number was. She also told her to not get in an elevator with only one person in it. So off my mom goes while the rest of her family went to get settled into the room. My mom checks out and the pool and is ready to swim, so she heads back to her room and gets in the elevator, which had multiple people in it, but one by one everyone except one man was getting off at their floors. My mom starts to get a really bad feeling and suddenly realizes she can't remember what floor or room number her mom told her. The last person got off and it was just her and the man. so she decided to get off at the next one, even if it wasn't her floor. She gets off and so does this man, so she starts fast walking, and Hez keeping pace. She starts in a sprint and this man starts sprinting too, and she starts pounding on every door she can in hopes someone will open the door to save her. As she pounds on the last door and the man is closing in on her, the door opens, and it's her mom. My mom is hysterical and trying to tell her what just happened, and when they look out into the hallway the man is gone. I have no idea if they told the hotel about this incident. Edit. This took place in Nashville, TN. The summer before I started college, my family and I took a road trip across the US to my new school. We made a big trip out of it, and it was supposed to be fun. It ended up being a mix of fun and incredibly memorable, more of a Griswold family trip than anything. Anyways, we get to this small town in Nebraska with this shitty little hotel, and get to our 2 rooms. Immediately we notice there is a terrible smell coming from the vending machine between our rooms, because something had died behind it. It was gross, but we were only going to be there for a night, so we sucked it up. It should have been a warning point. From there things only went downhill. There was only one restaurant open and the food was pretty bland and the service was terrible. We hightailed it out of there and tried to get some ice cream at McDonald's as a consolation prize. Obvious mistake. The beds were uncomfortable and the rooms were kind of creepy, but we survived the night and the next day we left to go stay with a family friend in South Dakota. We happened to be going through SD during Sturgis, so staying with this family friend is the only option we have, because everything within 300 miles was completely booked. This would have been fine if she hadn't turned out to be a raging racist who didn't trust technology and made us all very uncomfortable. We obviously didn't realize this beforehand. That wasn't the creepy part. The creepy part was during the only night we stayed there. My parents slept in the room her brother used to live in. He had died a few months prior to this, and during the night they realized that on the wall was the same creepy Middle America painting that was in their room back in Nebraska. And there were bloodstains on this. One point we left the next day and just kept driving until we found a hotel we could actually find a room in, but I will never forget my parents telling us that as we drove away from that house. I traveled a lot in my first job, so I have a few stories. I stayed in a hotel similar to Motel 6 nights in maybe. Whichever case, I woke up in the middle of the night to loud knocking outside of my door. I take a look in the peephole and it's a big guy, not huge but someone who looks like they played American football in high school or maybe college and then gained fat the rest of their life, looking trashed and drunk, asking for Amanda to come out. I'm not Amanda, there's no one named Amanda with me. In fact, I'm the only one there. I don't tell him that. I just stay quiet and watch through the peephole hoping he'll believe the room is vacant. After going on like this for I guess 10 minutes he starts trying to kick the door down. I have all my locks on, but yeah, it's time to call the front desk. After calling the front desk I watch through the peephole to see the hotel manager confront this man. They argue for a little bit, with the manager saying there's no Amanda in the room and that it's empty. It doesn't work. The man cold calls the manager and knocks him down. Apparently it's Amanda's fault according to the man. He resumes to kick on my door for a few more minutes while the manager leaves the scene. Then the police arrive. The manager had called the police after we hung up. They arrest the man after a hilarious attempt at trying to run away. He jukes left, then right, then completely trips over himself. After taking him away, the cops talk to the manager, then to me. I turn down filing charges, stating that I had my entertainment, and state that they should ask the manager instead. The next morning the manager comps all 3 nights I stayed there. Later during my stay, I would come to learn that man was going through a rough divorce with Amanda, and he suspected she had been cheating on the tail end of their marriage. As far as I know, the police never found Amanda for questioning, and I hope the man never did. I stayed in a roadside motel reminiscent to something like the Bait Motel. It wasn't what I was used to. Typically the company would splurge for chain hotels in the $80 range. Unfortunately this one road town had one lodging. Surprisingly it wasn't dirty at all. It was clean, non-smoking, and well maintained. It was obviously dated with an RCA tube TV I had not seen in years, with HBO though, with carpet that looks like it wasn't changed out in the last decade and wallpaper. Wallpaper is enough to date a room. The room was cold, but not freezing already, which was great for me. I can put those thick hotel blankets to use. Later on in the night I'd get a huge scent of smoke while I sat on the chair watching TV. I know the room is non-smoking, but maybe the scent has permeated into the walls and carpet. I don't let it bother me too much, and besides, the scent was gone by the time I went to the sink to brush my teeth. That is until the smoke scent hits me again. Again I think nothing of it, because the scent was gone by the time I'm back on the chair to watch TV. Until the scent hits me again. I move each time, but the time between moving to a different spot and the smoke scent reaching is getting shorter and shorter, until the whole room smells like smoke. By then I call the front desk asking about a smoke or a fire, but he mentions there's nothing like that going on. The smoke smell is getting stronger and stronger, and I didn't notice it, but the room was getting colder and colder too. Fuck this. I throw all my belongings into my luggage, slide on my jeans over my pajama pants, and head out the door. I check out of the hotel at the front desk and let him know about the smoke situation in my room. His demeanor changes not to a surprise, but of someone scared. He makes no effort to move me to another room or keep me there, and wishes me a good night and safe travels. I drive further away from my destination into the arms of a newer hotel. I don't sleep well that night. Wow, I just spent 2 hours reading every single post. I got to the end and was shocked I did it, but this is the first time I've been so intrigued. Anyways, my turn point. I was at the Hyatt Regency Cambridge, overlooking Boston a few months ago. It was a great hotel, got a sick deal, and it was just me and my good friend. We are two young guys, fairly well built, so we had no issue coming late, walking around, really doing WE. Anyways, I was primarily there for a meeting the next morning, so when we are sleeping around 1 or 2 am, I figure okay, I have about 5 hours to sleep in. He knocks out before me. We have 2 twin-sized beds. I shower and go to sleep after. I wake up around 4 or 5 am. Frankly I don't remember, but it was still very early, and I see this odd figure standing in front of me at the foot end of my bed, and I remember I look with no hesitation. I wear prescription glasses, so I couldn't make the face out directly at the guy and assume that it's my friend waking up in the middle of the night. But he was strangely dressed for going out, so I just look oddly and say, "Bro, where you going?" And he just looked at my direction without any emotion or change in expression, just a dead blank face. I remember staring for 4 to 5 seconds and then kind of laughing, thinking he's just being a dick and probably needs to pee or something. So I turn around to my right side and realize my friend was sound asleep, cuddled under blankets in his bed. I felt a high shock in my body. I felt my pupils dilate the F up and my heart began racing. I honestly pulled my comforter over my head and eventually fell asleep. I woke up after a few hours and I barely remembered the incident. All our stuff was still there. I told my buddy about it the next day and he was shocked, but we only stayed a night, and I don't know if that place is even haunted, but it was very weird and very real. I stayed in a hostel in Spain during my backpacking along the Camino. At that hostel there was a clearly disturbed young man who seemed to be suffering from schizophrenia. I could be wrong of course, but he mentioned something along these lines. He was overly friendly with the girls staying there and wouldn't leave them alone. Part of it was sad. He was obviously very lonely and felt misfit, but he was making people horribly uncomfortable, and we all handled the situation as well as we could. Fast forward to sleeping time and lights out. He's constantly walking back and forth to his locker all throughout the night and is going in and out the front door, staring at me as my bunk was next to the main door. I'm on the top bunk however, and my auntie on the bottom bunk reassured me to sleep and said she'd keep an eye out. Point now, some poor man who got off his flight very late, had a shower and jumps into the top bunk parallel to mine is greeted by a confused Ariel screaming, thinking it's the guy who's hassled all the girls. What didn't help is the guy who got off his flight was shirtless from his shower, so it really fed into my worst case scenario fear. I woke up the whole room, maybe 30 people. I apologized. Point the creepy guy tried to follow me and my aunt the next day too, so we took a bus to make distance. Point plenty of stories from my time in Europe that are a little creepy. Maybe they don't hold up to how messed this thread is.